So, in my opinion, Dark is one of the greatest TV shows of all time, but when I recommend it to most people, they can't get into it because it's German. The dub is terrible, and it's hard to keep track of all of the characters. I normally print out a family tree and have them watch it with this in hand. However, wouldn't it be nice to watch the show with a reminder of the 4 families on screen at all time and how they're all related? So we'll summarize and do an analysis of each episode to show you why it is so incredible. Anyway, let's begin. In an old cellar filled with rifles, hand grenades, and a gas mask, a wall is adorned with photographs of people at their various ages, all linked together by strings. A voice of a man narrates, explaining that time does not flow in a straight line, but rather forms a continuous loop, making the differences between past, present, and future merely an illusion. It's June 21st, 2019, and Michael Kahnwald is in his attic studio, placing an envelope on his table. He stands up and carries his stool to the middle of the room and stands on it. Michael puts the rope hanging from the ceiling around his neck and himself. The envelope he left reads, "Do not open before November the 4th, 10:13 p.m. 5 months later, on November 4th, 2019, Jonas Kahnwald wakes up from another nightmare. Panting, he takes a pill from his medicine bottle and swallows it without water. Jonas goes down to the kitchen and calls for his mother, Hannah, to tell her their electricity has gone out, not knowing that she is in her room secretly having with Police Department Officer Ulrich Nielsen, whom she has been having an affair with for the past few months. Ulrich asks Hannah if she will attend the town meeting tonight, and she says she's not sure because his wife, Katarina Nielsen, will be there. Ulrich prepares to leave and Hannah tells him she loves him. He doesn't say it back and just tells her she looks beautiful. Ulrich leaves through the window and climbs down through the drain pipe. Jonas is riding his bike to school, and as he passes by the nuclear power plant, he notices a missing poster of their schoolmate, Erich Obendorf. Ulrich jogs home through the woods, passing a sign pointing to the Winden cave. The cave is shown, and a long, ominous sound comes from inside it. Walking through the woods, Jonas talks with his therapist, Peter Doppler. He tells him he has been taking his meds, but is still seeing his dead father in his dreams. Jonas tells him he thinks his dad is trying to tell him something in the dreams, and when Peter asks him what he thinks it might be, Jonas ends up having an angry outburst over why his father would commit suicide without leaving any kind of explanation. Alone in her house, Ines Kahnwald, Michael's mother, opens a wooden box that contains the envelope Michael had left. She closes it right back and listens to the radio's news about the nuclear power plant being shut down in 2020 as part of the government's phase-out of nuclear energy. At the Nielsen's house, Katharina Nielsen is serving breakfast and trying to manage her 3 stubborn children. Mikkel Nielsen, their youngest son, keeps ignoring her request for him to change out of his magician's outfit. The rebellious teenager Magnus keeps bothering and asking her where his hoodie is, and Martha keeps refusing to eat, reminding Katharina that she's on a hunger strike as long as there are starving children in the world. Finally, Ulrich arrives, and when Katharina asks him what took him so long, he lies that there was a long line at the bakery because it is the first day of school. Katharina gives Mikkel a final warning about changing, but he stubbornly ignores her. Ulrich then says he can show his dad one more trick before going to school. Katharina then storms off in annoyance. Mikkel shows his father 2 cups and a pawn. He places the pawn in one cup, and after tapping it twice, the pawn is gone and suddenly appears in the second cup. This impresses Ulrich, and when asked how he did it, Mikkel tells him the question is not how, the question is when. After his therapy session with Peter Doppler in the woods, Jonas returns to the Winden Comprehensive School, where the other teenagers keep staring and outcasting him until his friend Bartosz Tiedman appears and defends him. Bartosz informs Jonas not to worry because he lied to everyone that Jonas was in France for a 2-month school exchange. Ulrich arrives at the Winden police station. Jürgen and Ulla Obendorf, Erich Obendorf's parents, are criticizing the police's lack of effort in finding their missing son. Chief Charlotte Doppler tries to calm them down, but Ulla yells and spits at her. Ulrich manages to defuse the situation and even suggests that there is a possibility Erich might have run away again. Ulla cries, telling him it's been 13 days, and Ulrich hugs her, promising to find Eric. The cave is then suddenly shown, and a mysterious person in a hooded coat comes out of it. Magnus Nielsen is smoking in an alley outside the school gym when Franziska Doppler walks up to him. Magnus teases her about being a geek, and she replies by telling him the principal's son shouldn't be smoking joints on school grounds. Franziska takes the joint from Magnus's hand and takes a hit at it, telling him it's not even the good kind before leaving him speechless. Back at the school gym, the students and teachers are assembled by Katerina, the school principal, to talk about Eric's disappearance. Martha suddenly arrives and Jonas smiles upon seeing her. His smile immediately disappears when she kisses Bartosz before sitting in between them. To Jonas's dismay, Bartosz then tells him they started dating. The assembly starts, and Katharina encourages the students to talk if they know something about why Eric disappeared, or if they need to talk to someone about it. In her office, Chief Charlotte Doppler talks to Ulrich about Eric's case. They review what they found out so far and realize they have nothing at all. There is no trace of what happened to Eric after school practice. Ulrich argues that maybe Eric just doesn't want to be found. And when Charlotte asks him why is he so certain about Eric running away, he says that nothing ever happens in Winden. The chief then reminds him that wasn't always the case, referring to Ulrich's brother, Mads Nielsen, and he firmly tells her this has nothing to do with it. Before Ulrich could leave her office, Charlotte suggests he should visit his mother, Jana Nielsen, because she called the emergency number again. The Vold Hotel Winden, which is owned and run by Regina Taterman, is guestless because of Eric's disappearance. A banker calls informing her about her loan repayment, and Regina loses her cool after being denied a suspension of payment. She shouts at the caller, calling him an asshole and a bully. In science class, Franziska Doppler is giving a presentation about black holes, but Bartosz and Jonas are not listening. Bartosz informs Jonas that he is sure Eric's stash of drugs are still in the Winden cave and that they should go get them. Ulrich visits his mother, Jana Nielsen. Jana tells Ulrich that he should come more often and that she saw something in the forest again, a dark figure with a gigantic head. When Ulrich doesn't believe her, she tells him there are things out there that our little minds will never comprehend. Jana then gives him a chocolate wrapper she found in the forest, reminding him that Mads used to love eating those. Ulrich stares at a framed picture of him and Mads from 1986 resting on the counter as her mom tells him everything is repeating itself because Eric's disappearance is just like what happened to Mads 33 years ago. Meanwhile, at the Winden nursing home, an old man with one ear missing keeps repeating to himself that it's going to happen again. Booming 80s music comes from an old model TV in a room covered in childish blue wallpaper. In the middle of a room is a chair with electrical wires and straps. A red-haired teenager is lying down on his side on the lower part of a bunk bed, covering his ears. When he turns around to look at the TV behind him, he turns out to be Eric Obendorf. The school bell rings and Bartosz and Jonas are walking in the hallway. Jonas asks him if he plans on selling the drugs they will find, and Bartosz says he isn't. He tells Jonas they will smoke half of it all themselves, and that if there are opportunities on the market, they won't hesitate. Just then, they run into Magnus, who overhears they are planning to sell something, so Bartosz informs him they are going to the cave tonight. Magnus laughs, teasing them if they are turning into Boy Scouts. Martha also runs into them. She and Bartosz kiss, making Jonas stare at them while telling Magnus their plan of getting Eric's drug stash in the cave. The four continue walking while Martha warns them Fanny told her they once saw a dead squirrel with 5 legs there. Magnus accuses her of believing anything she hears, and she tells him off that just because he can't see anything past his nose doesn't mean there aren't things going on out there that the nuclear power mafia keeps secret from the public. Magnus almost bumps into Franziska and they acknowledge each other by saying each other's names. Martha then teases if he has a crush on Franziska and he tells her to shut up. Jonas breaks up their fight by asking both of them to go with him to the cave later. Magnus walks away after fist bumping with a happy Bartosz. Bartosz then tells Martha to go with him. The two of them leave holding hands and Jonas stares sadly again. 5 security guards stand inside the gates of the nuclear power plant. Hannah is standing in the parking lot outside the plant when her phone rings and she immediately smiles before teasingly flirts Ulrich, that he couldn't even get by half a day without her. On the other line, Ulrich is driving his car and flirts right back, telling her it's impossible to be away from her. He then asks Hannah again if she's going to the town meeting, but Hannah is still not sure since she doesn't like everyone in town gawking at her. Ulrich changes the topic. He informs her he'll be in Frankfurt on the weekend for training and staying in a hotel, indirectly asking her to come with him. Hannah chuckles when he teases her not to take too long to decide because he has various candidates. Before ending the call, Ulrich tells her he'll see her later at the meeting and she just answers maybe. After Katharina Nielsen cleans their dining table, she picks up Ulrich's sweater hanging from one of the chairs. She stops midway when she sees a strand of hair. Katharina examines it closely under the light. She then smells the jacket before finally folding it and walking away from the dining room. A framed family picture set above the fireplace shows all of them all smiling and happy. Meanwhile, in the nuclear power plant, Hannah is walking, dragging along her huge wheeled bag. Inside a vast office, she massages a man lying on his stomach on the massage table. He grunts as Hannah hits a muscle. She sees there is a scar on that particular area and tells him that it is supposed to rain later and how scars can sense it. That in a way, scars can see into the future because the tissue hardens and it cramps up. The man gets up and thanks her. He sits on the massage table and shares to Hannah that maybe the whole foregoing closure of the power plant is stressing him out more than he thinks, because in a year, everything is meant to come to an end. The man stands, and as he puts on his shirt, he tells Hannah it's nearly 33 years ago to the day he came to Winden, and he never thought it would end like this, but that there's a time for everything. After quietly listening to him, Hannah agrees and repeats that he is right. There is a time for everything. The man notices that Hannah looks upset and asks her how she and Jonas are doing, to which she answers they are good. Ines Canvold is sitting inside her house, holding her phone and listening to Hannah's voice message. Hannah informs her that the power in the house is out again, and that if she wants them out of the house, she should just say so. Hannah complains further that Jonas, her grandson, hasn't seen her for over 3 months, and asks her if she thinks that's what Michael would have wanted. Ines just sits there holding her phone as Hannah tells her it's sick how she is avoiding them before finally calling Ines sick herself. The message ends and Ines sighs as she puts the phone down. She stares at the box on the table before opening it and taking out the envelope containing her son Michael's suicide note. Ines looks at the time on her wall clock and it is still 6:14 in the evening. 4 hours away from November 4th, 2021, 10:13 p.m. Hannah slowly walks toward the gym when she meets Katharina in the hallway. Katharina hugs her, saying it is nice to see her after so long, and asks how she's been doing. Hannah says she's okay. Katharina then tells her to go ahead inside the gym as she will be right with them. But Hannah looks at Katharina walking away. She holds the door handle, pausing for a few seconds before pushing the door open. In their house, Jonas is lying in his bed thinking. He gets up after a while and rides his bike at night, heading to the forest. There, he sees Martha alone, waiting for the others. He asks her where the others are and she tells him they're just late as usual. Martha begins to explain about her relationship with Bartosz, but Jonas stops her and tells her she doesn't have to explain anything. Martha insists she wants to explain and says she's written him texts while he was away, but she never sent them because they all somehow sounded wrong. She begins talking about what happened between them last summer, but Jonas interrupts her again, telling her it's really okay with him. Then, Jonas notices Martha's change of expression and asks her what is up. She says she is experiencing déjà vu about what's happening, and Jonas tells her it's a glitch in the Matrix. Martha smiles and asks him what he means. Jonas explains that if the world is a simulation, déjà vu is a glitch in the Matrix. Martha says she read somewhere it's a message from the other side. The two of them stare at each other in silence for a second. Moments before the others arrive, Martha tells Jonas she's glad he's back. Martha is immediately annoyed when she sees Magnus has brought their little brother, Mikkel. Mikkel fist bumps with Jonas while the two siblings argue on who will take him back. Mikkel tells them to relax because he's not a baby anymore. Bartosz arrives last, asking why Mikkel is there and hitting him on the back of the head. Magnus reprimands him and says he's the only one who can do that to Mikkel. The 6 of them then head into the forest. In the streets, the old man with only one ear is walking and talking to himself. He keeps repeating, "It's going to happen again." Back in the gym, the parents are listening to Chief Charlotte talk about Eric's case, how there's no new findings and that they are also considering he may have just ran away. She asks the parents to talk to the police if ever their children know about Eric's disappearance. Katharina thanks Charlotte, and when someone in the gym shouts how long they have to wait, she tells the parents they have to talk about what they can do to boost security. Regina rolls her eyes and complains that everyone heard the chief police say it's not clear anything happened to Eric. The two keep arguing while Hannah in the back reads a text message from Ulrich telling her he'll be outside the gym in 5 minutes. Regina insists the alarmist behavior is absurd and there are no murderers running around Winden since it has the lowest crime rate in the region. Katharina replies by saying they can't just sit around and wait to find Eric's dead body. While everyone is busy talking and arguing, nobody notices Hannah quietly exiting the gym. Jonas, Martha, Magnus, Bartosz and Mikkel are walking in the dark forest with only their flashlights for light. Mikkel starts talking to them about what they think happened to Eric, saying the kids in his class think he got kidnapped and locked up in a basement. Magnus tells him to shut up and says Eric just ran away. Mikkel, however, insists Eric could be locked up and can't get out and asks them why someone would do such a thing. Bartosz teases Mikkel that it's like the witch from Hansel and Gretel and Martha hits him for scaring her little brother. She tells Mikkel even though their parents told him most people are nice, there are those who are anything but nice. Magnus then tells Mikkel that Martha is one of those and everyone chuckles. Jonas suddenly butts in, telling them his father thought good and evil are a question of perspective. No one responds and Jonas jokingly asks them if a dead father is a bad topic. Mikkel breaks the ice by continuing to talk about how Eric could be dead and lying somewhere no one can find and how that would be the worst because even if you're dead, you'd want to be found. An uncomfortable Martha tells him no one is dead and won't be found before asking them to change the topic. Back at the gym with the parents meeting, Katharina is telling everyone that what's important is they all stick and pull through together. Some of the parents murmur in agreement and some clap their hands. But Regina protests that what's important is they not let things be blown out of proportion or else the press will be in their town for a few days. Some of the other parents agree by clapping their hands. Katharina accuses her of only being worried about the effect of it on her hotel business. Regina denies and says it's not about her, but about the town. Katharina tells her she's wrong because it should be about the missing child. The other townspeople murmur in the background. Regina tells Katharina she should just worry about her own problems, and she tells her she has no idea what she's talking about. Everyone becomes quiet when the door of the gym bangs closed, and they see the old man with one ear suddenly come walking in, saying, "It's gonna happen again." Charlotte stands up and stops the disoriented old man. She calls him by his name, Helgi. Charlotte tries to help him recognize her by telling him her name and then asks him what he is doing there. Helgi in turn asks her if it is too late. Charlotte tells him she'll take him back to the nursing home. Helga doesn't fight back, and as she takes him toward the exit, he waves his pointer finger in the air and warns them that it's going to happen again. Katharina stares at the two of them walking away and sighs. Ines stands and stares at her wall clock while clutching the envelope against her chest. The time is already 10:01 p.m. The four teenagers and Mikkel walk past the nuclear power plant and Mikkel complains he is bored and wants to go home already. Magnus tells him he is talking nonsense because they are nearly at the cave. All of them continue walking except for Jonas, who stares at the smoke coming out of the nuclear cooling towers. Someone calls his name and tells him to keep walking. Hannah is smoking at the same alley spot outside the school building. Ulrich walks by and stops when he sees her. He walks toward Hannah and stops when he's inches from her. The two of them stare into each other's eyes before kissing wildly. Back in Ines's house, she is sitting down, holding and staring at the envelope. She looks at the wall clock again and it is already 10:14 p.m. With a letter opener, she slowly opens the letter and starts reading it, only to pause a few seconds later. The teenagers and Mikkel finally reach the cave, and Bartosz tells them the drugs are in the armchair outside the cave. Everyone points their flashlights at him while he kneels in front of the chair and looks for the drugs. Bartosz stands back up when he can't find it, telling the others he is sure it was there. Just then, Franziska comes out of the cave and asks him if the drugs she's holding is what they are looking for. Everyone is shocked and points their flashlight at her. Martha asks why she's there, while Bartosz firmly tells Franziska that's his drugs. Franziska tells him the definition of ownership is that possession is 9/10 of the law, so it is hers now. She continues to taunt Bartosz by saying she's selling it and asking him how much he's giving her for it. He answers he'll give her a kick in the ass for it and simultaneously tries to grab it from her. Franziska informs him the contents of the pack of drugs is worth 500, but it's his for 200, teasing him about how his daddy's got a lot of money. Bartosz pushes her so hard, making her fall on the ground. He takes the drugs from her, and just as he turns to face his friends, a loud, ominous sound booms from the cave, making them all point their flashlights inside it. Magnus worriedly asks what's making that sound, and they all look around them as sounds of sticks on the ground keep breaking. Martha tells them someone is there, and Magnus curses. They all face the cave again when a loud bang comes from it, and seconds after, a continuous loud static sound erupts and all their flashlights flicker. Magnus tries to fix his while Mikkel is unable to move and just stares at the cave with fear. Magnus shouts for them to go and to run, so they all start running away from the cave. Mikkel is frozen in place, staring at the cave until Jonas grabs him and tells him to run. The sound seems to grow even louder as if it's following them. Ines is crying, reading her son Michael's suicide note. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Jonas and Mikkel are running fast. Mikkel is ahead of Jonas, who keeps looking back while running, causing him to stumble and fall on the ground. Jonas gets up right away and shouts for Mikkel when he can't see him anywhere. A man's voice suddenly calls Jonas's name, and when he turns around to the sound and points his now working flashlight on the person, he sees his dead father, whose face is covered in drips of black liquid. Jonas runs away in fear and stumbles a few times. Rain is pouring hard when Magnus, Bartosz, Franziska, and Martha manage to get back on the road. Magnus shouts at Bartosz, asking him what that was, and he answers he has no idea. Martha asks them the same thing, and Magnus asks where Jonas and Mikkel are. Jonas arrives running to them in the middle of the road, and Magnus asks him where Mikkel is. Jonas only shouts back why Mikkel isn't with them, to which Martha answers he was with him. Magnus curses, shouting Mikkel's name before running back toward the forest. Martha and Franziska immediately follow Magnus while Bartosz looks at Jonas first before eventually running after them. Alone in the middle of the road, hearing Magnus calling out Mikkel's name, Jonas runs after them too. Back in school, Charlotte and Helgi come out of the building and the old man looks up at the pouring sky and says they're too late. In the alley, Hannah and Ulrich are smiling and gawking at each other when their phones suddenly ring. Inside the gym, where the meeting is still going on, Katerina looks at her phone, and Regina, after answering hers, looks at Katharina with a worried expression. Ines places the suicide note back in the box, closes it, and rests her head on top of the box and cries. Police cars on the way. Ulrich is the first to run to Magnus and shakes his shoulders. Franziska hugs her mother, Charlotte, and Bartosz hugs his mom, Regina. Hannah runs to Jonas and gives him a hug too, while he still looks shocked. Ulrich runs through the forest and arrives at the cave. He shouts for Mikkel, looking all over for him outside the cave using his flashlight. He then goes running inside the cave, shouting Mikkel's name. The sky starts to light up. Jonas is lying on his bed, wide awake, deep in thought. Hannah is sitting alone in their dining room, also deep in thought. Katerina is rubbing Martha's hair as she laid her head on her mother's lap. Magnus sits in the police station alone and stares at Eric's missing poster. A lot of police officers are investigating outside and inside the cave. Charlotte is talking to an officer, asking him if they found anything, and he tells her there is nothing. She receives a call from her husband, Peter Doppler, who asks if they found Mikkel. Charlotte informs him there's no trace of the kid. She inquires how Franziska is, and Peter tells her she's sleeping. Peter stutters to tell Charlotte that he needs to tell her something, and she tells him she has to go. He says it's okay and hangs up. Right after the call, he then quietly prays to God to grant him the serenity to accept the things he cannot change, the courage to change the things he can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Police officers are searching the ground of the forest using their long sticks, and a few feet from where they were poking around is the body of a dead boy covered with dried leaves. Ulrich is sitting alone in his car, listening to his walkie-talkie that a dead child's body has been found at the forest edge at Neuweiher. He sits there stunned for a while before he runs toward the location. Charlotte is already there, standing and looking at the body. She hugs a crying Ulrich, telling him she's sorry. Ulrich kneels and starts removing the leaves from the dead child's body. He touches the shoes and right after removes the leaves covering the face. Ulrich is horrified to see that the dead kid's eyes have been burnt. He gets up and tells Charlotte the kid is not Mikkel. A flicker of hope flashes across his face as he repeats to her it's not his son's body. Beside the dead boy is a Walkman with a cassette still turning inside it. Back in the room, decorated like a nursery, the old model TV is playing another 80s music video. A person wearing a cloak is strapping a gagged Eric into the chair. The teenager's chest heaves up and down, but he doesn't fight back or make a sound. Once his feet and hands are secured, the cloaked man carefully puts a red stringed necklace with a circular copper pendant around Eric's neck. He then goes to the back of the chair and Eric sees as the metal ring encloses around his head. So, episode 1 of Dark is pretty good considering it has to introduce 4 different families and over a dozen characters. However, unless you are watching with everyone holding a laminated family tree with names and faces, which is how I get friends and family to watch this show, you are going to be incredibly confused. Nonetheless, this episode foreshadows what Tronte and Peter were doing on the night Mikkel disappeared very well, which is important later in the season. The bait and switch of Ulrich thinking they have found his son is clever and ties into the show's themes quite well. The Eric stuff is a bit boring, but like everything in this show, it is necessary. Secrets is also a good title for this episode, and so is the next one, Lies. Now, onto episode 2. 9 hours since Mikkel's disappearance, a cloaked stranger carrying luggage is observing the police officers search the field a few feet below him. He sees a dead bird on the ground. He picks it up and stares at the police officers again. Jonas Canwald sits bolt upright as he wakes up from another nightmare. He touches his ear and keeps his hands there as he walks toward his wardrobe mirror. In front of the mirror, sees black liquid dripping from his right ear. He touches and examines it. Someone behind him says his name and Jonas's eyes widen as he sees his dead father whose face is covered with the same liquid. Jonas wakes up with a bolt from his second nightmare. The body of the dead boy with the burnt eyes lays on the gurney table in the morgue. The pathologist is recounting her findings about the dead boy's body, which she starts by saying the victim is male, between 10 and 12, and that the time of death was about 16 hours ago. She says that the burns around the eyes are strange as if they were melted, but that the boy has no signs of abuse, no sperm, and no foreign DNA. She holds the boy's head to the side, asking Charlotte to look at the ears. The doctor explains that it is strange how apart from the burns, the ear canals are also destroyed. Charlotte looks at the dead boy's ear as the doctor said the inner ear was damaged too, with both eardrums bust. Charlotte asks her if it was from an extremely loud sound, and the doctor says it could be, or that it could also be due to pressure caused by a nosedive. The doctor says another possible cause for the burst eardrums could be by intense rotation, like being in a centrifuge. She then asks Charlotte if the chief of police knows what otoconia are and explains that they are tiny grains in the ear canals that help an individual differentiate between up and down. The doctor further explains how these otoconia or tiny grains can get confused, like how a person loses balance when rotating. She points to the dead boy and tells her that with his body, none of the grains are where they should be. Charlotte then looks at the dead boy's face again, where instead of eyes and ears, burnt flesh covered them like sunglasses. Police officers are investigating outside the cave where they've set up their equipment and lights. Ulrich goes inside the cave and keeps shouting Mikkel's name. He sees a tight upward passage and starts climbing it, but immediately slips. He tries again and makes it, discovering a flat and bigger passage and sees a door at the end of the passage. A radioactive symbol is on the door and Ulrich bangs his hand on it, calling Mikkel's name. He tries the handle, but it's locked, so he slams his shoulder on the door while shouting his son's name again and again. Franziska stops in her tracks when she sees Magnus leaning on one of the trees. He looks at her and proceeds to block half of the path. Just as Franziska is about to pass him, Magnus suddenly pushes her until she hits her back hard against a tree. He then asks her what she was doing at the cave last night. Franziska tells him he's hurting her and asks if he's gone crazy. Magnus pins her back against the tree by holding her arms as he asks again what she was doing there. She eventually stops fighting and tells Magnus she overheard them talking about the cave and about Eric's drugs, and that she didn't know what she thought or why she went. Magnus holds back his tears as he lets go and steps back away from her. Franziska then tells him she's sorry about Mikkel, and Magnus leaves without another word. A blue van with a plate number PD 216 is parked outside a small cabin in the woods. Peter Doppler is sitting inside the van listening to the news booming from his car's radio. The announcer is talking about how another boy vanished without a trace last Monday night in Winden, and that the police says the 11-year-old was last seen with his siblings in the Winden forest near the nuclear power plant and the caves. Peter's tears start pooling in his eyes. When the radio says the police are asking the public for tips to help solve the case and that citizens groups are helping the local authorities with coordinated searches, Peter Doppler breaks down in tears. The newscaster further reports that it's been 15 days since another 15-year-old boy from Winden has also been missing, and that the police have declined to comment if the two missing persons cases are related, and Peter sobs louder. In Jana and Tronte Nielsen's house, Tronte puts down his basket of laundry on top of the washing machine. He peeks through the door to check as he hears his wife's voice leaving a voice message for Ulrich. Tronte picks up the sweater from the basket and looks at the dried blood stain on the edge of the sleeve. Jana's voice is loud in the background, telling Ulrich she doesn't know what to say about Mikkel's disappearance and asks if Martha and Magnus are okay. Tronte then tries to rub the stain off while he hears Jana asking Ulrich if he needs their help and that he should call her when he hears the message, ending it with telling Ulrich they are very worried. Moments before Jana comes into their kitchen, Tronte manages to put the stained sweater inside the washing machine, starting it. Jana worriedly looks at the empty basket and tells Trona she couldn't get hold of Ulrich. She asks him to go see the kids with her. Tronte answers he can't because they've organized various search parties. Jana looks at him with suspicion and asks Tronte where he was last night because she woke up at around midnight and he wasn't there. Tronte answers Jana that he couldn't sleep, so he went to the garden to get the bushes ready for winter. Jana then insists the car wasn't outside, so Tronte said he went to the gas station because they ran out of cord. Tronte pauses by the archway when Jana tells him that it's exactly like it was back then. First it was Mads and now it's Mikkel. Tronte leaves without a word. Jana watches him go and then looks at the washing machine and wipes the top part of it. A framed picture of a young Ulrich and his younger brother Mads from 1986 Mother's Day is still on top of Jana's kitchen counter. Back in the Nielsen's house, Martha lies her head on her mother's lap and asks her how old her dad's brother was when he disappeared. Katerina tells her Ulrich was 15 and Mads was 3 years younger. Martha then asks if Mads was ever found. When her mother remained quiet, she said they talked about Eric in the forest and how Mikkel thought the worst thing in the world was for someone to go missing and never be found. Katerina breathes heavily before telling her Mikkel is definitely coming back. Bartosz looks at a picture of him and Martha on his screen's wallpaper before calling her. The call goes straight to voicemail, so he starts to tell her something, but then changes his mind and just tells her to call him back. Bartosz then looks at the pack of drugs sitting on the sink countertop. The picture of the dead boy with burnt eyes, along with a picture of the outsole of his red shoes, are pinned on a police board. Charlotte enumerates all their disturbing findings to the rest of her team. She tells them the dead boy is neither Mikkel nor Eric and that the kid is disfigured with the eyes completely burnt. A picture of a dirty yellow sweater with a smiling sun surrounded with the words nuclear energy, no thanks, is also pinned on the police board. Charlotte continues to say they found red soil all over his clothes. Then she lifts the plastic bag containing a small amount of soil and tells them none of it was found on the site where they found his dead body. She tells them it looks as though someone dressed the boy in 80s clothes. Charlotte lifts a red Walkman and shoes put separately inside evidence plastic bags and tells them both are from the 80s as well. She tells them they also found a 1986 one pfennig coin on a red cord around the dead boy's neck, which she also shows to them. Charlotte plays the tape from the Walkman and music with the lyrics saying, "We fall through the time stream," then "Awaken from a dream" plays. Charlotte stops the music and the female officer asks her about Mikkel and Eric. Charlotte tells her Vola will coordinate the search. She instructs them to keep the discovery of the body from the public because they basically have nothing. She also tells them to contact the Central Office for Missing Persons and to question everyone in the vicinity. Just as she says this, Ulrich bursts in and tells her he's found a door in the cave. She pulls Ulrich outside and tells her they need a search warrant because there's a door inside the cave leading to the nuclear power plant that Mikkel might have accessed the grounds through. Charlotte argues that no one can just enter there because that's a high security area. Ulrich then suggests Mikkel could have climbed the fence, but Charlotte reminds him they've checked and the barbed wire fence has no damage to it. Ulrich asks her if she's thinking the same thing as him, that the cases of the dead boy, Eric and Mikkel are all connected and that maybe she was right and it is just like it was back then because Mads disappeared at the same spot, close to the nuclear power plant. Ulrich tells her he just knows something is wrong up there. Charlotte tells him she will request the search warrant. Ulrich nods and goes. Inside his office, Alexander tells Jürgen that the police will be there soon. He instructs him to get rid of them tonight because the police will be snooping all over the plant. Jürgen tells his boss that maybe someone else should do it because the police might be watching him because of Eric's case. Alexander stands tall and asks Jürgen if he is blackmailing him. Jürgen says he isn't and asks him why he thinks so. Instead of answering Jürgen, Alexander asks him if he knew the difference between successful and unsuccessful people. And when Jürgen didn't answer, Alexander says that's exactly the point. He then orders him to do it tonight and to talk to no one. Jürgen just stands there after Alexander asks him if he understood everything. At the Winden Forest Hotel, the cloaked stranger walks up to the front desk. Regina looks up and keeps the newspaper she is reading. She stares at the cloaked man carrying luggage. He stops right in front of her and Regina asks if she can help him. The cloaked and bearded man, whose face is filled with streaks of dried dirt, tells him he needs a room. Jonas enters his deceased father's attic art studio and starts looking around. The first thing he observes is a weird-looking painting of black circular swirls taped on the wall right beside the door. Jonas points his light on the painting next to it and sees a more pronounced painting of a sort of knot symbol. He then walks and moves the light on the floor, finding more paintings of similar themes. On the wall across the room are more paintings of that knotted symbol, and beside it a painting of a brownish-yellow tree trunk with streaks of lines behind it. Jonas then moves again and sees on another wall a huge painting of a black symbol. He squats on the floor and observes it. The organized search party and the police are searching the woods. A townswoman walks beside Tronte and tells him it must be horrible for him because first his son Mads disappeared and now his grandson. Tronte listens as they continue to walk, and she further says the whole town is mobilizing so they'll find Mikkel. To her surprise, Tronte answers maybe or maybe not. The woman continues walking, but Tronte looks up at the sound of an aircraft passing and he sighs. Jana Nielsen opens a box full of mad stuff, pulls out 2 little action figures. She puts the other one down and stares at the one with a red skull for a face wearing a green hood. A brown worn-out couch sits on a low hill right outside the Winden cave. A man walks from the darkness of the cave and stands behind a police ribbon blocking the entrance. Inside room number 8 of Forest Hotel Winden, the cloaked man's luggage is on the footboard. The floor of the room is messy, with papers with different drawings on them. The man comes out of the bathroom, freshly bathed, and moves to face the wall, covered with more drawings, ripped book pages, and pictures. In the middle of it all is a picture of the knotted symbol. The man's back is full of whip-like scars. He looks at the wall, and across his neck is another scar. The man focuses his attention on a few pictures on the wall. First, a picture of a labyrinth with small text below it. On either side of it is a picture of a warrior fighting a centaur and a picture of a galaxy. Then he shifts his focus on the two pictures with light swirling in a circular illusion before looking at a ripped page of a book. It was a picture of 3 circles, one inside each other, with the outwardmost circle having different ancient symbols drawn on its edges. The word Tychonic system is written on a page pinned behind the picture. The man picks up a key placed on top of a book entitled A Journey Through Time by H.G. Tannhaus. A newspaper clipping shows a picture of a boy with Mikkel's name on the headline. He then opens his luggage, and inside it is another box which he opens using the key. Inside the box is a complex-looking brass device. Jana visits Mads' grave and replaces the action figure already on the top of the headstone with a red-faced skull one. She sits in silence looking at the headstone. Meanwhile, Ulrich is driving as he listens to Charlotte's voicemail telling him Alexander immediately blocked the search warrant, but that they're talking to the judge already and asks Ulrich to call her at once. A worried Katerina stands on their driveway, soaked to the bones. She hears a sound behind her and sees Magnus. He stops to look at his mum before he goes inside the house. Ulrich is still driving when his phone rings and sees it's Hannah calling, so he declines the call. He stares at Mikkel's smiling face on their family picture on his phone's wallpaper before he looks back at the road. Back in the house, Magnus is soaking wet while sitting on the foot of his bed. Martha is in her room looking out the window when her phone rings and she declines Bartosz's call. Magnus angrily punches the wall of his bedroom until he stops. Panting, sits on the floor, staring at his bleeding knuckles. Jonas is inside the attic art studio in their house. He is deep in thought as he lies on his back on the floor in the middle of the room. Then he suddenly sits up and looks at the drawings on the wall again and notices something on the ceiling where his dad's paint racks are. He gets up and flashes his light on a loose board and upon pushing it finds a hidden big piece of paper. He opens it flat on the floor and sees it as a sort of map. Jonas reads numbers on some of the places on the drawing until he sees the words Winden Caves. Back in the room, decorated like a nursery with cute animals for wallpaper, the old model TV is playing a show where a scientist is talking about time and space. The scientist on the TV is saying that at least hypothetically, because of gravitational anomalies, it is possible to bend time and space. Eric Obendorf is strapped on the chair with thick wires attached to it. The chair is facing the TV while a hooded and cloaked man closes the eye machine around Eric's head, covering his eyes and nose. A gagged Eric breathes rapidly as the machine locks with a loud bang. The scientist continues to ask if people will ever be able to travel through a black hole to see what lies beyond, and if so, at what price would people pay? How far would scientists go? Ulrich waits for Alexander outside the gates of the nuclear power plant. The security guards don't move when Alexander arrives. Ulrich begs him to open the gate and let him in. He tells Alexander that there's a door in the caves and maybe Mikkel got through it. Alexander just stares at him. He begs him to let him search the slope and the plant sections of the caves. Finally, Alexander answers, but tells Ulrich he can't just let anyone in the plant because it's a high security area. He convinces a crying Ulrich that his employees patrol it every day and that they would know if Mikkel were there. Ulrich cries harder after hearing this and calls him an asshole. Alexander just listens calmly as Ulrich shouts why he's not letting him in, and if he is trying to ruin him, pointing out that it is his son they are talking about. Ulrich threatens Alexander that he is coming back with a search warrant, and then he'll have to open the goddamn gate. He calls him an asshole again and forcefully shakes the gate, shouting for Alexander to open it. Alexander tells him he is honestly sorry before walking away. Ulrich shouts one more time for them to open up, but then bows his head in defeat. Bartosz sits in their living room holding the bag of drugs and takes out the individually wrapped drugs. He eventually finds a black cell phone inside and decides to turn it on. The phone asks for a numerical passcode with only 3 attempts remaining. Bartosz types in 4 digits, but the phone beeps and warns that there are only 2 attempts remaining. He sighs and throws the phone on the table and lies back on the couch. Ulrich arrives at the police station. He stops in his tracks when he sees Hannah in the waiting room. Ulrich asks her what she's doing there and says she wants to see him. He then pulls her and takes her to the file room. Ulrich asks her why she's there again. Hannah tells him she's so sorry and gives him a hug. Hannah asks him if he's found out anything, to which Ulrich just shakes his head. Hannah kisses him, but he tells her please stop it because he can't do this at the moment. He tells her he will call her and leaves. Jonas is sitting on his bed as he opens the foot-long Winden cave map he found in his dad's attic art studio. He silently looks at a part called B06 and B07 with drawings of an enclosed space with lines and words above it. Jonas then looks at the other parts of the map until he notices a question written on it that says, "Where is the crossing?" Ulrich holds the evidence bag with the red cord and coin pendant in it, flipping it back and forth until he examines the coin more closely under the light. He sees the tree in the middle of the coin and the year 1986. Next, Ulrich holds the bag containing the red soil found all over the dead boy's clothes and suddenly thinks of something. Ulrich is looking at the pictures of the tire tracks, reading the reports that say the car is unidentified. He scrolls to the third picture and stops when it says the car that made the track is a van. Ulrich then mutters to himself that Obendorf owns a van while looking at a picture of trees in the forest. He types Jürgen Obendorf in the search bar and Jürgen's file shows up. Ulrich reads it. He then asks Officer Jankowski in the hallway and asks her if she's questioned Obendorf. When she answers yes, he tells her the file said Obendorf was on duty at the plant when Eric disappeared. Jankowski informs him that is the case because Obendorf works in the storerooms and sometimes as a driver. Ulrich then asks her if she's confirmed that information, and when she tells him that she has, he asks if that means Obendorf has access to the power plant grounds. Jankowski says she thinks that's right, and Ulrich asks if Obendorf was at the plant last night too. Ulrich starts running as Jankowski answers she has no idea since she hasn't spoken to him yet. Rain still falls heavily outside a junkyard. Parked on one side is a trailer with no lights on the windows. A car rounds up in the corner and parks in the middle. Ulrich gets out of his car and immediately looks around. He walks slowly, checking the window of a building and seeing scraps. He starts walking again and sees a van, so he inspects its tires and points his flashlight on its back window. He moves around the junkyard again and finds a chain door. Ulrich breaks the chain and goes in. He searches the place. Then he notices and picks up a jar full of coins. Outside, the lights in the trailer suddenly turn on and Jürgen opens the door. He goes back in and comes out seconds later holding a shotgun. Meanwhile, inside the building, Ulrich finds a mattress on the floor and notices a metal floor door. He moves the mattress and opens the metal door, bending to see what is down the dark hole. Outside, Jürgen is holding his shotgun while slowly walking toward the building. Ulrich puts his flashlight on the floor and pulls a chain he finds inside the door floor, which underneath is a sort of sewer. He keeps pulling the chain up. Jürgen, on the other hand, is close to coming into the building. Ulrich finally sees what the chain is attached to at the end, when Jürgen, threatening him with his shotgun, suddenly tells him to put it down. Ulrich just looks at Jürgen and doesn't listen, even though Jürgen warned him again to drop it. He then rips the black plastic bag, revealing different bags of drugs. Ulrich examines one of the bags and asks Jürgen what they are. Jürgen puts his shotgun down and Ulrich asks him if it is his. Jürgen confesses that Eric and him did it together and sold the drugs at the school. Ulrich asks if he was at the plant yesterday. Jürgen says he wasn't and asks Ulrich why he is asking. Ulrich picks up the jar of coins he found earlier and asks Jürgen what it is. Jürgen says when people bring their junk there, they always find something and that Eric was saving up for a scooter. He then asks Ulrich where his son is and Ulrich answers he doesn't know. He gives Jürgen the jar of coins back and leaves. In the dark forest, a cloaked man is pulling Eric Obendorf's dead body, whose eyes were burnt just as the dead boy's was. In another part of the forest, Alexander is watching his men load barrels into a huge truck. He hears a loud but far away sound and looks behind him. Not seeing anything, he focuses his attention back to his men, who are now done loading up and are closing the truck's door. The Kahnwald household has no power again. Candles are everywhere in their kitchen as Hannah and Jonas sit side by side on their countertop. Jonas asks his mom if she thinks the police will find Mikkel, and she tells him she hopes they will. Jonas asks her if she thought he had a secret. Hannah asks him if he is talking about Mikkel, and Jonas tells her he's talking about if she thinks his dad was keeping secrets from them. Hannah looks at him and asks him why he's saying that, but instead of answering, he asks her if she misses him. She says she thinks she misses a notion of him because she really doesn't know who he really was. Hannah continues to say that maybe people really never know what a person is really like. Jonas then looks at her and asks if she loved his dad. The lights suddenly turn on and Hannah just chuckles, ignoring his question. Back in Jana and Tronte's apartment, Jana lies in their bed and sees her husband secretly leave their bedroom. Katarina Nielsen is pacing in Mikkel's room when Ulrich suddenly comes in and without saying a word sits on his bed. She stops pacing and rubs her hands nervously before she goes to stand in front of him. Ulrich looks up at her and she tells him that whatever happens, he has to tell her the truth. She cups Ulrich's face and tells him not to lie to her, whatever it is. Ulrich then hugs her waist and she hugs him back as he buries his head on her chest. Katarina sits on his lap and continues to stroke his hair as she cries silently, looking at a poster of Mikkel on the wall with the words, "The Great Mikkel Houdini." Ominous loud sounds come from the cave again and the lights in the school flicker frantically, and the same thing happens at the Winden Forest Hotel. Katarina and Ulrich look up when they notice Mikkel's solar system chandelier and his bedside lampshade flickering. At the police station, the lights are also flickering as Charlotte comes out of the building. She picks up one of the many dead birds on the ground outside the station. In his room in the Winden Hotel, the strange man pins a news clipping of Mikkel with the headline, "Where is Mikkel?" The man crushes out the word who and writes when on top of it, turning the headline into "When is Mikkel?" Back in the cave, Mikkel scrambles as he climbs up a dark path. Looking dirty and confused, he eventually comes out of the cave. He walks a few feet on the path before stopping to look around. Mikkel realizes he's outside the cave, so he starts running away from it. Panting, he finally arrives back to his family's house and looks confused to why there is a motorcycle and an old car model parked in the driveway. Mikkel tries to open the locked front door when a young man opens it from the inside. He asks the teenager who he is, and the teenager asks him the same thing. Mikkel tells him his name is Mikkel and that he lives there. The teenager tells him his name is Ulrich and that he lives there. When Mikkel doesn't move and just looks at him with confusion, the young Ulrich taunts him if he's trying to grow roots, telling him he's at the wrong house and calling him a fool. Someone calls out Ulrich's name, telling him they need to go. The two of them look, and Ulrich tells a young Katharina that he's coming. The young Katharina stares at Mikkel while Ulrich asks him if he is dense because he's still not going away, even though he's told him he doesn't live there. Ulrich slams against Mikkel's shoulders as he leaves the porch. Katharina continues to stare at Mikkel as Ulrich mounts his motorcycle. She asks him who the boy is, and Ulrich looks back and tells her it's the Grim Reaper, basing it on Mikkel's costume, laughing at his own joke. Katharina slaps the back of his head as she mounts the motorcycle behind him. As the motorcycle moved away, Katrin keeps her eyes on Mikkel. Still outside the front door, Mikkel looks down and sees a newspaper. The headline reads, "Chernobyl, half a year later." Mikkel gasps loudly when he sees the date on the paper that says November the 5th, 1986. So, episode 2 of Dark is mostly about characters reeling from the sudden disappearance of Mikkel, and so a lot of time is spent planting the seeds for future payoffs later in the season. However, this means not much is really happening in the episode, and it is the last episode that focuses on Eric's family, which is probably the most uninteresting and unimportant storyline in the entire show. However, the episode 2 twist of revealing Mikkel is, in the past, is a great way to end one of Dark's few pretty unremarkable episodes. Now onto episode 3, Past and Present. It is November 5th, 1986. Mikkel Nielsen enters the Nielsen family home and immediately notices all the differences. In the living room, the TV is playing a commercial for Raiders Candy Bar, and Mikkel sees a woman lying on the couch with her back to him. He calls her mom, and a younger Jana Nielsen immediately gets up and looks at Mikkel, mistaking him for Mads. When she sees it's not her son, she asks him who he is, and Mikkel asks her where his parents are. She runs and kneels in front of him, touching him and grabbing onto his jacket. asking him who he is and if he knows where Mads is. Mikkel tells her she's hurting him as he tries to get away from her. Adult Jenna pulls him more, asking him what he's doing there and to tell her where Mads is. Mikkel finally gets away and runs as Jenna cries on the floor. An adult Inez Kahnwald works as a nurse in a hospital. She is asked by her co-worker if she'd agree to work the night shift later as well because they're short-staffed. The co-worker stops mid-sentence before she could say her reason for asking Inez, and Inez, taking no offense, says she knows it's because she is the only one among them who has no family. In the forest, a teenager with blonde curly hair is riding her bike. She sees a dead bird in the middle of the road and stops to pick it up, putting it in her bike basket before continuing on her way. In Egon Tiedemann's office, news clippings of Mads Nelson's disappearance are pinned on his board. He listens to the news on the radio talking about the mysterious disappearance of an 11-year-old boy in Winden over 4 weeks ago. The broadcaster further says the people are critical of the local police, saying, despite extensive research, they haven't found any useful evidence. Egon answers his ringing telephone and tells the caller he will be right there. Meanwhile, a woman is driving her car while practicing her speech out loud about how a person should face one's fears because the future belongs to the bold and not to the doubters who are forever stuck in the past. She then notices her daughter on the back seat and tells her to take a look at herself because she can't go to school looking that way. The teenager just looks at her and doesn't say anything, so she continues to lecture her, saying the girl has no idea what it is her mum does, telling her that she pays for everything from food to fencing classes, and yet her daughter can't even be bothered to comb her hair, looking like a limp dish rag. When the teenager still doesn't listen, she calls her by her name, Regina, and tells her it's a huge deal that the board has decided to entrust the post to a woman, and she won't let Regina spoil it. Mikkel arrives at the high school and navigates his way with all the students going about their day, almost bumping into him a few times. As he enters the building, he sees the doors covered with Mads Nilsson's missing posters. In the hallway, 3 teenage girls are talking. The teen Katarina hands a tape to one of her 2 friends, asking them if they know what the song is about, and proceeds to tell them it's about a man who kidnaps a girl and takes her to the forest and kills her, just because she's wearing red lipstick. The girl with the glasses appreciates the information while the other girl says her dad told her. Only prostitutes wear lipsticks and that she likes Nino D'Angelo way more than Falco. Katharina then calls her Hannah and tells her she's as square as they come. The girl with glasses reprimands Katharina, telling her not to be so nasty, while teen Hannah just smiles a little. The 3 of them notice Mikkel stop in front of them. Katharina asks him what he's looking at and if he was the boy from Ulrich's house earlier. Hannah also asks him if he is new at the school. Mikkel shakes his head and stutters, saying he is looking for his mum. Katharina tells him they're not in kindergarten and they laugh at him. Mikkel tells them his mum's the principal there, to which Katharina asks if he's talking about Mr. Hubert, making them laugh some more. Katharina then says Mr. Hubert may be a fag, but he's certainly not a woman. Still confused, Mikkel asks if he is in Winden, and Katharina just brushes him off, saying he's a bit young to drop acid. They then leave him. Claudia Tiedemann arrives at the nuclear power plant and is warmly greeted by Helga Doppler outside the gate. He stands in her way, expressing his admiration that it's her first day as the boss, telling her his dad told him the board voted unanimously for her and then congratulating her. Claudia thanks him, and Helgi says he always knew something would become of her, making the moment awkward for Claudia. As she tries to go, Helgi stops her again and gives her a present, saying it's a book. Claudia thanks him and says she's running late and has to go, walking away fast. Helga starts to say they're all behind her, but doesn't finish it because she is already entering the gate. He then continues to scrub, trying to erase the words "No Future" vandalized on the ground. Egan and a man stand in the middle of a pasture surrounded by dead sheep. The man tells him he came just before 6 to feed the animals and found them all dead. Egon asks if it could have been a wolf, and the man says there's no bite marks or anything. Egon looks around at the dead sheep and suggests maybe they were poisoned. The man tells him all his sheep were lively yesterday, and he expresses his concern about the missing boy and now his sheep, and how things like this didn't used to happen in Winden. Egon looks at him and the man asks him, Who would just kill 33 sheep? Before Egon could answer, he quotes Mark 13:33, "Be on guard, be alert, you do not know when that time will come." Egon tells him he didn't know he was a churchgoer, and the man answers that the parish has a new priest who is a good man. Inside the power plant, Claudia is stopped by her secretary, who informs her Tronte Nielsen from the paper is waiting for her for the interview and hands her a thick folder, saying they are the updates on the plant's operational figures that she asked for. Claudia checks the first few pages. The secretary tells her they weren't easy to get a hold of and proceeds to congratulate her, saying she still can't believe they have a woman as a boss now. Claudia ignores her comments, asking her if she is sure they are the correct figures. She says yes, and Claudia dismisses her by nodding and slightly smiling, making her leave uncomfortably. Claudia then reads again from the folder and sighs. Egon is documenting the case of the missing sheep when he sees Mikkel enter his office and asks him what he is doing there. Mikkel tells him he is looking for his dad. Egon asks him what his dad's name is, and Mikkel says Ulrich Nielsen. Not believing his ears, Egon asks him again if he said Ulrich Nielsen, and Mikkel asks if Ulrich doesn't work there. Egon tells him no, and that he is certain he never will. He then realizes and asks Mikkel if he is joking and if it was Ulrich's dumb idea. Mikkel doesn't answer and just looks at him. Egon walks to him and inspects Mikkel's wounded face, asking if Ulrich did it to him and if he hurt him. Mikkel shakes his head and Egon asks him for his name again. When Mikkel says his name, Egon then asks for his last name once more. Mikkel answers it's Nielsen, saying that he is Ulrich's son. Frustrated, Egon takes a deep breath before ordering Mikkel to tell him his parents' real names so he can take him home. Instead of answering, Mikkel asks him what the date is, and when Egon says 5th of November, he asks him what year. Egon says 1986, and Mikkel just repeats the year to himself. Mikkel looks at Egon as he calls someone on the phone, saying he has an injured boy in his office and if someone could pick him up. He then tells Mikkel that someone will be coming to pick him up and take care of his wounds, and in the meantime, he'll take care of Ulrich. Egon stops in front of Mikkel and promises him Ulrich will never hurt him again. Tronte Nielsen sat in the visitor's lounge of the power plant, waiting for Claudia. She looks around to check if no one is around to hear them before she tells him her disbelief that he asked for an interview. Tronte tells her people are interested because a woman taking charge of the nuclear power plant is progressive, even for the 80s. Claudia looks seriously at him and tells him she doesn't have time for today and to make a new appointment with her secretary. When she moves to go, Tronte stands up and holds her by the arm before brushing his hand against hers, telling her he misses her. Claudia looks at him and at his lips, but says she thought they talked about it. Tronte tells her she can't just leave him hanging like this because he needs her, and he's going crazy at home with Jana losing it more and more. Claudia cuts him off and tells him she wants him to go already. Tronte looks her in the eyes and begs her if she'll see him tonight, to which Claudia just says maybe, brushing her hand against his before leaving him. Mikkel, alone in Egon's office, plays and solves a Rubik's Cube. He dials a number on the telephone and the operator says the dialed number is not in service. Mikkel puts the phone down and sits back down on Egon's chair. He sees a lighter and plays with it before putting it in his pocket. He then reads a report about Mads' disappearance on Egon's desk and also looks at a picture of Mads and a young Ulrich. When the doorknob to Egon's office suddenly rattles, Mikkel hastily puts everything back to how they were and stands away from the desk. Inez Canwall looks at Mikkel while slowly walking toward him, telling him he can call her Inez. She asks him if she can take him to the hospital to look at his arm and then bring him home safe and sound. Mikkel looks at her as she reaches her hand for him to take. Egon arrives at the Nelsians. He rings the doorbell but nobody answers, so he knocks. To his surprise, the door is unlocked, so he goes inside, saying hello and asking if anyone is home. Egon goes to the living room and sees no one. He then goes upstairs and inside Ulrich's bedroom and sees him play on his computer while loud music plays in the background. He stops the music and Ulrich turns to look, asking Egon what he's doing there. Egon ignores his question and quotes a line from the song, "My only aim is to take many lives. The more, the better I feel." He asks Ulrich why he listens to such music and if Ulrich thinks it was funny to send the boy as a joke. Ulrich asks him what boy he is talking about, but Egon just warns him he won't get away with it. Ulrich then leans in and smells Egon, asking him if he's been drinking again. Egon asks him to repeat what he said, and Ulrich boldly asks him if he's been drinking again. Egon gets angry, telling Ulrich who he thinks he is and that he also wants to find Mads just as badly as Ulrich does. Egon turns to leave but sees something on Ulrich's shelf. He picks it up and asks Ulrich what it is. Ulrich tells him it's obviously a hoof, and Egon grabs him by the collar, asking him what he did on the pasture. Ulrich asks what pasture he is talking about, and Egon asks him if he killed those sheep. Ulrich tells him that if he stops drinking his brain into mush, then Mads might be back by now. Just then, Jana comes into the room and wonders why he is there. Ulrich rudely takes the hoof back from Egon's hand. Egon tells Jana the door was open, and she says it's because Mads forgot his keys. Ulrich interrupts them, saying Chief Inspector Tiedemann wants to update Jana on the investigation and how they have new findings. When Egon looks at Ulrich speechlessly, Ulrich points out the police have nothing. He then tells Egon to kindly piss off before turning his music back on and goes back to his computer game. Egon leaves without another word, and Jana just sadly looks at Ulrich before leaving his room too. A doctor is examining Mikkel in his hospital room, telling him everything is in working order and asks him how he got hurt and if he will tell them his name already. Mikkel remains quiet. The doctor's pager rings and he tells Mikkel Nurse Inez will bandage his hand and that he can then go home. Inez walks over to Mikkel's bed and wipes his tears, telling him not to cry because everything will be okay. Bernd Doppler looks at picture frames of his family as he puts them in a box. Claudia enters his office telling him they need to talk. She slams the thick folder on his desk, asking him if he was trying to slip some things past her, and that she already told him she needed to know if there are skeletons in the closet. Bernd calmly tells her that there are things worth knowing and things not worth knowing because she can't change them anyway. Claudia opens the folder and flips through the pages, telling Bernd they are nothing like the reported figures. She keeps flipping the pages and pointing at certain parts, saying it's everywhere and that it's been like that for 3 months now. Bernd then asks her if she knows what has changed since Chernobyl. When she remains quiet, Bernd says that people have lost faith in nuclear power because they saw the images and couldn't get them out of their head, adding that fear is the worst enemy of progress. Claudia urges him to explain more, and Bernd asks if she knows how many people rely on the plant for their livelihood. Claudia begins to say they have 612 employees, but Bernd cuts her off, telling her the answer is everyone, and that when she takes over the job tomorrow, she'll be taking on responsibility for the nuclear power plant, but she'll also be taking responsibility for the entire town, asking her to tell him he wasn't wrong about choosing her. Claudia then tells him it's all the more reason for her to know just what he is keeping from her. The blonde girl is sitting on a log all alone in the woods and is finishing her drawing of the dead bird with white flecks on its feathers. She closes her notebook and the name Charlotte is written on the front. The doctor makes small talk with Egon as he saws open the skull of a sheep, asking him if everything is okay with his daughter. Egon tells him everything is a-okay. The doctor then comments how it's a big deal for a woman to take charge of the power plant, and Egon says it sure is. The doctor also asks him about his granddaughter Regina, and again Egon tells him everything is okay before asking if the sheep were poisoned. The doctor says it's not likely because all signs point to sudden cardiac arrest. Egon couldn't believe all 33 died of cardiac arrest, and the doctor tells him it's common with sheep because they are very sensitive creatures, meaning if a few start to panic, the entire herd freaks out. He tells him it's a vicious cycle and they just drop dead like flies. Egon then asks what could cause such a panic, and the doctor replies all kinds of things. When Egon asks if a person could cause it, the doctor jokingly says that unless the single person is Freddy Krueger, he'd have his work cut out for him. As the doctor continues sawing the sheep's head open, Egon asks if one of the sheep was missing a hoof. The doctor says no, and that they were all as God created them. Egon asks the doctor if he knows anything about Satanists, and he stops to look at Egon, asking him if Egon thinks Satanists did this. Without waiting for him to answer, he pulls out the part of the skull covering the ears and says, as far as he knows, Satanists make a big show of it all and would have left traces on the pasture. The doctor then stops talking and looks at his discovery, telling Aegon to look because he finds it strange that the sheep's eardrums are ruptured on both sides. He repeats how strange it is before proceeding to change the topic, asking Aegon if he's coming to their house party on the weekend. Claudia pushes Bernt on his wheelchair in the forest inside the plant's property, stopping in a gated area. Bernt hands her the keys, telling her that what they know is a drop and what they don't know is an ocean. Claudia accepts the keys and the flashlight and proceeds to open the gate. She goes down the hole in the ground using only a rope, landing safely about 40 feet below. Claudia's breathing quickens as she uses her flashlight to scan the surroundings. Back at the hospital, Inez wraps a bandage on Mikkel's hands. She asks him his name and where he lives and if he doesn't want to go home. Mikkel remains silent, so she tells him that if something happened at home, then he can stay at the hospital for now. Mikkel just stares at the wall behind her, and Inez tells him he can talk to her if he wants, informing him that she is also on the night shift. She gives him something to read before walking away, but stops in her tracks when Mikkel suddenly tells her that he comes from the future. Inez asks him what he said, and Mikkel tells her again that he comes from the future. Inez then looks at the comics she had just given him entitled Captain Future. Claudia is walking inside the cave and is stunned to see so many yellow barrels of nuclear waste at the end of the path. Meanwhile, back in town, Regina comes home and looks for her mum. She listens to Claudia's voice message telling her to heat up a pizza because she still has something to take care of. Regina sighs and looks at herself in the mirror. She then pulls the sleeve of her sweater to reveal scars on her right wrist. Aegon drives back to the pasture at night and gets out of his car. He walks a few steps and suddenly hears a loud thunderous sound, making him turn to look. A dead bird suddenly hits his shoulders, startling him. At the same time, his flashlight and car's lights suddenly start flickering. A scared Aegon runs back to his car as more dead birds suddenly come falling down from the sky. A young Charlotte puts another dead bird in their refrigerator when the lights suddenly start to flicker. She gets scared and looks behind her to see the rest of the light in the house flickering. Back in the hospital, Mikkel peeks outside his room to see the nurses busy going about as the lights flicker. He hurriedly goes back inside, opens the window and jumps out. Ulrich is smoking at the bus stop where the lights are also flickering. He sees Hannah riding her bike and calls out to her. She stops and sits beside him. Hannah asks Ulrich if the flickering lights all over Winden means the apocalypse, and he tells her if it is, then it's disappointing because he imagined it being louder. Hannah then says she agrees that it should be more glaring. Meanwhile, in the forest, Mikkel is running as fast as he could, stopping only when he reaches the entrance of the cave. He uses the lighter he took from Aegon's office and goes inside. Ulrich and Hannah are still talking at the bus stop. She asks him what he would wish for if the world was ending tonight and is starting anew. Ulrich says he wishes for a world without Winden. He takes a puff of his smoke and Hannah says, "To a world without Winden." Ulrich repeats the words and the lights suddenly stop flickering. They look at the street lights and Hannah says Winden isn't going to give up easily, to which Ulrich says, maybe next time. Back in the hospital, Inez checks Mikkel's room and finds it empty. She hurriedly goes to look out the open window, looking all worried. At the same time, in the year 2019, the older Inez looks and touches the box she keeps Michael's suicide note in. Younger Tronte is in the middle of the road in front of a bus stop. He leans on the hood of his car, smoking while waiting for Claudia. Simultaneously in 2019, the old Tronte is sitting and leaning in what looks like an old cellar wall. Claudia also sits inside her parked car as she opens the present Helgi gave her earlier. She looks at the book entitled A Journey Through Time by H.G. Tannhaus. In their house, a young Regina puts on lipstick as she looks at herself in the mirror. She then opens her bathrobe and looks at her breath. In 2019, the adult Regina is also facing the mirror, worriedly examining her right breast. The young Charlotte writes the date November 5, 1986 in her notebook, while in 2019, the adult Charlotte picks up the dead bird outside the police station. In 1986, Jana lays awake as Tronte gets into bed beside her very late at night. And in 2019, the old Jana looks at the empty space beside her. The young Ulrich looks at Mads's empty bed, while in 2019, adult Ulrich looks at Katarina sleeping in Mikkel's bed. Adult Ulrich goes out of their house and drives to the forest. He gets a crowbar from his trunk and walks toward the cave. Mikkel is already deep in the cave when he suddenly slips downward, hurting his leg. In 2019, Ulrich arrives at the door in the cave and tries to pry it open with his crowbar. Failing to do so, he gets frustrated and starts hitting the door with it. Mikkel, although in 1986, hears the banging and shouts repeatedly for help. Ulrich stops banging on the door and hears someone calling for help. He then asks if anyone is there and calls out Mikkel's name. Hopeless, Mikkel manages to get up, picks the lighter up, and limps his way out. The two of them simultaneously go out and sit at the entrance of the cave despite being separated by decades. A frustrated adult Ulrich covers his face with his hands and Mikkel pants, looking off into the distance, trying not to cry. In a room full of wall clocks, the scientist from the old model TV found in the room with the strange chair is busy putting the finishing touches on a complex brass device, identical to the one possessed by the stranger in 2019. He finishes it, turning a sort of switch, and looks in awe as the gears of the device start turning. So, episode 3 of Dark has a really great end montage with Agnes Obel's Familiar playing in the background. Go watch it now on YouTube, a link is in the description. And this montage is probably one of my favorite since it encapsulates what the entire show is about. It also captures the cyclical nature of the story and how generational conflicts never change, they just evolve. In this episode, it's also sad when Mikkel goes home and for a moment, Jana thinks it is Mads. Moreover, Mikkel having to come to terms with his situation and that he is stuck in 1986 is tragic. We also get our first proper introduction to Claudia Tiedemann in this episode. Anyway, good episode with a strong end montage and music, which will be a staple of this show. Now onto episode 4, Double Lives. An unseen man narrates how black holes are often regarded as the hellmouths of the universe and that those who fall inside disappear forever. He then wonders where they go and what lies beyond a black hole. He asks if, along with things, do space and time also vanish in a black hole, or whether space and time are tied together as part of an endless cycle. He then speculates that what if everything that came from the past were influenced by the future? As he narrates, it's night, and the door on the ground leading to the old cellar is open. Meanwhile, in the nursery-like room, the chair with the eye machine is unoccupied, but on the red table in front of it are 5 acorn men. Somewhere unknown, a steel door with a knotted symbol shows the letters ESIC MVNDVS. In the nursery-like room, there is also a picture of a big stone with the same knotted symbol on the bottom. An unknown man whose back has a tattoo of the same image as the picture is standing inside the old cellar. The dead boy with the burnt eyes is still laying on the embalming table. Meanwhile, the stranger in room 8 is staring at the news clipping of Mikkel again. Also, in a house with comic nuclear navigators pinned on its wall and shelves full of acorns, an unknown man is sitting while carving one of the acorns. Elsewhere, Helge sits on his chair in his room in the nursing home, repeatedly saying, "Tick-tock," and a cloaked man is at the entrance of the cave facing the forest. Franziska briskly comes out of her room and mutters, "That sneaky little..." She walks and shouts Ellie's name, asking her where her lipstick is. A few seconds later, Charlotte and Peter come out of their separate bedrooms and greet each other good morning. There's an awkward silence as they stand face to face before Peter tells her that he's going to stop by the home to see his dad before work. Charlotte says it's okay and that she'll take Elizabeth to school because she doesn't want her to go by herself. Peter agrees and after another moment of awkward silence, walks away, leaving Charlotte sighing. Jonas is in his room studying the map of the Winden caves and focuses on the words, "Where is the crossing?" He carefully folds it before putting it in his backpack. Franziska finds Ellie reading on the living room couch and angrily calls her a stupid cow. She pulls the book from Ellie's hands and throws it on the floor, asking her where her red lipstick is. Ellie signs to her that she doesn't have her stupid lipstick because she's only 8 and doesn't use lipstick. Franziska signs back while saying out loud how Ellie may be able to fool those two upstairs with her puppy dog eyes and her pitiful deaf and dumb act, but she doesn't buy it. Ellie then smiles tauntingly at her older sister, taking Franziska aback. Before she could react, however, Charlotte comes into the room, picking up the book and asking Ellie if she's packed her backpack because she's going to drive her to school. Charlotte then looks at Franziska and asks her if she'll also take her as well, to which Franziska sullenly remarks she's not a baby and walks away. Ellie signs to Charlotte, asking if it's because of Mikkel that she's driving her, and Charlotte says that, yes, it is. Ellie then inquires if Charlotte knows who stole him, and Charlotte firmly tells her she won't discuss police work with her. Ellie adds that she doesn't like Mikkel because he's a show-off and a jerk, and she doesn't really care if he ever comes back. She then crosses her arms on her chest and looks away from her mom. Hannah is smoking at their dining table when she sees Jonas coming down the stairs and asks where he's going. After Jonas says he's going to school, Hannah tells him he doesn't have to go because she can call them. To her dismay, Jonas says he's fine and walks away. Hannah calls him again and Jonas comes back, so she tells him they could also do something nice together, just the two of them. Jonas replies that he needs to go to school and Hannah just says okay. In the Winden rest home, Peter looks at a shaking Helga sitting in front of him in his room. He gets his attention by calling him Dad before he tells him he can't keep walking off. Helgi then mutters to himself that he has to tell him. Peter immediately asks to tell who what, and Helga repeats that he has to tell him and that it has to stop. Helga shakes again while repeating the words and only stops when Peter holds his hand and asks him what has to stop. Helga doesn't answer and starts shaking again, saying, "Tick-tock." Peter looks down, sighing, and then Helga suddenly caresses his cheek, telling him not to be sad. Charlotte is driving Ellie to school while listening to a radio news report about how weeks ago in the small town of Winden, a 15-year-old boy disappeared under mysterious circumstances and how the residents are now alarmed after a second child has gone missing. The radio newscaster is asking the public to please report any relevant information to the Winden police when Charlotte notices something on the side of the road and abruptly stops the car. Charlotte gets out without closing the door and Ellie looks at her mum while the news continues to report about the power grid operators promising to find the cause of the cuts and ask the public to report further incidents. Meanwhile, outside, Charlotte picks up a rock and slams it on the lock of the wildlife observation camera, stealing its memory card. She gets back in her car and looks at Ellie, who asks her if she just stole something. Charlotte tells her she confiscated something and that there's a big difference. But Ellie replies whatever she calls it, it's still the same thing. Charlotte just smiles and starts driving. Jonas walks toward the cave, holding his folded map. He looks at it as he stops just right behind the blue and white police ribbon blocking the entrance of the cave. Jonas then lifts the ribbon over his head and goes inside, not knowing that the stranger is watching him from behind one of the trees. The stranger looks at his watch and then looks back at Jonas, who is already inside. A strange sound then comes out of the cave. Charlotte and Ellie arrive at the school. She instructs her that she'll pick her up afterwards and that she wants her to wait for her later. While her mum is talking, Ellie is watching two boys talking a few feet away. Charlotte holds her chin and makes her focus, asking her what she just said. Ellie hurriedly signs, answering that she will pick her up. Charlotte asks her who the boy she keeps looking at is. She calmly tells her mum he is Yasin and that they're dating. A shocked Charlotte asks her what she just said, and Ellie repeats that Yasin is her boyfriend, and that's how they say it nowadays. Defeated, she then tells Ellie what next, and Ellie grabs her by the neck, putting their foreheads together before kissing her mum goodbye. Charlotte then watches her run to the two boys and notices he is also doing sign language. Back in school, Franziska is busy taking notes while their teacher discusses the extensive use of symbolism and repetition in Goethe's novel, highlighting examples like the sycamores by the sea and the concept of doubling. Magnus suddenly comes in and everyone looks at him as he takes a seat behind Franziska. The interrupted teacher tells him he doesn't belong in the class, but he asks the teacher to just continue the lecture. Franziska looks at Magnus behind her before taking her phone and reading something in it from under her desk. She then stands up and tells the teacher she needs to go to the bathroom, glancing back at Magnus before going out of the room. Seconds later, Magnus gets up and follows her out. He sees Franziska leave the building and continues to follow her. A doctor is examining a dead bird on the table and tells Charlotte she may not be an ornithologist, but she's sure the white speckles on the feathers are not typical of the bird species. She then presses her scalpel on the bird's chest, saying, "Let's have a look at what killed you." As she dissects the bird, she asks Charlotte if there is any news on the boy. Charlotte assumes she's talking about Mikkel and tells her he disappeared off the face of the earth. The doctor tells her she's talking about the dead boy and not Mikkel. Charlotte looks at the other dead birds on the tray as she informs the doctor that they ran everything through the missing persons database and got no match. The doctor then asks her if everything is okay with her, and she immediately says yes, but then she changes her answer to no and proceeds to tell the doctor that 33 years ago, she's seen spots like that on feathers and that she feels all this has happened before. The children, the birds, and somehow it's all connected and she just don't know how. Inside the cave, Jonas is pointing his flashlight on his map. He continues to walk slowly and turns around when a sudden but loud banging sound comes from behind him. He takes another look at his map. Charlotte arrives back at the police station, walking while deep in thought. Vola stops her in the hallway, asking her where she's been because the phones have been ringing all morning and that it might be because someone must have said something about the dead boy. He asks Charlotte what he is supposed to say. Charlotte asks him if Ulrich is there and he tells her no and asks why she's asking. Charlotte ignores his question and orders him to go through the missing persons database again, and this time to include older reports, because she thinks the boy may have disappeared a long time ago. She further specifies her instruction telling him to check the last 15 years. Wohler says he understands and Charlotte asks him if there is anything else he needs. Wohler says no, but immediately remembers the red soil and how they can't find any of it close to where the body was found. Charlotte tells him to get Jankowski to look at it and starts walking away. Wohler asks what they should say about the dead boy, but Charlotte doesn't stop to answer. Katerina stares at Ulrich, sleeping on Mikkel's bed. Ulrich suddenly wakes up and asks her what time it is. He sits on the bed and Katerina tells him Charlotte called to say she still doesn't have a search warrant for the power plant and expresses her concern that it's been nearly 36 hours since Mikkel's disappearance. Ulrich bows his head in frustration, but doesn't say anything and leaves the room. Katerina listens to his descending footsteps and sighs as she leans back on the chair. In her office, Charlotte nervously puts the memory card she stole into the computer's card slot. She looks at Mikkel's case folder and reads his time of disappearance, which says 9:30 to 10:30 p.m. She checks the files on the memory stick and clicks on the one dated 25th of October, 2019 at 21:30 p.m. The video footage shows nothing, so she keeps clicking until the third one shows a car driving by. She hits pause and zooms in to see the car's plate number is Win PD 216. Charlotte clicks the print icon and is startled to see Wohler open her office door, asking her if he should continue with the tire tracks because Ulrich hasn't arrived yet. Charlotte shakes her head in confusion, asking him what tire tracks, and he suddenly goes inside the office, making Charlotte glance at her screen before looking back at him. He begins to tell her about the treads they found on the road the day Eric disappeared, but Charlotte cuts him off, saying she'll do it herself. Wohler insists, saying he can take it off her hands, but Charlotte raises her voice and tells him she'll do it. Wohler backs off and goes to leave, but stops when he sees the picture in the printer. He takes it and starts to ask what it is, but Charlotte takes it from him, saying it's a screenshot from a wildlife camera and she thinks it might give them something. Charlotte then changes the topic, asking him if he is done with the database, and when he says no, she snaps at him, saying why he is asking about tire tracks. Wohler tells her fine and goes out of her office. Charlotte looks at the photo again and stares at the plate number. Petter's blue car with the plate number Win PD 216 is parked outside the nursing home. He opens the door and he steps back, breathing harder when he sees red soil on the carpet of his floorboard. Petter immediately looks if someone is around the parking lot before taking it out and shaking it off. He uses his hand to remove it, then slams the carpet on the car before wiping it with his hands again, all the while crying silently. He then puts it back on the car floorboard. rubs his hands together, and composes himself as he answers his ringing phone. Charlotte is on the other line and he asks her if everything is okay. Charlotte sits in her office and tells Peter that she missed his call on the evening Mikhail disappeared and never got to ask him why he called. Peter stutters, saying he doesn't know and he thinks it was just to say he'd be home late and nothing special. Charlotte then asks her husband if he was at the office all day on Monday, and he answers her yes, and that he was writing reports until 10 in the evening. She looks at the sticky note with Mikkel's time of disappearance again, and when Petter asks her why she's asking, she tells him it's only because she had something mailed to the office and had forgotten about it, and was just wondering if it arrived. Petter says they haven't received anything, so they both say okay and hang up. Franziska walks alone in the forest following an old and unused train track. She turns around upon hearing a loud banging sound, but continues to walk when she doesn't see anything. Magnus watches her from above and sees her stop and dig something. Franziska opens a plastic container and takes an envelope out of it and puts it under her shirt. She then buries the container again, looking both ways to see if no one saw her. Magnus follows as Franziska walks the way she came from. Charlotte walks toward a trailer parked in a truck parking lot. She knocks and a trans woman opens. Holding out her badge, the trans woman looks at it and tells her she's allowed to be parked there. Charlotte looks at her and tells her she wants to know if Peter Doppler was one of her clients last Monday. The trans woman asks to see her badge again, reading Charlotte's full name out loud, then becomes quiet for a moment before she asks Charlotte if she's asking a private or professional question. Charlotte in turn asks her if it makes any difference and asks again if Petter was there on Monday. When the trans woman doesn't answer, she shows her their family picture, trying hard to compose herself. The trans woman then tells her it's not necessary because she never forgets a dick and proceeds to describe Petter's as slightly crooked, like a dill pickle, and that it feels weird in the mouth, but that Charlotte probably knows that already. Charlotte raises her voice, asking if Petter was there on Monday or not. The trans woman takes a long time to answer, but eventually tells her no and that Petter hasn't been back to her in over a year, adding that he must get what he needs somewhere else now. A relieved Charlotte tells her thanks and leaves. Ulrich, holding a thick and big cloth, walks near the barbed wire fence of the power plant, looking serious. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Jonas is still walking. He looks at his map again and curses when he ends up in a dead end. Helga, with his eyes closed, repeatedly mutters the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning. He leans a little to see and overhear the nurses talking outside his room. One nurse is telling the other how her mum is taking care of her kids because she heard the police found a body in the forest and that her pathologist friend told her it was terribly mutilated. Franziska walks back to school not knowing that Magnus is still following her. She goes to the girls' locker room, puts the envelope in her bag, and then changes. Out of the cave and back by the side of the road, Jonas is perplexed to see a red cord on the handle. He bends down and takes the cord, examining it. Jonas looks around but sees no one. Magnus observes Franziska practicing rhythmic gymnastics along with the others in the gym. She moves gracefully, not knowing Magnus is right outside the door. Back in the forest, Charlotte parks right outside a cabin. She gets out of her car and bends to examine red soil on the ground. She rubs her hands together to get the soil off when her phone rings. The doctor examining the birds tells her the birds have the same burst eardrums on both sides. Charlotte asks if that's how they died, and she tells her no, and that it probably died from losing its bearings and crashing into the ground, resulting in cracked skulls. The doctor further explains that it happens often because electromagnetic fields interfere with their sensory systems. Charlotte then asks if high voltage power lines are the cause, and the doctor tells her she's talking about voltages in the radio wave spectrum like electrical appliances. When Charlotte asks her about the white spots in the feathers, the doctor tells her the white spots started appearing after Chernobyl, and it's a kind of mutation. Charlotte's brows furrowed as she asks if it's caused by radiation contamination, and the doctor told her she checked, but the radiation levels are normal. They both agree it's interesting, and when the doctor asks her if there's anything else she needs, she tells her no and hangs up. Ellie is outside the school talking animatedly to her boyfriend. Yasin's mum arrives and tells him they need to go because his grandma is waiting. Yasin reluctantly stands and his mum offers to drive Ellie home, telling her it's no problem. But Ellie insists her mother is coming any minute and that she's the chief of police. Yasin's mom tells her okay and the two of them leave. Charlotte opens the cabin door and sees the name Doppler written on it. She stands inside right in front of the door for a few seconds before walking back out. Charlotte then notices a metal door on the ground a few feet from the cabin, partially hidden by the bushes. She walks toward it and finds the door unlocked. Charlotte opens it and goes down the stairs. She turns on the lights and looks around an empty, small and old bunker. Charlotte's phone rings and couldn't believe her ears about what he did. Back at school, Franziska is looking through her bag and curses when she sees Magnus in the locker room holding her envelope. He holds the money and asks her what it is. Franziska tells him it's money and calls him an idiot, telling him it's her money. Magnus asks her a series of questions about why she has so much money and if she's dealing drugs and if that was the reason she was at the caves that night. Franziska snatches the money from him, telling him how she earns her money is none of his damn business. Magnus calmly asks her what she's going to do with it, and Franziska angrily repeats his question before saying she's getting out of this phony shithole because behind everyone's friendly smile there's nothing but lies. Magnus smiles a little and accuses her that she's no different and that she pretends to be the straight A student, but that's not her. He adds that maybe she should start telling the truth. Franziska tells him if he wants the truth, then he should know that her parents have slept in different beds for over a year because her mom found out that her dad's actually into dicks and that their marriage is over, but no one will say it. Magnus listens and keeps his eyes on her as she added that their big fat secret is always with them at the table, eating their bread rolls, the butter and the homemade jam, making it fatter and fatter until there's no space left in the room until she can't breathe. And then she shoves him hard. Magnus walks up to her and grabs her by the neck before kissing her. Franziska kisses him back and Magnus sits on the bench. Franziska sits on his lap and the two of them have... Back in his office, Peter is arranging some files when his phone rings. He takes an intake of breath, looking at his phone before answering, and asks Charlotte if she forgot something. Charlotte tells him he needs to pick up Elizabeth from school because she can't make it. He tells her he has a patient and that he has to go to the office. Charlotte, still driving her car, insists, asking him to pick her up and that Elizabeth can wait at his office because she needs to go to the power plant. Peter agrees and Charlotte thanks him. When she remains quiet but doesn't hang up, he asks if that was all. Charlotte tells him he made her a promise a year ago and that if there's anything at all he wants to tell her, but Peter just says he really needs to get going or else he'll be late, ending the call. Charlotte rolls her eyes and sighs. Ellie is waiting alone outside the school and looks at the time. She gets red lipstick from her pocket and applies it on her lips before walking away from the school. It is raining hard and Helgi goes out of the nursing home and walks toward the forest. Ellie is happily walking and playing in the rain. She stops when she finds a Raiders candy wrapper on the ground and picks it up. She looks around but no one is there. Peter is soaking wet as he arrives at Ellie's school and runs toward a teacher. She tells her he's there to pick Elizabeth up and is shocked to hear the teacher tell him she thought Elizabeth had already been picked up because Mrs. Clemens is sick and school finished at 2 today. Peter starts backing up and then runs as the teacher asks if Elizabeth didn't tell him and that it was written in her homework book. Alexander talks to Charlotte as they walk, telling her he must have climbed over the fence and that the security found him on their grounds, close to the caves. He opens his office and Charlotte sees Ulrich sitting on a chair with a security guard in front of him. Ulrich looks at Charlotte and she in turn looks at Alexander, silently asking him why Ulrich's face is bloody. Alexander explains it's because he wasn't very cooperative. The two of them drive quietly before Charlotte speaks first, telling him he's lucky Alexander isn't pressing charges because everyone understands his situation, but that climbing over the fence is too much. Ulrich sarcastically says, "Understanding is nice, thank you." He then takes a deep breath and says understanding it's not enough because his child is gone and this isn't just some file on her desk. It's his child. Charlotte listens as he continues talking and asking why it had to be Mikkel. That he keeps asking himself why him, why his son, why not Alexander's son, concluding that he is being punished. He sniffs and says all he gets is fucking sympathy. Ulrich looks at Charlotte, telling her she can take that and shove it, asking her where the search warrant is. He asks her why no one is doing anything and that he knows why, and it's because it's not his kid nor Charlotte's kid. Charlotte doesn't listen when he tells her to stop the car because he wants to get out, but then stops it when he shouts it again. Ulrich gets out and walks away. Charlotte answers her phone and Peter tells her Elizabeth wasn't there. She asks him what he means not there, and he tells her she wasn't at school because Mrs. Clemens is sick and Elizabeth wasn't waiting there. Peter adds that he's been up and down the forest road twice already but didn't see her. Charlotte then suggests that maybe someone from school took her home and maybe it was Yasin. She tells Peter to go back home and that maybe Elizabeth went a different way. She instructs him to call everyone in her class and that she'll be there in 15 minutes. Jonas kneels on the floor of his father's attic art studio, seriously studying the map. He stops and thinks. Charlotte drives down the road by the forest, looking left and right. She stops her car and runs out, seeing Ellie's hat on the ground. She picks it up and looks around the area, worried. Peter is talking on the phone when Charlotte arrives and tells her he's called everyone on the list and nothing. Charlotte shows him the hat she found and cries just as Peter hugs her. Everyone is busy in Winden. Vola and the other officers are at the forest looking for Ellie. Jonas keeps his map in his drawer before lying down on his bed, deep in thought. Ulrich arrives home to see Katerina vacuuming mindlessly. A cloaked man opens the cabin door. Franziska arrives home and sees her parents hugging, and at first she smiles faintly. The cabin lights turn on. Helga arrives at the forest and Vola sees him. The Doppler family stares at each other worriedly. Ulrich goes up the stairs without talking to Katerina. Vola aims his light at Helga's face, and Helga, shielding his eyes, comes up to him and says that he must tell him to stop. Peter and Charlotte are worriedly sitting on the couch and he holds Charlotte's arm once he hears their front door open. Ellie comes in and Charlotte runs to hug her. She kneels and caresses Ellie's head as Ellie tells her she lost her hat. Still smiling, Charlotte asks her where she was and Ellie explains that Charlotte didn't pick her up, so she walked. Confused, Charlotte asks her daughter why it took her so long and she answers that she met someone, showing her a golden pocket watch and saying he gave it to her. Charlotte stands up and grabs Ellie by the arms, asking her who gave it to her. Ellie tells her she's hurting her, so Charlotte lets go and tells her she wants to know who gave it to her. Ellie answers it's Noah, and Charlotte asks who Noah is. Instead of answering the question, Ellie tells her Noah said it used to belong to her. Charlotte becomes quiet and looks at Pocket Watch. Peter holds Ellie's head, telling her she's all cold. Just then, Franziska calls out, asking if it's Ellie. She immediately hugs her, saying she was so worried. They stop hugging and Franziska asks her where Ellie was and notices her lips, so she cups Ellie's cheeks. Upon realizing Ellie did get her lipstick, she slaps her hard, shouting hands off her stuff. Charlotte looks at the pocket watch with her brows furrowed. Peter is on his phone and tells her that Vola found Helgi in the woods. Charlotte looks at the pocket watch again and reads the embossed words for Charlotte. The time inside the watch reads 11:15. The unseen man narrates how people are searching for Ariadne's thread, the one meant to guide them along the right path, like it's a beacon in the darkness. He says people would love to know their fate or where we're headed. But the truth is that there is but one path through all time, and it is predetermined by the beginning and by the end, which is also the beginning. As he narrates, the stranger is watching Jonas's house. Jonas is sleeping soundly while the stranger watches him in his room. He takes the map from the drawer and marks something on it. He then looks back at Jonas before folding it and placing it back. All the while, Jonas is still sleeping soundly. In the nursing home, a sleeping Helga startles a nurse when he suddenly grabs her wrist hard. She tries to make him let go while he tells her he has to stop. The nurse asks him who has to stop, and Helga answers he has to stop him. She then asks who Helga needs to stop, and the old man says, Noah. Yasin is walking alone in the path in the forest and angrily muttering to himself that he's not a baby anymore, and that he can go to school on his own. He stops walking when he sees an acorn man. Yasin picks it up and examines it. A cloaked stranger whose face can't be seen startles him, saying he must be Yasin and that Noah sent him. So, episode 4 of Dark is probably another of the weakest in the series. We mostly get Magnus and Franziska's blossoming romance, which feels a bit weird considering his younger brother did just go missing a couple days ago. The Elizabeth going missing is a little tense, and it does make sense why Noah would go see her, but this is probably one of the more filler episodes with Jonas getting led around by the stranger and not really doing much. although Peter cleaning his car of the red dirt is a nice touch considering what we find out in episode 10. Now, on to episode 5, Truths. 33 years apart but simultaneously happening, Egon Tiedemann and Charlotte Doppler both stare at their crime boards. Egon focuses on the dead sheep while Charlotte stares at Yasin's picture. Charlotte's crime board has 4 missing persons while Egon's has only Mads. Adult Hannah calls Ulrich on her phone while young Hannah, in 1986, is pasting young Ulrich's cutout picture on her scrapbook. Adult Inez is walking toward Mikkel's hospital room, peeking at him while he sits upright on his bed staring at the wall. At the same time, old Inez in 2019 is looking at a book entitled I Am Not Afraid. She smiles as if she remembers something. Adult Ulrich is holding a small yellow toy, ignoring Hannah's 22 missed calls, while young Ulrich is on his motorcycle meeting up and smiling at a young Hannah. Jonas is lying on his bed. He picks up his phone, reading Martha's text, asking him if they could talk. Looking out her window, Martha holds her phone, while back in his room, Jonas is examining the red cord again. Bartosz calls Martha and she looks at her ringing phone before declining the call, making Bartosz sigh. With the red cord in his hand, Jonas lies in bed, deep in thought. There is a news report about Winden saying another missing persons case shocks the town because a 9-year-old boy was reported missing this morning. 3 missing persons posters are stapled on a fence with Yasin Fries being one of them. As Ulrich drives through the angry protesters, the news continues to say that police officials have yet to comment on the situation, but it can be assumed that this case is connected to the disappearance of 2 other children in Winden because the last case of a missing child happened only 3 days ago. In the Doppler's residence, Charlotte asks Ellie if she knows what happened to Eric and Mikkel. Ellie tells her they disappeared and Charlotte informs her that the same thing happened to Yasin. Ellie asks if her mom is talking about her Yasin, and Charlotte explains that today he left home to go to school alone, and he disappeared on the way there. Charlotte adds that if she knows anything at all, then she has to tell her now. Ellie shakes her head and starts to cry. Charlotte pulls out the pocket watch from her jacket and shows it to Ellie, asking her what this Noah looks like and if she can describe him. Ellie sobs, shaking while she remains quiet, and Peter looks uncomfortably as Charlotte forcefully repeats the question, ignoring Ellie's feelings. Ellie finally answers, telling her Noah was as tall as her dad, pointing at him. Charlotte looks at Petter and back again at Ellie, who further tells her that Noah had a hat on and blue eyes. She asks her mom if Noah stole Yasin and Charlotte answers she doesn't know. Charlotte instructs Ellie that she will send someone and Ellie will explain to him exactly what this Noah looked like, asking her if she understands. Peter shows his concern again as Charlotte raises her voice and firmly adds to Ellie that every little detail is important. A crying Ellie then nods her head. Charlotte gets up, leaving Ellie crying. Peter reprimands her, asking her what that was, and that she shouldn't talk to her 8-year-old daughter that way. Charlotte then quietly asks where he was the night Mikkel vanished. Peter shakes his head and tells her he was at the office, reminding her that he already told her that. Charlotte asks him for how long, and he tells her until she called him at 11 p.m, showing him the print of him driving on the highway. Peter subtly takes a deep breath. On the verge of tears, she tells him she knows he wasn't in the office and that if he has anything to do with Mikkel's disappearance, or with Eric's or Yasin's, then he should tell her now. Peter can't look Charlotte in the eyes as she adds that she doesn't even want to know where he was, or what he was doing, or with whom. She tells him the only thing she wants is for him to look into her eyes right now and assure her that he has nothing to do with all of this. Peter looks her in the eyes and tells her she's nuts. Charlotte, slightly shaking while trying hard not to cry, stares as he turns his back on her before leaving the room. Mikkel is staring into nothing while sitting on his hospital bed. Ines hands him a present, saying it's for him, but he doesn't take it. Ines sighs and sits beside him, asking if he finally wants to talk to her, and that if there is someone she should tell that he's okay because his parents must be worried. Ines convinces him that he doesn't have to say what happened to him if he doesn't want to, but if he wants, no matter what it is, he can tell her, promising him that it's safe with her. Inside room number 8 of Winden Forest Hotel, the stranger is facing his wall full of pictures and focuses on 3. the news clipping he edited into When is Mikkel, a picture of Theseus and the Minotaur, and lastly, a picture of a Schwarzschild wormhole. He then rips off a page from a calendar before closing and locking his brass device in his luggage. Bartosz calls Martha again, but it still goes straight to her voicemail, so he puts the phone down on the table. After a few seconds of thinking, he picks up the small black phone beside the bag of drugs and reads, "Invalid code." One attempt remaining on the screen. The moment he puts it back on the couch, it suddenly rings, confusing him. He sees it's an unknown caller and decides to answer it. A man's voice greets him and tells him his name is Noah. Bartosz brows furrow as he asks how the man knows his name. Hannah is waiting outside the Nielsen's front door, and when Martha answers, they greet each other. She starts to tell Martha that she wanted to give Katharina something when Katharina suddenly appears. Hannah stutters why she's there, saying she figured Katharina wasn't in the mood to cook right now with all of this. Hannah doesn't finish her thoughts, and Katharina accepts the tray of food, thanking her. After a few seconds of awkward silence, she asks her if she wants to come in, and Hannah nods yes. As they sit on the living room couch, Hannah asks Katharina how Martha and Magnus are, and Katharina just shrugs her shoulders and shakes her head. When Hannah inquires how Ulrich is, Katharina says out loud that she doesn't know. Hannah then asks her where he is, and just as Katharina tells her he's in the shower, they hear him descending the stairs. Ulrich sees Hannah and asks her what she's doing there. Hannah stutters, managing only to say the word "I" before falling silent, so Katharina tells Ulrich that Hannah brought them some food. Ulrich looks at the kitchen table before telling Katharina he has to go to the station. Hannah then suddenly asks for him to give her a ride because she came by bike and it's raining hard. She stops and starts to say only if it was okay, but Katharina cuts her off, saying, of course Ulrich can give her a ride. Ulrich walks over to Katharina and kisses her head before heading to the kitchen door. He stops and asks Hannah if they will go. Hannah immediately stands to leave, but Katharina calls her. Katharina thanks her for the food. She hugs her, sniffing her jacket and neck, and immediately looks at Ulrich. Hannah tells her to call her if she needs anything, and they go. With a troubled look on her face, Katharina watches them as they leave. Regina is talking to someone on the telephone at the front desk when the stranger comes up to her and puts a big box on top of the registry. He asks her if she could deliver it for him there, locally. Regina's eyes widen, asking him if he is leaving them already, and the stranger tells her he has to go away for a few days, but that he'd like to keep the room if he can. Regina tells him it's not a problem, and the stranger emphasizes that it needs to be delivered by this evening because it's important. He then leaves after Regina tells him she understands. Regina checks the label on the box and reads Jonas's name. Jonas and Bartosz are hanging out in Bartosz's house. Bartosz asked Jonas where he was this morning because he tried to reach him. Jonas tells him he was in therapy, and Bartosz asks if he's heard from Martha because she's not calling him back and he doesn't know what she needs, and the whole thing is so f***ed up. Jonas looks at him and tells him she'll get in touch when she's ready. Bartosz agrees and they start playing their game. As they play, Bartosz asks Jonas if he can trust him if he tells him a secret. And when Jonas doesn't answer, he adds if he can trust him not to tell anyone else. Jonas then tells him yes, and Bartosz says he is in contact with Eric's dealer and meeting him tonight. Not believing his ears, Jonas looks at Bartosz, making them lose the game. Bartosz tells him he's going there tonight and he wants Jonas to go along with him, asking if he can count on him. A shocked Jonas tells Bartosz that he can always trust him. Back at the station, Charlotte stares at the words "For Charlotte" before closing the pocket watch. She then looks at the crime board and stares at Mikkel's picture. In the hospital, a priest sits on a chair, removes his hat, and introduces himself to Mikkel, telling him his name is Noah and that he's a priest at St. Christopher's Church. Mikkel doesn't say anything and just stares at his Captain Future comic book. Noah tells him Inez called him and proceeds to ask Mikkel if he believes in God. Mikkel shakes his head. Noah then asks him how he believes the world came to be and who created all the beautiful things. Confidently, Mikkel tells Noah that the world came to be through the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago, and that's how space, time, and matter came to be. He adds that Earth as well, and the rest is evolution. Noah asks him what was there before the Big Bang, and that nothing can arise from nothing. So maybe the Big Bang is nothing more than God's act of creation. Mikhail answers him, saying his father says religion is the brainwashing of the masses. Noah nods his head and tells him he is sure Mikhail's father knows a lot, but that he doesn't know everything. Mikhail listens quietly as Noah adds that it's good that his father raised Mikhail to question things, but every now and then it's good to question those who question things. He then tells Mikhail that God has a plan for every human being, including Mikhail. Ulrich and Hannah are parked outside her house. He faces her and tells her he wants her to stop calling him. He asks her if she understood and tells her to just stop because he can't do it anymore. Hannah then asks him if that is what she is to him, some damn affair, and that it's not something he can just switch off. She adds to say she can't stop and neither can Ulrich. Ulrich looks out the window. Hannah tells him softly to look at her, and when he doesn't, she raises her voice, telling him again to look at her and tell her there's nothing there, that it doesn't mean shit to him. Hannah lowers her eyes as Ulrich leans in close to her, but is upset when he suddenly opens the door. He tells her not to call him, not to come by, and just to leave them alone, asking her if she understands. Hannah doesn't answer or move, and Ulrich shouts for her to get lost, making her jump. She scoffs and smiles before telling him he's wrong if he thinks she's just going to let him go. Ulrich doesn't say anything as she gets out, slamming the door. Ulrich drives away as an angry Hannah looks on. In 1986, Ulrich and Hannah are walking in the classroom hallways. According to Ulrich, a line from a movie, "When you grow up, your heart dies," hits him hard right in the face. Hannah smiles as she listens to him say that in the end, he thought they'd become friends because that created a bond between them. But in the end, they're stuck in their little pigeonholes. Hannah tells him that maybe he'd want to see the movie again with her, but Ulrich doesn't hear it and stops walking when he sees Katharina at the end of the hall, talking to her friends. Hannah then hits him on the arm and asks him if he's even listening to her. He tells her, yeah, and that he'll talk to her later, walking away toward Katharina. He asks her if she wants to go out for a smoke while Hannah jealously watches them as they hold hands. Back in 2019, adult Hannah starts walking in the rain while Katharina, with a look of mixed emotions, stands in their living room remembering something. Young Katharina and young Ulrich are smoking and talking on the school courtyard. Ulrich asks her if she's sure and that they don't have to do it if she doesn't want to. Katharina tells him she'd rather do it with him than some other guy, but that he has to get condoms because she doesn't want AIDS or kids, asking him if he understands. Ulrich looks at her, nodding his head, and when he bows his head and smiles faintly, Katharina tells him she's not joking about never wanting kids. Ulrich promises her they won't have kids, and they kiss passionately. Mikhail is sitting on his hospital bed, crying silently. Out in the hallway, Inez and an agent from Child Protective Services are talking, saying they will assume custody for now, until they find his family and can assess the situation better. He'll be put in a children's home. Inez stops walking and asks why a children's home and if he can stay there in the hospital for a while. The agent tells her that's not possible and starts walking again. She adds that she can assure Inez that the people in the children's home will be able to attend very specifically to Mikhail's needs, and it's what's best for him. Inez remains quiet and the agent asks her if she has any children. Inez tells her no, but that she had a son who died just after he was born. The two of them stop walking again. The agent says she's sorry and that she's certain Mikhail's family or his school will be in touch sooner or later, assuring Inez they'll find out where he belongs. She then holds out her hand for Inez to shake. Inez shakes her hand and doesn't let it go, leaning in to tell her that Mikhail is a peculiar boy and really very sensitive. The agent tells her not to worry and that she'll come get him on Wednesday. Inez nods and sighs as the agent walks away. Back at the police station in 2019, Ulrich tells Charlotte the reason he became a policeman is because when his brother vanished back then, the police made every mistake in the book, and that the chief investigator was a drunken moron. Ulrich says he swore he'd do everything differently and that he'd do things right. Charlotte listens as he adds that he swore he wouldn't become an incompetent asshole pig like him. He looks away and says that was 33 years ago, and now he is a joke because he cheats on his wife. His son has vanished and he can't do anything. He emphasizes it's been 33 years and everything is the same, just that now he is the incompetent asshole. When he stops talking, Charlotte asks him if he has ever heard of the 33-year cycle. Ulrich shakes his head and she tells him the calendars are wrong, a year isn't 365 days long, and that the people are always a bit out of sync, so to speak. Charlotte continues to explain that every 33 years, everything is just like it was. The stars, the planets, the whole universe returns to the exact same position, and it's called the lunar solar cycle. She adds that her grandpa was obsessed with such things, the Big Bang and the Big Crunch and Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. Charlotte turns her back on Ulrich and stares at their crime board and tells him further that when she was little, she always felt that something was wrong with Winden and how she has that same feeling again, that everything's repeating and that this has all happened before, like a massive deja vu. At the same time, in 1986, Egon is at his office staring at his crime board, focusing on Mads's picture. Jonas is sitting by the graveyard looking at his father's grave when the stranger suddenly stands near him, making Jonas look behind to see if someone else is there. The stranger suddenly tells him he looks like his father and sits on the bench too. Jonas asks him if they know each other and he tells him no, but that he knew Jonas' father from a long time ago and remembers him well. Jonas looks at his dad's grave as the stranger tells him Jonas's dad saved his life back then, but that he only understood that much later. He wonders as he looks back at the stranger who continues to talk, saying that life is a labyrinth and some people wander around their whole lives looking for a way out. But there's only one path and it leads them ever deeper and they don't understand it until they reach the center. He pauses and looks at Jonas when he says that death is incomprehensible, but he can make peace with it. And until then, Jonas should ask himself each day if he's made the right decisions. He gets up and leaves, leaving Jonas thinking. It's 1986. After school, young Hannah and her dad park outside the hospital. Her father tells her he'll take about half an hour or so. Noticing a difference, he asks her if everything is okay, and Hannah lies and says that she is. Her father gets out of the dry cleaning van. After looking to see that no one is watching, Hannah looks under her shirt and sighs. Bored, she looks out the window and notices Mikkel sitting on one of the benches, opening a present. Mikkel finally opens the present Inez gave him and sees it's a book entitled I Am Not Afraid. Suddenly, Hannah sits beside him and asks him if he thinks she's pretty. Mikkel looks at her and doesn't say anything, making Hannah a bit upset. She then tells him that sometimes she feels that she can do magic, imagining that something really bad happens, and then it does, all because she thought about it. Hannah stares at a bottle cap, and Mikkel asks her if she knows Houdini. And when she doesn't respond, Mikkel tells her Harry Houdini is one of the world's greatest magicians. Hannah shakes her head, so Mikkel picks up the bottle cap, saying there is no such thing as magic, just illusion, and things only change when we change them, but that we have to do it skillfully in secret, making it seem like magic. He closes his hand around the cap, taps his fist, then reveals it in his other hand. Hannah asks where he learned to do the trick, and he answers that he is from the future, amusing her. She calls him cool, and he introduces himself as Mikkel, and she responds telling him her name. Young Ulrich and Katharina are hiding in a room at school being intimate. At the same time, in 2019, Martha is on the stage practicing her monologue of the play Ariadne, which talks about her mother's tales of a bygone era filled with darkness and demons. Before a transformative event, a flood, changed everything. The mother speaks of forgiveness but carries a deep, haunting memory that affects her profoundly. She believes that despite changes, everything retains a connection to the past, represented by an unbreakable thread of fate. She learns from this that while some bonds can be severed, an invisible connection persists, causing haunting thoughts and sudden awakenings. As Martha practices, the stranger is approaching the cave while Jonas arrives and enters the auditorium building. The stranger steps over the police ribbon blocking the cave and goes inside while Jonas watches Martha on the stage. At the same time, in 1986, Ulrich and Katharina are taking off their clothes and lying down on the bed, kissing. Young Hannah, waiting for her dad, hears Katharina's laugh and peeks at a window, only to see them being intimate. Jonas is sitting on the last row, still watching Martha when his phone rings, and he declines Bartosz's call. Bartosz, waiting for Jonas on the street outside the plant, curses and ditches his bike, then goes toward the forest. Martha is sitting in the dressing room when she hears a knock. Jonas comes in and she asks him what he's doing there. He answers that he wanted to tell her something and confesses that he wasn't in France, he was in a nut house for post-traumatic stress. Martha asks him why he didn't say anything, and he replies that he didn't want her to think he was a freak. He then asks Martha if what happened between them last summer wasn't just nothing for her, and that if his father hadn't, or if everything else hadn't happened. Martha cuts him off, telling him it's okay, but Jonas asks her why she called him this morning and not Bartosz. Martha doesn't answer and instead stands up and kisses him. Bartosz is pacing in the street beside the forest as a car approaches and stops in front of him. The window opens and he leans in, saying, "I'm Bartosz." The man in the car says he knows, telling Bartosz his name's Noah. He gets his hat from the empty seat and asks Bartosz if he wanted to get in. On Noah's lap is a brown notebook that he keeps steady with his other hand. Bartosz gets in and they drive away. Meanwhile, in her office, Charlotte pins a drawn picture of Noah. Ulrich opens Mikkel's door and sees Katerina lying down on Mikkel's bed. Ulrich suddenly lies down beside her, hugging her from behind, and Katerina asks him if he's cheating on her. Ulrich asks where she got that idea, and Katerina tells him she's only going to ask him once. Asking again if he's cheating on her, Ulrich then lies, saying he'd never do that. Hannah is changing the sheets of her bed when she suddenly stops, as if she remembers something. It's 1986, and young Hannah and her dad are driving home in the dark. She asks her dad that if he's seen something that he shouldn't have, but doesn't finish her thought. So he asks her what she means. Young Hannah tells him she means something that's not right, and her dad asks her in what sense. She then tells him, like when someone does something with someone and it's wrong. Her dad asks her what she saw, and Hannah says that Ulrich touched a girl's breasts and laid on top of her and she didn't want it. Shocked, her dad tells her that she's going to tell him exactly what she saw, and Hannah nods. Hannah reports that he laid down on top of the girl and held her mouth shut like this. She then covers her mouth to show Egon. Egon asks her if the girl resisted, and she tells him she yelled stop and struggled, but that he was on top of her. When Egon asks if he saw Hannah, she shakes her head, and Egon asks what he did next. Hannah tells him that he choked her and she went all red. Then he pulled down his pants. Egon cuts Hannah off, telling her she doesn't have to continue and that she did the right thing and is very brave. Hannah's dad holds her shoulder and Egon stops the recording. Police officers take a handcuffed Ulrich while Jana tries to stop them, but Tronte holds her. They put him inside the car and Ulrich looks behind him to see a satisfied look on Egon's face. Simultaneously, in both 2019 and 1986, Hannah looks in the mirror as she removes her makeup, while young Hannah is in deep thought as her dad drives her home. Young Ulrich sits quietly in the police car, and young Katerina lies on her bed with a black eye while adult Katerina is sleeping. Noah's car stops and Bartosz gets out in the same street. The stranger leaves of the cave, but there is no police tape to step over. Jonas goes in his room and sees a package on his bed. He opens it and sees a round white glass ball with a handle, and when he touches it, it lights up brightly. Next, he picks up a Geiger counter, and lastly, his dad's suicide note. He hurriedly reads it, and Michael's voice narrates what's in his letter that says, "Dear Jonas, once you read this, everything will have happened irrevocably. I regret not explaining sooner, but I'm sure you'll understand my decision. Truth is strange in a way that if you try to suppress it, it will always find its way back, even if you make a lie into our truth in order to survive, trying to forget until we can't anymore. We don't know half the world's mysteries and are just wanderers in the darkness. Here is my truth. I traveled through time to the year 1986, and the boy from the future stayed to become a man. Mikkel became Michael, never knowing where he belonged. I'll be gone both as boy and man by the time you read this. I hope you can forgive me. Everything is connected. Mikkel or Michael. The whole time Jonas is reading, the adult Inez is at Michael's grave while nurse Inez is taking care of Mikkel in the hospital in 1986. She reads to him until he falls asleep, and when she closes the book, she reads the words, "This book belongs to Mikkel," while in 2019, the headstone on the grave says, Michael Kahnwald, born the 15th of November 1975 and died the 21st of June 2019. Jonas sits on his bed crying. In a room full of different clocks, the scientist from the old model TV turns his head when someone enters his shop. He sees a man wearing a hooded coat and asks him if he can help him. The stranger answers that he'd like to talk to him about time. So episode 5 of Dark is more interesting than episode 4, but is still just laying the groundwork for future twists and reveals. However, the Mikkel and Noah conversation is a lot of fun to watch, and so is Jonas finding out that Mikkel is his father. Also, the end song for this episode, Me and the Devil by Soap and Skin, is a great song and just fits the episode so well. Go watch the scene using the link in the description. Now, onto episode 6, Sic Mundus Creatus Est. It's 1986. In the middle of the night, a young Regina Tiedemann is tied up against a tree a few feet from the entrance of the cave. She panics as she shouts that it isn't funny anymore. Regina calls out for Katerina and Ulrich, shouting for them to stop the game. Suddenly, a loud, ominous noise comes from the cave, making her shout for help again and again at the top of her lungs. In 2019, Regina wakes up in the middle of the night, panting. Alexander wakes up beside her and tells her it was just a nightmare. Regina breathes heavily as she asks him to tell her that everything is alright, and Alexander obliges, telling her everything is. A somber atmosphere shrouds the town of Winden. Outside the police station, Ulrich stands alone, staring off into the distance, while Katharina is sitting on the swing at home. Inside the station, Charlotte addresses the Winden police, telling them that they now have 1 dead boy and 3 missing children, so they are widening the search. She tells them she wants them to knock on every door, starting with the residential areas close to where the children were last seen, and to question everyone because someone must have seen something. Charlotte instructs them to coordinate with other departments in the district and to search the archives for similar cases in and around Winden over the last 50 years, even if the child only went missing for 24 hours. She orders them to work double shifts and to leave no stone unturned, searching every basement because everyone leaves some kind of trace somewhere, they just have to find it. On one of the school's bulletin boards on the class picture of 1987 is Mikkel Nielsen. Sitting in the dining room, Jonas asks his mom how she met his dad. Hannah tells him she was 14 and in a bad mood. They met in the hospital because he had a broken leg. Jonas then asks her what his dad was like earlier, before he got sick, and Hannah says he was different, and that she never knew if he meant something seriously or not. Jonas is about to tell his mum something, but changes his mind, so he just says it was nothing. Ulrich is inside the station's file room, taking the 1986 box off the shelf. He puts it on the table and opens it, looking for Mads's case file. He flips through the files until he sees a picture of him and Mads. Ulrich listens to the interrogation recording of their mother, Jana, telling the police that Mads has fencing classes on Thursdays, so he gets home after 6. And when he wasn't home by 7, she knew something was wrong. When the police ask where her husband was, Jana says that she, Ulrich, and Tronte were waiting for Mads to come home. Ulrich's expression changes and he stops the tape. Back at the Nielsen's household, Katerina is hunched over on the couch when she hears her kids coming down the stairs. She asks them where they are going, and Magnus answers they're going to school. Katerina stands and tells them no, they aren't going anywhere. Martha asks her angrily if Katerina will keep them locked up there forever, and Katerina can't believe what she said and tells her their brother has only been missing for 4 days. As she starts to go, Martha mutters that Mikkel's not going to come back just because they're sitting around, angering Katerina to shout at Martha to come back and talk to her. Martha pleads to her mother, saying she can't let the others down because they need her. Katharina asks her who needs her, and Martha tells her the play. A confused Katharina says she thought it was cancelled, so Martha tells her it wasn't because Mr. Meinel thought it'd be better to give people a break and give them something else to think about. Upset, Katharina sarcastically tells them it's great how everyone is just thinking of themselves. Martha gets angry and shouts that Katharina is no different because she didn't even once think about them these last few days. Katharina tells her that's enough, but Martha sees the missing posters on the table and sweeps them off, shouting how many more of them will Katharina put up. Magnus butts in saying Martha didn't mean it like that, but Martha keeps shouting, telling them that she did mean it that way because it's also up that everyone is waiting for Mikkel to come back through that door as if nothing happened, and how their dad doesn't even dare come home anymore and that no one gives a shit about them. Katharina tells her that it's not true, but that for once this isn't about her. She starts picking up the posters and Martha tells her she's so blind because everyone's thinking it, but no one dares say that Mikkel is dead. Katharina slaps her, and when she tries to apologize, Martha angrily runs away. Katharina instantly regrets it, cursing, and Magnus then hugs her. With shaky hands, Regina Tiedemann reads her mammography result, puts it down, and takes a deep breath, a worried look enveloping her. Jonas sits on his bed, holding his dad's note. He looks at the ball and the Geiger counter before going to his drawer and taking out the map. Jonas spreads the map on his desk, and his eyes widen when he sees a note written in red saying, "Follow the signal," and a red line showing the way. Ulrich arrives at his parents' apartment. He stands in the kitchen and looks at a picture of him and Mads on a board on the wall. Tronte Nielsen sees him and hugs him, asking how he, Katharina, and the kids are holding up. Ulrich doesn't answer him and just asks where his mum is. Tronte tells him Jana is sleeping because she took her pills. Ulrich then asks him if there was ever a suspect when Mads disappeared back then, and if Egon had anything. Tronte tells him that Egon was an idiot whose only wish was to retire. Ulrich looks straight into his dad's eyes as he tells him that the dead boy they found in the forest was dressed like in the 80s, and maybe it has something to do with what happened back then, that maybe it's all happening again, and that it's the same perpetrator. He then asked Tronte where he was the night Mads disappeared, because Jana said he was home, but that Ulrich remembers he wasn't there for dinner and didn't come home until late that night, remembering that his mum was staring at the clock the whole time, praying. He goes near his dad and asks him again where he was, and Tronte stands up, asking Ulrich if he suspects him now. Tronte starts to tell him he's made a lot of mistakes, but for Ulrich to think of such a thing, Ulrich cuts him off, grabbing him by the chin, asking where he was 5 days ago when Mikkel disappeared. Jana suddenly appears behind Ulrich and tells him Tronte was there, asking him where else would he have been. Ulrich lets him go and he leaves them. Jana then hugs Ulrich from behind. Later, Ulrich holds an action figure, and Jana comments how he and Mads used to fight over them. She recalls that it was Christmas in 1985, and the two of them ended up going at each other like two boxers, resulting in Mads smashing into the glass table. Jana continues, saying there was so much blood, but in the end, it was just a small cut on his chin, and the two of them laughed, reminding him that they were like that. How 1 minute they hated each other, the next minute they're best friends. Ulrich then asks his mom why she lied about Tronte being home that evening, telling Egon he was with them. He tells his mom that he listened to the recording and asks why she lied. Jana looks at him and asks him if he knew she wanted to leave his father before Mads' disappearance because he was having an affair, and it wasn't the first one, and that on the night Mads disappeared, Tronte was with her. She emphasizes that when his brother disappeared, his father was sleeping with another woman. Ulrich then asks her if she knew who the woman was, and Jana tells him it was Claudia Tiedemann. When Ulrich asks who the last person was to see Mads that night, Jana tells him it was Claudia's daughter, Regina Tiedemann. Regina is deep in thought while at the front desk. She calls Alexander's number, but it goes straight to voicemail, so she ends it and closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Magnus digs up Franziska's plastic container by the train tracks. When he sees it is empty, he places it back, glancing to see if he's alone. He then walks to where there's an old mattress and kneels, finding condom wrappers and a silver necklace with a bird pendant. Magnus picks the necklace up and stares at it. Back in their house, Jonas is in his room trying out the Geiger counter before putting it in his bag along with the white ball. He picks up his dad's letter and thinks before also putting it in the pocket of his bag. Martha is dressed up and ready for the play when Bartosz suddenly enters the dressing room and kisses her. He asks her how she is and she tells him she's good. Martha sits, fixing her makeup, and Bartosz tells her she didn't call him back and that he's been worried. He apologizes and starts explaining how it's all his fault because it was his idea with the caves. Martha remains quiet, so Bartosz asks her if she's angry with him. She finally looks at him and tells him she's not angry, and Bartosz immediately leans in to kiss her. Martha stands up and tells him she can't kiss him right now, prompting Bartosz to ask if she wants to leave because he'll honestly run away with her, but Martha just tells him the play is about to start. Bartosz starts to go, but pauses and asks Martha if she's seen Jonas because he stood him up yesterday, but that it doesn't matter since he's sure Jonas will come later. He then leaves a confused Martha. Jonas stands at the entrance of the cave with the blue and white police tape blocking it, and a sign saying no entry. He ignores the sign and steps over the police tape. A missing poster of Mikhail taped on a mailbox starts to get dirty. Katharina arrives home, turns on the lights, and puts the copies of missing posters on their dining table. She gets more tape, and just as she is changing the tape dispenser, she notices a copy of Ulrich's itemized telephone bill. She tries resisting, but eventually picks the copy up. Katharina reads it and notices that Ulrich called the same number so many times. She gives the number a call, and Hannah, seeing an unknown caller, picks up, asking after a few seconds of silence if it's Ulrich calling. Katharina then hangs up. Jonas is back in the cave and he takes his white flashlight ball out of his bag and uses it to study the map as he goes in deeper. Regina is at the front desk when she sees Ulrich and asks him why he is there. Ulrich asks her what really happened back in 1986, the night his brother went missing. Regina tells him that was over 39 years ago, but Ulrich tells her she was the last one to see him that night and asks her if she noticed anything unusual that day, or if Mads said something or anything strange at all. When Regina shakes her head, Ulrich asks her if she knew her mother and his father were having an affair. Regina scoffs, faintly smiling while nodding her head. She tells Ulrich that Mads was the only person she knew who never said a bad word about anyone, and that she's always asked herself why him of all people. She always thought it should have happened to Ulrich instead, but there's no justice in this world, and that the absurd thing is, had it not been for Ulrich and Katharina, maybe Mads wouldn't have disappeared because Mads knew she was afraid to walk home alone because of what the two of them did to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone with her and returned through the forest, and the whole thing would have never have happened. Ulrich looks her in the eyes and tells her that what happened in the forest back then was a game, and that they were all children, making mistakes back then. Regina raises her voice a little and tells him he still never apologized for it. Ulrich then accuses her that it's all about an apology for her, and that's how she sees herself a victim. Poor, innocent Regina. Ulrich leans closer and tells her she's so fake it makes him sick, when in fact, she told her drunken, good-for-nothing grandpa that Ulrich raped Katharina. Regina's mouth drops open, asking him if that's what he's been thinking all along. Ulrich then tells her that Hannah saw her back then at the police station. Incredulous, Regina asks him why he believes Hannah, who at 14 was so in love with him that she would have done anything to have him. She adds that she guesses that hasn't really changed. Regina then asks him if that is what he and Katharina thought all these years, that she spread that story, and tells him to think why she'd do something like that when she's not half as bad as Ulrich is. Ulrich then leaves, and Regina takes a deep breath as a tear falls on her cheek. Katharina is parked with more of Mikhail's missing person posters on the seat beside her. She is listening to the radio news that is saying that Winden police confirmed yesterday that the body of a child has been found, but it is not the body of one of the 3 children currently missing. The announcer then asks if the police have failed them and if they are safe. Katharina gets her phone when she hears the radio say they'd like to hear from the listeners about this by calling their hotline. Katharina calls and tells them who she is. A few seconds later, Katharina is allowed to talk on air, and she starts by saying she wants people to finally understand what's really going on. She tells them how they're all so blind because there's a murderer among them and how that's the truth, but that no one actually dares say it. At the same time, Ulrich is in the file room and sees it is actually Hannah who reported him in 1986. Alexander comes home and sees the mammography test. Martha peeks through the stage curtains. Katharina continues to say they all cling to the hope that it won't happen in Winden, that they all know one another, they think they know everything about each other. She then asks them if they really do, because they live right next door to people they know almost nothing about, and behind one of those doors is her son. In the Doppler's cabin, Tronte and Petter come out and look at the open door on the ground, while Regina, at the hotel, listens to Katharina on the radio, who continues to say it could be anyone's door, like the man behind the cash register, or someone they invited for cake on a Sunday, who plays with their children. Katharina tells them she doesn't want to look away anymore, and that they shouldn't either because the city is sick, like a festering wound, and that they're all part of it. Alexander calls the mammography center, saying that his wife had a cancer examination at their center on October 27th and they still don't have the results. He tells the person Regina's name, and the voice on the other line informs him that the results were sent a few weeks ago, detecting invasive carcinomas, and that the latest results show they have metastasized. The caller then advises him that his wife should see Dr. Uhrmann as soon as possible, leaving Alexander speechless. Back in the cave, Jonas navigates through a narrow path and checks his map again. He notices something on the wall and kneels to examine a path marked by a red string. Hannah rushes down the stairs as the banging on her front door grows louder. She opens it and asks Ulrich what he's doing there, but he cuts her off, demanding to know what she wants from him. He repeats his question, and as Hannah is about to respond, Ulrich grabs her by the neck, pinning her against the wall, accusing her of being the one who gave a statement against him in the rape case back in 1986, and calling her sick. Hannah grabs his hand, telling him he's hurting her, but Ulrich doesn't let go, asking her if she's trying to ruin him and destroy his family. Ulrich demands again to know what she wants, and Hannah replies that it's him that she wants. He releases her neck and tells her she's poison, that she appears sweet but is deadly. Ulrich then questions how her husband endured her for so long, suggesting it's no wonder he couldn't take it anymore in the end. Hannah slaps him hard. Ulrich then expresses his disillusionment, saying he thought he knew her and how easily one can be deceived by people. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, Bartosz watches as a male character from the play discusses how, despite her beauty and charm, everyone, including the daughter of Minos, has a dark side hidden beneath their outward appearance. Jonas continues to follow the red string, leading him to a narrow circular passage. At the same time, Tronte and Petter wait in the cellar. Petter informs Tronte that there are only 19 minutes left until 9:17. Alexander calls Regina, asking her when she's coming home. She tells him she's just picking up Bartosz from school because he insisted on watching the play. He reassures Regina that he's there for her no matter what, and that she knows that. When Regina doesn't respond, he tells her not to be late. Regina replies with an okay, and Alexander tells her he loves her. She reciprocates before hanging up. Bartosz watches as Martha delivers her lines as Ariadne, urging Theseus to take the string that will guide him deep inside to the center, where the Minotaur awaits in the shadows, half human, half beast. She instructs Theseus to aim straight for the heart, wrapping the string around their hands and pleading with him to never sever it. Meanwhile, Ulrich sits in Mikkel's room as Katharina enters the auditorium. Jonas reaches the end of the red string tied to a vintage metal ring on the ground. He uses his ball light to survey the area before checking the map again. Reading the note instructing him to follow the signal, he retrieves his Geiger counter from his bag and begins scanning. Moving along, Jonas follows the strong signal until he spots a narrow circular path. Testing the counter, he moves it away from the path and observes the signal weakening. When he points it back towards the narrow path, the signal strengthens. He starts crawling. Martha starts her monologue as Ariadne saying, "Nothing but darkness surrounds me, eternally lurking shadows. I have not eaten in days. My eyes are turning black. The end is nearing. Just as he once descended into the maze, I now descend into mine." Katharina and Bartosz watch her as she takes off her white costume, revealing a black one. Meanwhile, in the cave, Jonas's eyes widen when he reaches the steel door with the knotted symbol and the words "Sic envian divis creatvis est." Panting, he touches the symbol with his fingers. Back at the play, Martha is now saying the lines, "Now I stand before you. No king's daughter, no man's wife, no brother's sister, a loose end in time." Katharina starts crying in silence as she watches Martha kneel, continuing her lines, "And so we all die alike, no matter into which house we are born, no matter which gown, whether we grace the earth briefly or for a long time. I alone tie my bonds, whether I have extended hands or slapped them. We all face the same end. Those above have long forgotten us. They do not judge us. In death, I am all alone, and my only judge is me." Martha covers her mouth as she cries for real on stage, and Katerina runs up to hug her, telling her everything is okay. In the cave, Jonas grabs the handle and pushes the door open. A strong gust of wind hits him. He crawls inside, and the wind goes away once the door closes. Jonas extends his arm and sees an even narrower and darker rectangular path with smoother walls. At the same time, the lights start flickering at school, including the light on the school board showing Mikkel in one of the pictures. Martha and Katerina get up and start leaving the stage while the audience also begins to move, including Bartosz. Charlotte stops her car in the middle of a dirt road near the forest and notices the lights flickering again. Tronte and Petter are in the cellar. Petter looks at his notebook with the knotted symbol on the cover, reading the highlighted time on a page, 9:17 p.m. Katerina wraps her arm around Martha as they head out of the auditorium, telling her she did great tonight. Regina suddenly arrives, and as they cross paths, she asks Katerina if the play is over or if she dragged her daughter off the stage to save her from the sick people of Winden. Katerina ignores her comment. Regina follows them, saying if Katerina can't stand living there, then why doesn't she just leave? Katerina lets go of Martha, drops her bag, and suddenly advances toward Regina, starting to slap her left and right. Martha is stunned and can only watch as her mother keeps attacking Regina. Jonas finds himself at a crossing, so he shines his ball of light on each path before choosing to go to the right. Meanwhile, back at the school, Magnus arrives and stops Katerina from attacking Regina while Martha is still frozen in place. Jonas sees another door at the end of the path and turns to shine his light behind him before deciding to pull the door open. A gust of wind appears again as Jonas tries to crawl through the door, noticing the walls of the cave path are once again rough. At school, Regina, with bloody lips, gets up and asks Magnus and Martha if they saw what their mother did. She tells them that that is who their mother really is. Regina tells Katerina that she and Ulrich truly deserve each other. Katerina tells Magnus to let her go, while Regina tells Katerina to tell them what happened back then and who their mother really is. Katerina then opens the door and tells her kids they're leaving. Martha and Magnus stare at each other before following their mom. Ulrich sits in his car parked outside their house. He flips through their old family album and then suddenly flips it faster and finds a picture of him and Mads, who's wearing a yellow sweater. Ulrich closely looks at the picture. Back at the cave, Jonas is climbing up a path. Regina arrives home and Alexander hugs her as she breaks down in tears. Katerina, Magnus, and Martha arrive at their house, while Jonas finally reaches the entrance of the cave, observing the difference in the surroundings. He turns his light off. Martha knocks and opens Magnus's room, telling him she can't sleep and asking if they can talk. Magnus agrees and she lies on the bed beside him. Magnus asks her what the fight was about at school, and Martha tells him she has no idea. Then Martha asks him if he thinks things will ever be the same again. Magnus doesn't answer, so Martha tells him she finds it weird how kids don't actually know their parents and what they're like as kids or teenagers, and that they're a family but don't really know anything about each other. She then asks Magnus if she can sleep in his room tonight, and he tells her it's okay, but she has to keep her cold feet on her side. He turns his back on her and stares at the necklace he found in the forest, resting on his nightstand. It's raining hard, and Jonas stops walking in front of a bus stop. He sees Mads' missing posters when a van suddenly stops. Young Hannah's father asks if they can give him a lift because it's a bit late to be walking around alone. Before he can answer, young Hannah tells him he shouldn't stand in the rain for too long. Jonas asks her why, and she tells him because even though people say it's not in the rain anymore, she doesn't believe that there's no more acid in the rain because of Chernobyl. Young Hannah's dad then tells her to move over, telling Jonas to hop in because he'll drive him home. Jonas is stunned, realizing the girl's name is Hannah, and he moves away. away, telling them thanks and that he's okay. Ulrich is at the morgue, pulling the dead boy's body they found in the forest. He looks at the picture of Mads wearing the yellow jacket and remembers Jana's story telling him how Mads crashed into the glass in the living room, resulting in the small cut on his chin. Ulrich drops the picture as he cries, touching the scar on the dead boy's chin. So, episode 6 of Dark is probably the last of the build-up, with episodes 7 to 10 being super fun to watch. Also, this episode kind of shows that Ulrich and Katharina are not good people. And despite seeming like bad people, Alexander and Regina are far better, more complicated and interesting people. Even though they both have that sinister look to them, they actually have a marriage built on love and trust, unlike Ulrich and Katharina and the Dopplers. Also, Alexander finding out about his wife's cancer was a bit unrealistic, since a clinic could never just give away a patient's private medical results like that over the phone. Anyway, we're now into the really fun episodes of Dark Season 1, since we've pretty much had 5 episodes of build-up, and now all the planting starts to pay off with great reveals and twists. Now, onto episode 7, Crossroads. A young boy with half his face covered in dried blood and dirt wakes up on the floor of the nursery-like room. He gets up and touches the top bunk of the bed. He turns, notices the chair with the wires attached to it, and touches the eye ring. In 2019, Helga wakes up in the nursing home and says out loud that he remembers everything. It's 1986. Egon Tiedemann opens a panel in a door and looks inside, where a young Ulrich stares right back at him for a few seconds until he bows his head. In 2019, Ulrich stands in the graveyard looking at Mads's headstone. Meanwhile, in 1986, Mikkel is standing in the hallway and staring at a framed picture of the Emerald Tablet on a wall at the hospital. Jonas wakes up in a deer stand. He opens the pocket of his bag and checks his father's suicide note, then puts it back. He comes down the stand and crosses the field leading to the forest. The pathologist is mixing some chemicals when Ulrich suddenly comes into the morgue. She asks him what he is doing there, and Ulrich asks her what is going to happen to the boy they found in the forest. The doctor tells him that if they do not figure out who he is, he will be cremated and buried in an anonymous grave. Ulrich asks her how long the boy has been dead, and the doctor tells him it is all in her report, but proceeds to answer that when they found him, he was dead for around 10 hours. Ulrich then starts to ask her if it is hypothetically possible that he has been dead for longer and was somehow preserved. The doctor pauses what she is doing and slightly laughs at his question before asking him if he means that the body was frozen, and if so, there would be traces in the tissue. She tells him she would have noticed because frozen steak is not like fresh steak. The doctor then asks him how long of a preservation he is talking about, and Ulrich tells her 33 years. She tells him that with the way the dead boy looks, it is pretty much impossible. At the same time, in 1986, Jonas arrives at Winden High School. He looks around at everyone, noticing the difference, and when he reaches the entrance of the building, Mads' missing person posters are all over the door. Jonas walks down the hall and finds a girl all alone sitting on the floor against the wall. He asks her what day it is, and she answers it is the 9th of November. Jonas tells her that he knows it is going to sound crazy and asks what year it is. The girl tells him it is 1986. Jonas thanks her and turns to leave when the girl stops him, asking if he is looking for someone. Jonas tells her he is looking for a friend named Michael Kahnwald. The girl tells him she has never heard of him, and when Jonas tells her Michael is Inez Kahnwald's son, the girl tells him that if he means Inez the nurse, then she does not have any kids. The school bell rings and students start crowding the hallway. Jonas asks her where he could find Inez, and the girl shrugs, telling him maybe at the hospital. She picks up her bag and tells Jonas she will see him around when another teenager calls her Regina the Four Eyes while pushing her. Back at the police station, Egon examines the photo of Mads and Ulrich, putting a question mark over Ulrich's chest. A man in a tux comes in and drops a folder on his desk, telling him they have the power plant's shift schedule for the night. Mads disappeared and he wants him to interview them so they can check their routes and times, and maybe they will find something. Egon asks him if someone else can do it because he is working on Ulrich's rape case, telling the man that they never did consider whether he may be involved in his brother's disappearance. The man takes a puff of his smoke and scoffs before telling Egon it is not the 1950s and that they do not base investigations on hunches but on evidence. Egon crosses his arms over his chest as the man further tells him he has 3 months until his retirement to do whatever he wants, but until then, Egon must do what his boss wants. Ulrich sits on the floor and puts a sticky note with the question 33 years on the picture of him and Mads. He is surrounded by a circle of files he has pulled out of his brother's case file. He hunches over the files, reading and highlighting some of them while muttering to himself the year 1986. Charlotte tells someone on the phone that the ground shook yesterday, even though Winden is not an earthquake zone. Vola barges in and tells her he is holding the search warrant for the power plant. She hangs up the phone and takes the search warrant from him, hastily walking out and ignoring Vola, who is asking her if he should tell Ulrich. Vola answers himself that it is a no and sarcastically asks why anyone would talk to him. Egon arrives at the power plant and presses the doorbell. He sees Helga coming to open the gate, telling him he needs to talk to him. Helga asks him how he can help, and Egon tells him it is about the missing Nielsen boy, asking him if he was on his shift the night he disappeared. Helga tells him he was, and Egon tells him Martin wants to document and corroborate the routes and times of everyone who was near the plant that night. Helgi nods, then looks at his watch, telling him that he has to do his rounds and check the blocks now. Egon then says they can arrange a time for him to go to the station, and Helgi answers the day after tomorrow, Tuesday, asking him if 10:30 is okay. Egon takes out his little notebook. As he writes, Egon tells Helga the schedule works for him and apologizes for the trouble. Helga tells him it is no trouble, and it is just that he did not see anything and that everything was totally normal. Egon then asks him if his shift ended at 6, and Helga answers it did because that is when the night shift starts. When Egon asks him if he took his car, Helgi answers he took the state road. The answer makes Egon look at Helgi and ask him if he was heading somewhere else, because he took the state road instead of the forest road, which is shorter. Helgi then tells him he just picked something up for his father and starts closing the gate, saying he will see Egon on Tuesday. Egon asks him if he saw Ulrich anywhere that day, and Helga tells him no. He closes the gate as he tells Egon until Tuesday. Egon writes something in his 1986 Police Day Planner again. Ulrich opens Egon's Police Day Planner. The first thing he reads is his mother's scheduled interview. When he flips it again, he sees the note Egon wrote which says 10:30, interview with Helgi Doppler, and the note why not Forest Road. It is raining hard and Alexander comes out of the power plant building with several of his heavily armed guards. Charlotte Doppler is outside the gate with her police team, and she shows Alexander the search warrant. He signals to open the gate, and Charlotte and the others go back to their cars and drive inside. Alexander watches as their cars pass by before going back in. In 1986, Jonas is walking on the road, his yellow coat soaking in the pouring rain. A police car drives by and pulls back up, stopping beside Jonas. Egon lowers the window, asking Jonas if he can help. When Jonas shakes his head, Egon asks why he is not in school, and Jonas tells him he is sick. Egon tells him he looks just fine to him, and Jonas lies, telling him he hurt his arm and is heading to the hospital. Egon then tells Jonas to get in because he will drive him there. Ulrich picks up a thick folder from the floor and opens it. He reads the names of Bosch, Teller, Voigt, Fleischer, Brandt, Doppler, Helga, and looks at the page number, which is 27. He flips to page 27 and is shocked to see it only contains the note, Case Nielsen, Mads. Statement, Doppler, Helga. Back at the power plant, the police officers are searching the area while Charlotte is walking on a dirt road beside the fields leading to the forest. She receives a call from Ulrich asking her if she knows that in 1986 her father-in-law was to be interviewed in his brother's case. Charlotte tells him she did not know, and Ulrich informs her he went through all the files. He tells her that Helgi was supposed to be questioned on Tuesday the 11th of November 1986, which is exactly 33 years ago from the day after tomorrow, but that there is no statement because he did not show. Ulrich adds that what is there is just a note saying why not Forest Road. Charlotte then asks him if he thinks Helga abducted Mads in 1986 and now Mikkel and the other boys 33 years later. Ulrich ignores her question and asks her where Helga is now. Charlotte explains that Helgi is in the nursing home, that he is 75 with dementia, and that on the evening Mikkel disappeared, Helga was with her. Ulrich starts to tell her that on the evening before Yasin vanished, Vola found Helga in the forest, and Charlotte cuts him off, saying that Vola took him back to the nursing home. Ulrich then tells her somehow it all has to do with Mads, while telling Ulrich he is barking up the wrong tree, and him saying maybe, but maybe not. Charlotte notices something beside the road. She ends the call and curiously proceeds to follow tire tracks leading to the forest across the field. While driving, Egon asks what his name is, and Jonas tells him. Egon then asks him why he did not ask his parents to drive him, and Jonas tells him his mom is at work and his dad is dead. When Egon asks where his mother works, Jonas tells him at the power plant, making Egon comment that the power plant has changed Winden because the place they are currently driving by used to look different. Egon notices something sticking out of Jonas's pocket and asks him what it is. Jonas tells him it is his earphones, and Egon scoffs, not believing him. When Jonas shows him he just has to put them in his ears, Egon then says he has seen it all. He then suddenly takes a turn and tells Jonas it is a shortcut. Back at the plant, Charlotte follows the track and sees that it stops at a gated part of the area in the forest. She kneels and observes the tire tracks more closely. It has stopped raining when Egon and Jonas arrive at the hospital. Before letting Jonas get out, Egon asks him if he knows that Satanism is a thing right now among teenagers. Jonas chuckles, telling him he has no idea. When he sees Egon is serious, he tells him he does not know and that he does not think so. Egon then tells him to call his mom to pick him up because it is best not to walk through the forest alone right now. Jonas gets out of the car and thanks Egon. He watches him drive off before heading to the hospital's entrance. Charlotte lowers herself using the rope that goes down to the cave. She immediately takes out her flashlight, pointing it around. She follows the dark path and finds a dead end. Charlotte uses her light to check the area until she notices something. Charlotte squats and observes dried yellow paint on the rocks. Jonas approaches a nurse in the hallway and tells her he is looking for Inez Kahnwald. She tells him Inez was just outside with the boy, and Jonas asks her what boy. The nurse asks him what he wants Inez for, and Jonas tells her he is visiting and has gotten himself locked out. She asks him if he is related to Inez, and he just tells her she could say that. The nurse then tells him that maybe Inez is still out back, or that she can tell Inez later. Jonas tells her it's okay as he starts to go. Back at the cave, Charlotte keeps walking and stops when she sees a brown metal door that has been welded shut. Ulrich quietly goes inside Helga Doppler's nursing home room and starts to wake him up. The moment Helga opens his eyes, Ulrich tells him his name is Ulrich Nielsen, a police officer. When Helga's eyes widen, Ulrich tells him not to be scared because he just wants to ask him a few questions. The old man starts shaking his head, but Ulrich ignores it, asking him if he remembers Mads Nielsen, a boy from Winden who vanished in 1986. Helga's heart monitor shows his heart rate increasing rapidly, while Ulrich makes him remember that he was summoned to the station for questioning, but there is no transcript. Ulrich asks Helga what "why not Forest Road" means. Helgi starts to say he is, and Ulrich repeats his question. Helgi tells him it was him, and Ulrich asks him again what it means. Helgi starts breathing harder, and his monitor's alarm goes off. The nurse comes in and asks Ulrich why he is there. At the same time, Helga repeats the words, "It's him." Ulrich tells the nurse he is a cop and wants to ask a few questions, and Helga tells him he knows him. Ulrich asks Helga what he just said when the nurse tells him he has to go. Ignoring the nurse, Ulrich asks Helga why he was summoned, while Helga tells him he can change it. He can change the past and the future. The nurse shouts for help as Ulrich shakes Helga's shoulders, asking him what he was saying and where Mikkel is. Two other nurses pull Ulrich away, while the female nurse tells him to let Helgi go. Ulrich loses it, pulling Helgi upright. He shouts at Helgi, asking him where his son is and telling the nurses to let him go and not touch him. The nurses finally manage to drag Ulrich to the floor and drag him out of the room, but he keeps shouting where his son Mikkel is. Helga is lying back down, muttering that he can change the past and the future. While the nurse attends to him, he keeps saying tick-tock. Back in 1986, Jonas finds Mikkel sitting alone on a bench outside the hospital. He hides behind a van and sees Inez shouting at Mikkel that she managed to find another Jelio. Suddenly, the stranger appears behind Jonas, saying how little they understand of the world. Jonas asks him if what's happening is real or if he is just crazy, like his father. He asks the stranger if the man even exists or is he a hallucination of a lunatic. The stranger then tells Jonas he is not crazy, nor was his dad. The stranger explains that sometimes it's hard for people to grasp things that go against all they are conditioned to believe, like how the people felt the first time they were told the earth was round. Jonas looks at the stranger and tells him it is insane, and the man tells him what if it's not. Jonas then asks him how it happened, and if there is a breach in time in the cave, refusing to believe that Mikkel hangs out in 1986 until he becomes his father. The stranger tells him even if Jonas doesn't want to believe it, that is his father. Jonas looks at Mikkel and Inez, saying that then it means Ulrich is his grandfather. The stranger cuts him off, saying Martha is his aunt. Jonas tells him it's bullshit and that he is taking him back and putting it right. The stranger pushes Jonas against the car and grabs him by the collar of his jacket, telling him that if he takes Mikkel back, he'll be meddling in the course of events, resulting in his father never meeting his mother and not falling in love or getting married. And Jonas won't be born because he will be erasing his own existence. The stranger adds that the role Jonas plays in all of this is much bigger than what he thinks. He lets Jonas go, telling him that every decision for something is a decision against something else. Before he goes, he tells Jonas it's a life for a life, asking him what his decision will be. With tears in his eyes, Jonas just looks at Mikkel and Inez again. In 2019, Charlotte and Ulrich are in her office. She reprimands Ulrich for why he keeps breaking the law, first with the power plant and now harassing Helga, telling him he knows she must suspend him. Ulrich tells her there are things going on that make no sense, and maybe he's going crazy, but Helga has something to do with it all, including the dead boy they found in the forest. Charlotte then tells him she knows he wants to find Mikkel at all costs, but the end doesn't justify the means. She adds that she should have taken him off the case from day one. Ignoring all that she said, Ulrich shares that Helga said he can change the past and the future. He asks Charlotte what that means and why Helga would say that. Charlotte answers that Helga has dementia and can't even tie his own shoes anymore. She tells him he's not responsible for the disappearance of 3 children, because he doesn't have the strength. Ulrich tells her that maybe Helga is not alone, and Charlotte tells him to go home. Ulrich pauses by the door and tells Charlotte that Egon Tiedemann wanted to ask Helga why he didn't take the forest road. Charlotte thinks as she looks at a drawing of Noah's face on the crime board. In 1986, Helga gets in his car and takes a bite of a Raiders candy from the glove compartment before leaving the power plant. A young Ulrich is sitting in his cell while a young Katharina sits in front of Egon and tells him she doesn't know who said it, but Ulrich didn't rape her. Egon tells her she doesn't have to lie for him. Katharina insists she's not lying because they both wanted it and that Ulrich didn't force her. When Egon asks her what happened to her face, Katharina says she fell down and that it has nothing to do with what happened. Egon tells her that someone saw them and saw how Ulrich hurt her. Katharina tells him that person is lying, and when she asks Egon who it was, he tells her he's not allowed to say. He adds that the only important thing is that she knows that Ulrich can't harm her now, and he will be punished for what he did to her. Katharina then insists that Ulrich didn't do anything, and if anything, she pressured him into it by asking him to get condoms. She looks at Egon in the eyes and tells him Ulrich would never hurt her. In the meantime, a young Ulrich is still in his holding cell. Back in 2019, Ulrich tells Katharina that he's been suspended and asks her where the kids are. Katharina tells him she has no idea. Ulrich apologizes to her, telling her he is there for her now, but Katharina tells him he hasn't been there for them for a long time. Ulrich asks her what she means, and Katharina tells him that for as long as she's known him, he is wanted out of Winden. She asks Ulrich if he was ever really happy. Ulrich then asks her what she is talking about. telling her of course he was happy, and asks her if she wasn't. Katharina answers saying she knows about Hannah and him, and Ulrich asks her if Hannah told her. She asks him if that even matters, and Ulrich tries to hold her hand, but she moves it. Katharina continues to tell him that she thinks she's always known it all, but just didn't want to see it. Ulrich tells her he can explain, and she tells him not to. Before she stands to leave, Katharina informs him his mother called, and that even though their son disappeared, all Jana talks about is Mads. Katharina tells him she thought it was her family that was full of animals. Back at the hospital, Jonas finds Mikkel by the vending machine. Just as Jonas moves to go after him, he sees young Hannah walking in the hall. Mikkel says hello, and Hannah greets him too. Jonas watches as they talk. The stranger's words then ring in Jonas's ears of how if he takes Mikkel back, he'll be erasing his own existence. He takes out his dad's suicide note and remembers the rest of what the stranger said about how every decision for something is a decision against something else. He watches Mikkel and Hannah walk away together before leaving the hospital. Ulrich visits Jana and asks her if she would want to know after all these years if Mads is dead. Jana tells him no, and that she's always held on to the hope that he's alive. She adds that it was his father who wanted the grave, thinking it would help her find some closure. But she knows there's no body in it. Jana tells Ulrich that for 33 years she's been imagining that Mads is alive, free and happy. She takes Ulrich's hand and leans her head on it, telling him that he can never give up hope because there's as much light as there is darkness, and he shouldn't forget that. Jana sits back up, and Ulrich then reminds her that Katharina said she wanted to tell him something, and Jana says that 1 week before Mads disappeared, she saw something but didn't tell the police because she didn't even remember it at the time. She tells him that in front of their house, across the road, a priest was arguing with a man. Jana says she doesn't know what they were arguing about, but she found it odd that a priest would be arguing like that, and that this morning she saw the same man. Ulrich asks her if she means the priest, and she tells him no. Jana tells him it was the other man, and that she is sure it is the same man because he had something on his ear, as if it was scarred or disfigured. She adds that she knows it sounds crazy, but he wasn't a single day older and looked exactly like he did 33 years ago. While Jana is describing the man to Ulrich, in the forest the cloaked man walks toward a big dead tree branch, lifting it and throwing it away, revealing the bunker door. He pulls it open and sees that the bunker is lit inside. The man then lifts his hood off, and it is adult Helga with his scarred ear. He looks behind him before going inside. Back in Charlotte's office, Wola comes in and gives her a map of the cave system, showing her that it goes under the forest road by the Doppler cabin, but not all of it is mapped out. He tells her parts of it extend under the south part of the forest road and asks her what's with the cabin and if there's anything in particular there. Charlotte tells him there's nothing and thanks him, while deep in thought. Charlotte parks in front of the cabin at night and calls someone on her phone. Peter answers, and Charlotte asks him if he knew that his father was supposed to be questioned by the police in 1986. Peter asks her why she wants to know, but Charlotte cuts him off, asking him why Helga kept the cabin on the forest road, even after all that happened to him there. Charlotte bombards him with questions, asking if Helga used or rented out the cabin, and if it was already 1986 when Peter first visited there. Peter asks her again why she wants to know, but Charlotte answers his question with more questions. She asks him if his father lived in the cabin in 1986, and Peter answers that he doesn't know because he came to Winden in 1987 after Helga's accident and didn't know about the cabin back then. Charlotte asks him when the accident was, and Peter asks her where she is. Charlotte repeats her question with a slightly raised voice, and Peter tells her it was on November 12, 1986. She then mutters that the date is 3 days from today. Peter tells her to come home because the kids have barely seen her in days and they are all worried. Charlotte just says she has to go while Peter is about to say something. He sighs and paces as Charlotte ends the call. Ulrich is driving at night when he notices something on the floor of his car. He stops and turns the light on, picking up the small yellow toy that Mikkel used for his magic trick. Ulrich remembers Mikkel's words about the question isn't how, the question is when. His eyes suddenly widen with realization and he backs the car up, turning to the forest road. Charlotte is inside the dimly lit, empty bunker inspecting the walls with her flashlight. As Jonas opens the metal door in the cave, Charlotte's flashlight flickers. Jonas goes through the door as the gush of wind blows against him. In both timelines, all the lights in Winden flicker. Egon looks around his office while young Ulrich lies on his side inside the cell. Mikkel is sitting on his hospital bed staring at the framed picture of the Emerald Tablet. Old Helge takes off his nasal cannula and gets up from his bed. The lights stop flickering and Charlotte kneels down to closely examine the bunker floor. She sees something under the bench and picks it up, seeing a ripped piece of the animal wallpaper. Jonas comes out of the cave and turns off his ball light. Hannah suddenly wakes up with a jolt and sees Jonas staring at her. She tells him he startled her and asks him where he was and if anything is wrong. Jonas asks her if she believes in fate. Hannah tells him she doesn't know and that maybe it's her fate that men leave her. Jonas tells her he thinks his dad loved her very much, making Hannah cry. He hugs her and Hannah hugs him back. Jonas sits on the floor of his dad's attic art studio and stares at the words on the envelope that said, "Do not open before November 4th, 10:13 p.m. As he cries silently, he lights it on fire and drops it in the small bucket. Ulrich goes inside Helge's nursing home room again and finds it empty. He goes around looking at his stuff and sees an acorn man and a book called A Journey Through Time. When he opens it, he sees the same red cord necklace with a coin pendant tucked in the middle of it. The wind blows and Ulrich notices the side door of Helge's room is open. He sees Helge walking, heading to the forest. Ulrich calls Charlotte on his phone while he follows him. He leaves her a voicemail saying the question isn't who abducted the children, but when, and that he was right about Helge Doppler, not now, but in 1986. He tells her to call him back immediately when she hears the message. Ulrich follows Helge into the cave and sees him pull a box among the big rocks. He sees Helge take out and turn on a lamp before continuing to go deeper into the cave. Ulrich keeps following him. Meanwhile, the adult Helge comes out of the lit bunker. He silently cries and sighs as he stares at Yasin's dead body with burnt eyes. He closes the body bag, puts his hood on, and drags the body away. Inside the bunker, Noah, with the Emerald Tablet tattooed on his back, scrubs the blood off the floor. He stops and stretches before writing the dates November 5th, 1953, November 9th, 1953 on the wall. So, episode 7 of Dark has Jonas finally talk to the stranger, which is as great as it is tragic for Jonas that he can't do anything to save Mikkel, since that will just erase his own existence. Egon takes note of how shady Helge is acting and makes note of the forest road he used. Moreover, Ulrich piecing together that time travel is real was well built up, and Charlotte finding the blue wallpaper makes you realize that room she is in is the same one being used to experiment on the children. Now, onto episode 8. What you sow, you will reap. Young Helge is riding his bike on a dirt road through the forest. He hits the brake when a police car passes by on the main road. The policeman looks at Helge as he drives past him. Helge then hurriedly pedals and follows the police car, which arrives at a construction site. Helge spies on them from higher ground a few feet away. A man thanks the policeman for coming so quickly, calling him Egon. The man tells Egon that the workers found 2 corpses this morning. Egon looks at the 2 dead boys and comments that they're just children. One of the dead boys lying on the mound of sand has bright red hair and the other has black. The man then says, "What's strange is it's as if someone dressed them in costumes." Egon and the man turn to look at Helge, who hurriedly leaves when he is discovered. Egon looks at the billboard with the words, "An important investment, nuclear energy for every household." The scientist from the old model TV found in the nursery-like room is fixing something in his clock shop when the stranger comes in. The old man mutters to himself, saying his visitor is right on time, just like clockwork. The man sits in front of him and the scientist asks him what they were talking about the last time. The stranger tells him it was the Einstein-Rosen bridge. The old man tells him it is a passage between a black hole, the entry, and a white hole, the exit, which connects time and space. He adds that to pass through it is to travel through time. As the scientist explains to the stranger, Helgi, oblivious that Ulrich is following him, is already deep in the cave, saying the words tick-tock repeatedly. Ulrich loses him, so he looks around until he notices the red cord on the ground. He examines the metal ring it is connected to and turns when he hears a loud, ominous sound. Ulrich walks around trying to follow the sound and eventually finds a slightly elevated circular path to his right. Ulrich starts to crawl through it while the scientist continues to explain to the stranger that our thinking is shaped by dualism. Entrance, exit, black, white, and good, evil. He tells him that everything appears as opposite pairs, but that is wrong. He then asks the stranger if he has ever heard of the triquetra, showing him a drawing of the knotted symbol. The stranger says it's the Trinity knot. The scientist continues to explain that nothing is complete without a third dimension, meaning there isn't only up and down, there's a center too. And he thinks, in describing the time-space continuum, Einstein and Rosen overlooked something. Meanwhile, in the cave, Ulrich finds the steel door and reads the words, Sic Mundus Creatus est. He touches the Trinity knot as the scientist tells the stranger that the wormhole connects not just 2, but 3 different dimensions, future, present, and past. Ulrich pushes the door open and a strong gust of wind hits him. He crawls inside the tunnel, finding a fork at the end of it, and therefore chooses the left one. After leaving the construction site, Helge rides his bike towards a huge house. He goes inside and is greeted by a woman who immediately reprimands him, demanding he take a look at himself. Helge starts to tell her that he was at the construction site and that he saw something, but the woman cuts him off, telling him to take his clothes off. When Helge doesn't move, she goes toward him and twists his ear, hurting him. Helge starts taking his clothes off as she watches, making him strip down to his underwear. She leaves and tells him to wait there. Helge's father, a younger Bernd Doppler, comes in and smiles when he sees him. He tells him hello, asking him what he's been doing today, and Helge answers that he's been at the construction site making Bernd happy. Helge tells him they found something there. His father and the woman talk at the same time, with his dad asking what they found and the woman telling his dad that Helge has been creeping around again. Bernd Doppler looks at her with annoyance, urging Helge to tell him what they found. Helge tells him that there were police everywhere because of the 2 dead bodies in the middle of the construction site on a pile of sand. The woman asks what he is talking about, and Helge continues to say that the dead bodies looked like kids. When Bernd asks him if he is sure and Helge says yes, Bernd looks at her before hurriedly leaving. The woman asks Helge if he is lying, and when he shakes his head, she hands him a pair of pants, telling him that he's late and that the coins for Claudia are on the table. Egon and his partner listen to the pathologist as he explains that he's never seen such a burn before, which he thinks is possibly from a phosphorus grenade. He also says that it is interesting that both their ears are completely destroyed. The 2 of them look at the dead bodies with burnt eyes. The doctor points to the table, and Egon's partner picks up the red cord with the coin pendant. The doctor continues to say that another strange thing is they both had it around their necks and that the coin is from 1986. The man asks the doctor if he is joking, and the doctor answers that it gets even better, telling them to look at the little tag on the collar of the boy's clothes. Egon looks and can't believe it is made in China. When the doctor tells them all the clothes are made in China, Egon's partner asks if they are Chinese. The doctor shrugs and tells them they're definitely not from Winden because one looks Mediterranean or Arabian, while he has no idea about the redhead. He adds that the redhead's tattoo is strange, saying he's seen all sorts of odd things, but this definitely takes the cake. Egon and the man then look at Eric's unicorn vomiting a rainbow tattoo. Ulrich comes out of the cave and notices the difference in the place, starting with the steel bars covering half the entrance. He looks around and back at the entrance before running toward the forest. Young Helgi closes his eyes, counting as he rides his bike through the forest road. He arrives at the cabin and starts playing with a stick, pretending it's a gun. He aims it around until he notices a door on the ground. Helge opens it and plays inside the bunker using the acorns as grenades. Helge hides under the bench and stares at the dates November 5th, 1953, and November 11th, 1953, written on the wall. Back at the scientist's clock shop, the stranger tells him that he writes about Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, which is a universe that expands and then collapses again. A universe that repeats itself endlessly. He then hands him the book, A Journey Through Time by H.G. Tannhaus, and the picture on the back shows the scientist's face. H.G. Tannhaus says it's been a long time since he's seen the book, adding that there were only 500 copies in total. The stranger tells him about how he also writes about the lunar solar cycle, in which everything repeats itself every 33 years. And he answers that, from a cosmic point of view, it does. Tannhaus explains that every 33 years, the cycle of the moon is synchronized with that of the sun, but that the 33 is more than that. Because people encounter it everywhere, like how Jesus performed 33 miracles, that there are 33 litanies of the angels, and that according to Dante, there are 33 cantos in purgatory and 33 more in paradise. The stranger then tells him it is also the age at which the Antichrist begins his rule. Noah is standing at the empty graveyard, holding his brown notebook with the knotted symbol, glancing and smiling. The pictures and files of the two dead boys sit open on Egon's desk. He is looking out his window when he suddenly asks his partner why someone would kill, and that he is wondering what's inside them or where it comes from. His partner asks him if he means to ask why someone becomes a murderer, and Egon says yes, asking if someone is born that way or just becomes one. The man stops smoking and tells him it would certainly make their work easier if they knew ahead of time so they could lock them up while they're still little and before they get on the wrong track. Egon looks back out the window as his partner mutters to himself on his way out of the office. Helga is pushing his bike from the cabin when two teenage boys see him and call him a weirdo. One asks him why he is in a hurry, and the other jokingly answers that it's because he's buying silk stockings for his mummy. The teenager who calls him a weirdo grabs him by the collar and starts frisking him the moment the other one orders him to check his pockets. He pushes Helga on the ground and sits on him. Helga shouts for him to leave him alone, and he dares him to scream because no one will hear him. He then hits Helge on the temple and gets off him, giving his friend the money he got from Helga's pockets. The other teenager urinates on Helge, telling him not to piss his pants because his dad has got dough coming out of his ears. They hear twigs snapping and turn to see a man. They run and leave Helga still lying down. Ulrich sees two people running away and he runs toward the boy on the ground. Helge stands, picking his bike up. Ulrich asks him if he saw an old man in pajamas come by there just now, and Helge shakes his head. Ulrich smells the piss coming from Helge and asks him if he is okay, telling him he needs to defend himself or they'll never stop. Helge tells him that they are stronger than him, and Ulrich tells him he should just bite them hard next time. Back in the clock shop, Tannhaus tells the stranger to imagine he is standing in an infinitely large, dark room, shining a light to the left. He shows him the image of a stick man he draws with an arrow going away to the left of him, and explains that the beam should continue in the same direction forever, because there's no reason to assume that it could come back at him from the right. He then starts to roll the paper and continues to explain that a wormhole changes the topology of space-time. It bends it so nothing is where it belongs anymore. The stranger looks at the rolled paper and sees that the arrow now points at the stick man from the right. Ulrich runs and stops when he reaches the main road, which he notices is not cemented. A car stops at a crossroad and a woman rolls down her window asking him if he could help her. She gets out of her car, telling him they're not from around there and is looking for Killingerstrasse 61. Ulrich tells her that's where he lives and that it's down the road to the right. The woman asks him if he is Mr. Egon Tiedemann, and when he tells her no, she introduces herself as Agnes Nielsen. Ulrich shakes her hand with a confused look on his face. Agnes calls her son Tronte to come out and meet Ulrich. Ulrich swallows hard as he watches a young Tronte walk toward him. He asks him if he is Tronte Nielsen and if she's Agnes Nielsen, to which they both nod. Tannhaus continues to tell the stranger to imagine traveling back in time and meeting his father before he had him, asking if he would have already changed things with this encounter. Ulrich takes out A Journey Through Time before asking Agnes what year it is, and she tells him it's 1953, Tannhaus asks if it is even possible to change things or if time is an eternal beast that can't be defeated. Agnes Nielsen asks Ulrich if he is okay, but he doesn't answer and starts running away from them, heading toward Winden. The stranger asks the old man his opinion about people changing the course of events, and Tannhaus tells him any scientist would say no because causal determinism forbids it, but it is human nature to believe that people play a role in their own lives and that their actions can change things. He tells the stranger that all his life he's dreamt of traveling through time to see what was and what will be. When the stranger asks him if he doesn't dream that anymore, the old man tells him that dreams change and other things become important because he realized his place is not in yesterday or tomorrow. Rather, it's right here and now. In 1953, Ulrich goes inside the clock shop, and a younger H.G. Tannhaus asks if he can help him and if he is looking for a watch. Ulrich asks him if he is H.G. Tannhaus. Tannhaus nods, and Ulrich shows him the back of the book, asking him if he is the same man as in the picture. Tannhaus looks at the old and bearded man in the picture and tells Ulrich that he is not the same guy. Ulrich then asks him what year it is, and when the younger Tannhaus doesn't answer right away, he raises his voice, repeating his question. Tannhaus tells him it's 1953 and that Stalin is dead, England has a queen, and Nanga Parbat has been conquered. He emphasizes that it's 1953 as it lives and breathes, and Ulrich mutters to himself that it's not possible. The different clocks in the shop are all either at 11:33 or 11:35, and the books on his shelf are about the universe. The stranger asks the older Tannhaus about how the number 33 could be the time difference between the planes of a three-dimensional wormhole. Tannhaus tells the stranger that it's just a theory, but perhaps it could be the crux of the matter. It's 1953. A young girl is playing with a dog named Gretchen when their doorbell rings. She opens the door and immediately tells young Helga that he is late again and that she's told him before to be on time. Helga apologizes to a young Claudia, telling her that he forgot the money for her, promising to bring it later. Helga gives Claudia the booklet for checking, and Claudia marks most of it wrong. She stops checking and leaves Helga when she hears her mother talking to someone about the 2 bedrooms and a small kitchen. As Claudia's mother explains the living conditions upstairs, Helga takes a peek and listens to their conversation. Claudia greets Agnes Nielsen and Tronte, telling them her name. Claudia's mother introduces Gretchen, telling them she hopes they're okay with dogs. She informs them that her husband isn't home much because he's with the police and that sometimes it seems like he thinks he alone is responsible for the town. When she asks Agnes where her husband is, Agnes tells her he's dead, prompting Claudia's mum to immediately apologize for talking without thinking and asking them if they want to see the rooms upstairs. She then tells Claudia to show Tronte the neighborhood later. The young H.G. Tannhaus hands Ulrich a glass of water, asking him if he should call a doctor. Just then, the door to his shop opens and Tannhaus greets young Inez and young Jana as they come in. Inez tells Tannhaus she's there to pick up her dad's watch, asking if it's ready. Tannhaus flips through the packages while muttering the name Kahnwald, making Ulrich look at the 2 girls. Tannhaus hands Inez the package. She then asks Tannhaus if he's heard what the police found this morning. He tells her no, but that he's sure she's about to tell him. Inez then says that Jana heard it in the teacher's room. She pauses and Tannhaus comments that the suspense is killing him, while Ulrich looks at the young Jana and quietly calls her mum. Young Jana glances at him while Inez continues to say that the police found 2 dead bodies on Doppler's construction site. Ulrich's eyes widen when Inez says 2 little boys were abducted by aliens for experiments. He runs and grabs her by the shoulders, shaking her while asking what she just said. Inez asks if he means about the aliens, and Ulrich asks her about the boys. Inez tells him the police found 2 dead boys this morning, and Ulrich glances at both Tannhaus and Jana before running out. Inez shrugs, and Tannhaus looks at the jacket Ulrich left. Younger Bernd Doppler gives his speech, saying that the discovery of uranium fission has heralded a new era in the history of humankind. He tells them it's an era of reason, objectivity, and the dominance of man over nature, and that they can harness this phenomenon by economically utilizing neutron-induced fission in nuclear reactors. Some of the guests keep looking at the back where the police are busy investigating and securing the crime scene. Bernd continues, saying that a minuscule atom can change the world. He opens his arms proudly, telling them it is there that they will build the first German nuclear power plant, ensuring the local community's long-term stability and prosperity. Some of the audience look behind when the police noisily hammer the sign, "Keep out, crime scene." After Bernd's speech, Egon tells him he needs a list of all the workers who have been on the premises. Bernd tells him that is useless, and that instead he should be asking who might have a problem with the power plant being built. Egon asks him what the power plant has to do with it, and Bernd answers he just spoke to the city council about the building permit, and just like that, 2 dead children's corpses appear on the construction site one day earlier. Egon asks him who he thinks put the bodies there, and Bernd tells him it's the coal plant operators. When he sees that Egon doesn't believe him, he explains that if the power plant gets built, it will be nothing short of a revolution, because not only will it change Winden, but nuclear energy will bring growth and wealth to the entire nation. He adds that it also means change, so the old must give way to the new, and not everyone likes that. Bernd then nudges an uncomfortable Egon as he tells him he'll send him a list with the names of the coal plant operators, and he'll see that this whole thing is a conspiracy. Young Claudia, Tronte, and Helga are walking in the forest. As they pass the cave, Tronte stops and looks at it. Claudia then tells him that those are the Winden caves, which they're forbidden to wander in very far, but that sometimes they do it anyway as a dare. Tronte looks at the entrance of the cave again before telling Claudia he gets how it can be a fun dare. Claudia looks at Helga and asks him why he still hasn't headed home, reminding him that he still owes her some money. She locks arms with Tronte, telling him they should keep going and be rid of Helgi. An upset Helgi looks at Claudia's dog, Gretchen, who sits on the ground beside him. Helgi picks up a stick and tells Gretchen to fetch, throwing it deep inside the cave. Gretchen runs inside and doesn't come back out. A few seconds later, he hears Claudia's voice calling for Gretchen, and he runs away fast. In the Winden police station in 1953, Ulrich is blocked by 2 police officers as he tries to go inside, asking them if one of the 2 dead boys is his son. The officer tells him they can't help him, so Ulrich tries to push his way through, saying he just wants to know if one of the boys is his. The officer holds him back, telling him to calm down, when Egon suddenly arrives and shouts for them to let go, asking them what is going on. Ulrich faces Egon and asks him what the 2 boys they found looked like and if one of them has brown hair and is 11 years old. Egon asks him why he wants to know, so Ulrich tells him his son disappeared and that all he wants to know is if one of the dead kids is his. Ulrich tells Egon his son's name is Mikkel, an 11-year-old with brown hair and blue eyes, describing how tall he is. He grabs his pocket to show Egon a picture and curses when he realizes he left his jacket. The other officer comments that he is drunk, and Egon signals them to leave. He tells Ulrich that one of the dead boys was pretty dark, has brown eyes and was foreign, while the other boy was a bit taller and has bright red hair. Ulrich asks if he is sure there wasn't a 3rd kid, and Egon asks him if he has reported his son missing. Ulrich ignores the question and instead asks Egon if he knows someone by the name of Helge Doppler. Egon asks him if he means Bernd Doppler's son, and Ulrich tells him he means someone about 70 years old. Egon tells him the only old one is Bernd Doppler, and Ulrich starts backing up as he asks if it's Bernd Doppler from the nuclear power plant, adding that Bernd is Helge's dad. When Egon tells him he is right, Ulrich immediately starts running, ignoring Egon's orders for him to stop and wait. H.G. Tannhaus asks the stranger why he is so fascinated with time, and he answers that it's because he wants to understand if he can change it and if everything has a purpose, and if so, who decides about this purpose. He asks if it is coincidence, God, or is it the people themselves. Tannhaus listens intently as the stranger continues to question if people are actually free in their actions or if it is all created anew in an eternally recurring cycle, and people can only obey the laws of nature and are nothing but slaves of space and time. Egon arrives home and his wife helps him take off his coat while telling him that the people who called about the rooms are there. She tells him that the woman is odd, but nice, and that she thinks they will take the rooms. Egon sighs, then rubs his eyes. His wife asks him if something bad happened, and he starts to tell her something but changes his mind, saying that everything is fine. The two of them go inside the living room and his wife introduces them, telling Agnes Nielsen that her husband's name is Egon Taterman. Agnes shakes his hand, telling him that his wife has told her a lot about him and that he has a very nice home. Egon thanks her and asks if they arrived today and why they came to Winden of all places. His wife tells him to stop questioning their guest, telling Agnes that Egon is a policeman, so he can't help being curious. Agnes answers Egon's question, telling him that her grandmother is from Winden and that she always gushed about the town. Egon then asks her what her grandmother's name is, but before Agnes could answer, Claudia arrives shouting for him. Claudia tells Egon that she lost Gretchen in the forest. Egon tells her to calm down and to tell him what happened. Claudia explains that she was showing Tronte the forest and the path down into town, and that Gretchen was with them the whole time before she disappeared. Her mum then asks her where Helgi is, and Claudia realizes Gretchen might be with him. Egon tells them that must be it, and his wife asks him if he can go and find out. He informs her that he can because he was going to see the Dopplers anyway. Before he leaves, his wife tells him that she has invited Agnes and Tronte to dinner and asks him not to be late again. H.G. Tannhaus fixes a pocket watch as he explains to the stranger about time loops, saying they significantly impact the principle of causality and the relationship of cause and effect. He emphasizes that as long as a wormhole exists, there is a closed time loop, and within it, everything is mutually dependent. This means the past doesn't just influence the future also influences the past. He listens to the watch and continues fixing it. Tannhaus tells the stranger that a time loop is like the question of the chicken and the egg, as people can no longer say which of the two came first because everything is interconnected. Ulrich arrives at the Doppler residence and looks for Helga. Helga is sitting alone, looking at a box in his lap and caressing a dead bird. Ulrich calls his attention and Helga hurriedly closes the box, putting it aside. Ulrich asks him if he is Helga Doppler and Helga answers yes. Helga asks him why he's asking, and Ulrich shows him the cord with the coin pendant. He asks Helga to look at it and if he has ever seen it before. Helgi tells him he hasn't and asks if Ulrich found the man he was looking for. Ulrich says yes, and Helga comments that Ulrich looks very sad. Ignoring his comment, Ulrich asks what is inside the box. Helga puts the box on his lap and opens it, showing Ulrich the dead birds. Ulrich asks him if he killed the birds, and when Helga doesn't answer, he asks again. Helga tells him the birds fell from the sky and were just plopping down. Helga adds that he just collects the birds because they are so beautiful when they're dead. Ulrich then tells him that eventually he will kill something in the future, like the two boys at the construction site, his brother, and his son. Not now, but in the future. Helga starts to look apprehensive as Ulrich tells him he can change it, that he can change the past and the future. Helga starts running away, shouting for help, but Ulrich catches him and easily lifts him while covering his mouth. Ulrich tells him that if Helga doesn't exist, all of this won't happen. Helga bites Ulrich's finger, making him drop him. As Ulrich tries to grab him again, Helga manages to kick him in the face and runs toward the forest. Ulrich runs after him, stopping to look at which direction Helgi is running. Ulrich continues to run, taking a shortcut and catching up to him. Helga arrives at the cabin in the forest and hurriedly tries to open the door. Ulrich catches him and throws him to the ground. Helga crawls, trying to get up, but Ulrich grabs him by the ankles and pulls him. He manages to grab a rock and tries to hit Ulrich, but Ulrich easily pins him while taking away the rock. Helge stops trying to fight and Ulrich hesitates for a brief moment before hitting the side of Helge's head repeatedly until he stops moving, with half his face covered in blood. Ulrich stands up and looks around, spotting the open door on the ground. The maid tells Egon that Mrs. Doppler will be right down. A few seconds later, he greets Mrs. Doppler, who immediately tells him that her husband isn't home. Egon stutters, saying that he is looking for Gretchen, their dog, and asks if perhaps Helga took her home. Mrs. Doppler says Helga certainly knows he is not allowed to bring animals into the house. Egon then mutters to himself that he has no idea where Gretchen is. Mrs. Doppler repeats that there is no dog in their house and asks if there is anything else he needs. Egon tells her no, thanks her, and apologizes for the disturbance. He begins to leave but pauses and starts to say that if the dog turns up, but looking at her sour expression, abruptly changes his mind and tells her good day before leaving. Mrs. Doppler walks in their backyard looking for Helga. She goes down the stairs of their yard and finds Helga's box of dead birds. Ulrich drags Helga's body inside the bunker and leaves it there. Mrs. Tiedemann and Agnes Nielsen are putting fresh sheets on the bed. Agnes subtly caresses her hand, making her conscious. She stares at Agnes, and right before Agnes looks, she pretends to keep busy with continuing to fix the bed. Claudia sadly sits outside their front door, holding Gretchen's leash. Tronte is sitting in the dining room and peeks to make sure he is alone before opening the sleeve of his shirt, looking at the burnt cigarette marks all over his arm. Egon stops his police car at the Crossroads, looking at the rosary hanging on his mirror while thinking deeply. The bunker with the rifles, grenades, piles of gallons, and the pictures is shown as Tannhaus narrates that all their lives are connected. A picture of Egon from 1953 and 1986 is connected to Tronte Nielsen's, while his is connected to Claudia's pictures of 1953, 1986, and a picture of an old woman with long white hair. Tannhaus continues to narrate that one fate is bound to another, that every one of their deeds is merely a response to a previous deed, like cause and effect, nothing but an endless dance. The newspaper clipping of Mikkel is also on the wall, connected to Michael Kahnwald's picture. Tannhaus continues to say that everything is connected to everything else. The old woman with long white hair is staring at the wall with the pictures on the bunker. Back in the clock shop, Tannhaus tells the stranger that all that he has said is just a theory. He then tells the stranger that he can't shake the feeling that the stranger is actually there about something else. The stranger then tells him that what if he told him everything in his book was true about time travel being possible, and that his theory on the formation of wormholes through gravitational impulses is not just theory because there is such a wormhole in Winden. Tannhaus shifts in his seat before the stranger tells him he comes from the future and has traveled through the wormhole to arrive there in 1986. The stranger stands and puts the device on the table. Tannhaus asks him where he got the device, and the stranger tells him it's broken and that Tannhaus needs to fix it. The old man says he can't do it, but the stranger shows him the initials HGT on the device, telling him he built it. Tannhaus asks if the device enables someone to travel through time and space and can create a wormhole. The stranger tells him that the device opens a portal through which one can travel 33 years into the past and 33 years into the future. Tannhaus then asks him if the device created the wormhole he traveled through, and the stranger tells him no, explaining that it was a released blast of energy from an incident at the nuclear power plant a few months ago. He tells Tannhaus that the device is able to repeat that same process, to which the scientist asks him if he wants to create another wormhole. The stranger tells him he wants to destroy the one that exists. Tannhaus points at the door, asking him to leave. The stranger explains that the town is like a festering wound and that they are all a part of it, but that he can change it because Tannhaus's device can change it. Tannhaus tells him to leave. The stranger sighs and packs his things. He starts to go and pauses at the door, telling Tannhaus that he has seen the future and knows what will happen. He adds that he has to set things right again and that Tannhaus has to help him. Once he is alone, Tannhaus climbs on a ladder and takes something from the shelf. He puts it on the table and opens the box, revealing the same device that the stranger left. In 1953, the younger Tannhaus prepares to leave his shop when he remembers Ulrich's jacket that is still on the chair. He hangs it on the coat rack and checks the pockets, finding Ulrich's phone. After a few seconds of examining it, he presses the power button and drops the phone when the screen suddenly lights up and shows the Nielsen family as a screensaver. Ulrich sits on the ground staring at the closed bunker door. So, episode 8 of Dark is one of the best in the entire series. The Ulrich trying to kill Helga is so unbelievably tragic because, as the viewer, we know this is what causes Helgi to help Noah in 1986, and his future self in 2019 will ultimately spend 33 years regretting what he did to those children, and this is all because of what happened to him as a child. Helga is probably the greatest victim of time travel since he kills kids with Noah to try and make sense of something horrific that happened to him for seemingly no good reason. He also didn't have a good mother and a pretty absent father. The rest of the episode is pretty great. Agnes is mysterious and interesting. Ulrich leaves behind his phone, which is important, and Egon was a good person and police officer, despite what Ulrich thinks of him. Now, onto episode 9. Everything is now. The screen flashes on all the versions of the main characters' faces, beginning with Jonas and ending with Noah. As this happens, H.G. Tannhaus narrates that man always puzzles over his origin or his genesis, asking if he is created by God or a product of evolution. He thinks that if man could see yesterday and tomorrow at the same time, the origin and the end, the entire universe in a single moment, then man might finally find answers to the biggest questions of all. What is man? Where does he come from? What drives him? What is his purpose? In Tannhaus's shop, but with an unknown timeline, the device's knobs turn, and one of the 3 cylinders moves upward. The metal door in the tunnel is closed, and the year is 1953. Young Bernd Doppler is at the nuclear power plant construction site. He stares at the plant's billboard with Greta, Helga, and him on it, and the words, "An important investment, nuclear power for every household." He then looks at the area the police closed off as the crime scene. Back in their house, Greta Doppler asks Bernd if he thinks that someone kidnapped and murdered Helga, like what happened to the 2 dead boys, or that maybe she gave him too much of a scolding about the pants, prompting him to run away. Bernd Doppler doesn't say anything, and when he leaves, his wife asks him where he is going. Bernd pauses by the door and tells her he's going to the police. Ulrich, with a bloody face and shaking hands, is still in shock while sitting on the ground in front of the bunker door. In the police station, Chief Kahnwald, Inez's dad, greets Egon good morning. He tells Egon that Doppler is in Egon's office because his boy is missing. Kahnwald then tells him that maybe Egon is right about there being more to come. Egon informs Kahnwald that there was a man in the station yesterday who said that his son has disappeared and that he wants to know if one of the dead children is his boy. Kahnwald asks Egon who the man was, and Egon tells him he doesn't know, but that the man asks about Doppler's son. Kahnwald then tells Egon to tell the officers and to put out an APB. Before he leaves, he orders Egon not to tell Doppler a word about the man. Egon shakes Doppler's hand and tells him that Mr. Kahnwald told him that Bernd's son has gone missing. Bernd answers that Helga has been gone since yesterday, and when Egon asks him the exact time, Bernd tells him his wife says it was around 3 o'clock. Bernd tells Egon that he wants him to find his son at whatever the cost and that he doesn't care about anything else, not even the nuclear plant. He stands up and emphasizes that all he wants is to get his son back. Claudia and Tronte are walking in the forest as they call out for her dog, Gretchen. She tells Tronte that with his haircut, he almost looks like James Dean and how the girls in Winden will be after him in droves, making Tronte smile. Claudia asks him if he has a girlfriend and he shakes his head. She then asks him why they left where they come from, inquiring if they are bank robbers on the run. Tronte tells her that his mother wants a change, and Claudia comments that his mother is a very beautiful woman and that she has never seen anyone so elegant. Agnes Nielsen is deep in thought as she sits and smokes in the living room. She looks worried but then changes her expression the moment Doris Tiedemann walks in wearing a yellow dress. Doris tells her she feels like the Queen of England has invited her to tea in her own home. Agnes makes her turn around, pulling her toward the mirror and telling her she looks beautiful. As she fixes the ribbon on her neckline, she tells Doris that the Queen of England would be glad to have her visit. She tells her that the dress is hers, and Doris tells Agnes she couldn't accept it, worried of what Egon would say. Agnes tells her what could he say, and Doris changes the topic by asking Agnes how long she was married. Agnes ties the dresser's belt and tells her 15 years. Doris shares that it's been nearly 10 for Egon and her, but that somehow everything has changed. She tells her Egon has changed and that he's not home as much as he used to be because of his work. When Doris asks Agnes what kind of work her husband did, she tells Doris that he was a pastor, but that he wasn't a man of faith. Doris asks her if she misses him a lot, and Agnes answers that her husband wasn't a good person, and that sometimes she thinks it's good that he's dead. She zips up the dress while saying she's glad her husband is dead. Agnes then rests her chin on Doris's shoulder, telling her that she's happy that she's free. They stare at each other through the mirror when Doris suddenly nervously says she better take it off because she can't accept it. Meanwhile, in the Doppler mansion, Greta tells Noah that she prayed to God to get rid of the child before it was ever born, and that after she had Helga, she prayed every day that something would befall him because he may not be Bernd's child, and because maybe he wasn't a child created out of love. She stops mid-sentence and says that that is what's in her head every day, not being able to escape it because it's her fault. Noah tells her that people are all full of sin and that no pure human being exists, and that no matter what we do, we never fall any lower than into God's hands. Greta then asks him what if they aren't God's hands and what if they are the hands of the devil. Noah touches her hand and reminds her that God sent him to her and that people don't meet the people they meet by accident because they touch the lives of others and are touched themselves, and thus God's hands guide them to their true destiny. He then tells her it's time to pray and recites Psalm 23:4. As he prays, Noah glances at a picture frame of the Doppler family and subtly smiles after looking at young Helga's face. Ulrich mindlessly walks on the dirt road when Egon spots him. Ulrich starts running when he sees Egon getting out of his car, telling him to stop. He runs and Egon chases him through the forest. Egon outsmarts him by assuming he is going to go to the caves and takes a shortcut. Ulrich is almost at the entrance of the cave when Egon fires a warning shot, making him stop in his track and puts his hands up. Ulrich is shocked when Egon asks him what he did to the two dead boys at the construction site and asks him where Helga is, accusing him of kidnapping him too. He tells Egon the two boys shouldn't be there anymore because he changed it. While pointing the gun at him, Egon asks Ulrich what he changed, and Ulrich tells him that he changed the course of time by killing Helga, preventing him from ever killing again. Egon calls him a maniac, ordering him to turn around and get on his knees. As Egon handcuffs him, Ulrich keeps muttering to himself that he changed it. In the bunker, Helga wakes up with a gasping breath. The device's second cylinder moves up and its square dials turn. A young man carrying a small white sack is running through the forest, being chased by dogs. The sound of a helicopter passes as he sits on the ground and leans on a tree. He pulls up his ski mask and checks the wound on his upper right chest. The young man then hides his gun under the waist of his pants before taking his ski mask off, pushing it on his wound while grunting in pain. The steel door with the knotted symbol is shown, and the timeline is 1986. Back at Winden High School, young Katharina is smoking alone when Hannah comes over. Before Hannah can say anything, Katharina tells her to piss off. Hannah tells her she just wants to know if Ulrich is still in prison, and Katharina tells her that they have to release him today. Hannah asks her if Tiedemann told her who turned him in, and Katharina shakes her head. Hannah then asks about her and Ulrich's status, and Katharina snaps at her, asking what about them. Hannah explains that she's just curious, asking if Katharina's mum won't freak out if Ulrich and she keep seeing each other. Katharina tells her that she doesn't care and that nobody's going to come between them, because even though Hannah doesn't get it yet, love is stronger than hate. Katharina then adds that if she ever finds out who told the cops, she's going to clobber them. Before she goes, Hannah lies to Katharina, telling her maybe it was Regina because Tiedemann is her grandfather. Ulrich sits on the bench in his cell when Egon Tiedemann opens the door. He tells him he's been a police officer for over 40 years, and that, based on Ulrich's face and stare, he knows that Ulrich has got something to hide. Egon tells him he knows that stare and that he can feel it in his bones that Ulrich has got something to do with all of it. Ulrich then tells him that maybe it's cancer and he might want to get that checked out. Jana Nielsen is sitting at the police station and stands the moment she sees Egon bringing Ulrich toward her. Jana walks up to them and slaps Egon hard. She tells him she wants him to stay away from their family and that she's going to make sure he's taken off Mad's case. Ulrich then smiles tauntingly at Egon as his mom takes him away. Claudia goes back down the cave again and uses a device to check the radiation. A sound suddenly makes her turn around. Yet she is shocked to see a white dog run toward her and wonders if it is Gretchen. Ulrich hugs Katerina from the back and she tells him she can't believe he was in jail, asking why Tiedemann has it in for him. Ulrich tells her it's because Egon thinks he's the Antichrist. Just then, Katerina sees Regina walking and calls her a Four Eyes. She shoves her and tells her that she knows what Regina did. Katerina accuses her of trying to get back at her for the summer, telling her it was a game and that they wouldn't have left her hanging there all night. She shoves her harder, telling her they couldn't have known she was so damn fragile. Regina bends to pick her bag up, but Katerina stops her, showing her the bruise on her eyes. Katerina tells Regina that Katerina's mom did it because Regina fed her grandpa bullshit. Regina tells her she honestly didn't, and Katerina shouts if rape is the best Regina could come up with. Ulrich reprimands Katerina, but she doesn't listen. She tells Regina that she makes her sick before knee-kicking Regina's stomach, making her fall on all fours. Katerina picks her up, asking her where she's going when the man from the forest suddenly shouts at Katerina to stop. She tells the man to screw off, and the man tells Katerina that he told her to take her hands off her. He asks her to apologize to Regina, and when she doesn't, he pulls out his gun and tells her again. Katerina stubbornly tells him she doesn't believe the gun is real, so the man shows them the magazine with bullets, telling them to get the hell out of there fast and that if they hurt Regina again, he'll finish them off. Katerina and Ulrich leave. The young man then tells Regina that everything is okay, and just after she thanks him, he falls on the ground. Regina kneels on the ground and realizes he's bleeding. The man tells her it's not that bad, but Regina tells him he needs a doctor. When he doesn't agree, she offers that they have bandages at home, telling him that her mother isn't home and that she can do it. He nods his head and Regina asks him his name. The young man then tells her it's Alexander. Gretchen is barking from inside Claudia's car, parked in front of the Doppler mansion. An old Bernd Doppler stirs his tea while Claudia sits at the opposite end of his dining table, asking him to tell her exactly what happened in the summer. Bernd tells her that he already told her that there was an incident in the volume control system, and Claudia tells him that's not good enough for her. Bernd then explains that the connections to the chemical feed-in system were corroded, and hydrogen gas must have collected in one of the tubes, causing it to explode. Claudia then tells him how it wasn't a precautionary measure. That's why the tubes were changed. Bernd replies that it's what they make out of it and what the reports say. He adds that they were lucky that only an insignificant amount of radioactive material leaked out, explaining further that they had the entire floor removed and stored everything in a safe place. Claudia then sarcastically asks him if he really thinks the cave is a safe place, and Bernd tells her it's as safe as any other official interim storage facility. Claudia asks him who knows about it. Bernd tells her it happened during the night shift, so the shift supervisor, a handful of employees, and Helgi. He assures her that no one will talk because they all got a fat bonus and orders her not to make a bigger deal out of it than it is. Claudia hesitates before she talks, asking Bernd if there was more or if anything else happened that night. She continues to ask Bernd if anything strange happened or if anything that the explosion may have caused, but Bernd cuts her off, asking her just what she thinks might have happened. Bernd asks her if she believes that Hannibal marched over the Alps with elephants, teaching her that there are no truths, just stories, and that the story of Winden is now in her hands. Bernd asks her if their power plant is safe. He gives her another example, asking her if something like Chernobyl can happen in their plant, and reminds her that she decides what story she wants to tell. Adult Helga comes out of the bunker, and the old Helga, from behind a tree, watches him enter the cabin. The old Helga goes away into the forest. Meanwhile, in his office, Egon checks his police planner, looking at the scheduled interview with Helge at 10:30 a.m. He then looks at the time, which is already 11:15, and gets up. Inside his cabin, with the comic book posters on the wall and acorns on the shelf, adult Helgi is in the process of making an acorn man when he hears and sees Egon's police car stopping in front of the cabin. Helga immediately stands and hides behind the door while Egon knocks and calls out for him. When he doesn't answer, Egon goes and tries to open the locked bunker door. Helga peeks through the window and hurriedly closes it when Egon suddenly turns to look back at the cabin. Helga moves to the other window and sees Egon leaving. He sits and takes a deep breath. Alexander is walking on the forest road and kneels in front of a tree. He puts down his gun and the white plastic bag, as well as a passport with his name as Boris Niewald and another passport owned by a man named Alexander Kohler. Alexander reads the name and then tries to memorize the real Alexander's birthday, which is on January 21st, 1965. After a while, Alexander buries the plastic bag and leaves. Meanwhile, a few feet behind him and hiding behind a tree is Hannah, who watches him hide the package. Claudia's secretary comes into her office and tells her that a young man is here to see her, saying that he's her daughter's friend. Claudia asks her if she said friend, and she tells her yes, and that if she understood him correctly, he's there looking for work. Alexander comes in and introduces himself. Claudia gets up and asks him if he is a friend of her daughter, commenting that all this time she thought Regina didn't care about boys. Claudia sits on the edge of her desk, and Alexander tells her he's new in town, looking for work, and that Regina told him Claudia might be able to help. Claudia asks him if he has training, and he tells her that he is a metal worker and that he can work hard. Alexander emphasizes that he is a fast learner. Claudia asks him if he's not from Winden, and Alexander tells her that he can work hard, telling her that all he is asking for is a chance. Claudia apologizes, telling him that they don't need anyone at the moment. She asks Alexander where she can reach him if ever they need someone soon. Alexander then tells her he'll just come by again tomorrow. Young Regina sits in front of her vanity mirror and brushes her curly hair. She stares at herself and combs it again until stopping and looking at the mirror, upset. Helga and Noah are in the bunker designed like a nursery. Helgi stops tightening a screw on the chair and gets up, asking Noah why it doesn't work. Noah tells him it will and to be patient, asking him if he thinks Einstein would have given up so fast. He reminds Helga that it is the fate of pioneers to persistently pursue their aim and to believe, although no one believes. Helga tells him he doesn't want to do it anymore, asking Noah why God would want any of this. Noah agrees, repeating Helga's question and telling him that after looking into hell, as Helgi has, it can never be forgotten because it becomes a part of him, and the idea of God, of Jesus the Savior, becomes a thread of hope he clings to. Helgi holds the screwdriver toward Noah's abdomen as Noah continues to tell Helgi that all of them who know the darkness long for the light, but that there is no God. Noah suddenly grabs Helgi's arm and makes him try to stab him, saying that God didn't make this hole among them and that God doesn't have a plan. Helga's eyes widen as Noah continues to make him stab him while saying that there is no plan at all and that there's nothing but chaos out there. Pain and chaos. He lets go of Helga's arm and hugs him as he says that people are bad, malicious, evil, and that life is nothing but a spiral of pain and the world is doomed to be destroyed. He stops hugging him, holds the chair with one hand and Helga's shoulder with the other, telling him that the time machine is their own ark and that he is Noah. He adds that if they can harness this energy, then they can change everything, including deciding the world's fate, far removed from all evil and from all pain. He reminds Helgi that they will create a time machine that reorders everything, the beginning and the end. The device's third cylinder moves up. Hannah climbs down a chair after getting a box from the top of the cupboard. She puts the box on the table and opens it, revealing the bag that Alexander buried 33 years ago. She opens the passport and reads the name Boris Niewald. Hannah then pulls the gun out of the bag. The metal door is shown again, and this time the year is 2019. Charlotte sits in her office and listens to Ulrich's voicemail, telling her that the question isn't who kidnapped the children, but when. Ulrich says that he was right about Helga Doppler, not now, but in 1986. He ends the message by telling her to call him back immediately. Katerina suddenly bursts through her office door and slams her hands on Charlotte's desk, demanding to know where Ulrich is. Charlotte tells her that she thought he was with Katerina, telling her that she tried to reach him, but that his phone is off. Katerina asks her if Ulrich wasn't at the station yesterday, and Charlotte asks her if she didn't know that Ulrich is suspended. She tells Katerina that she thought it was better if he was with them. Katerina asks her if she thinks they are all sitting at home holding hands. Katerina then calls herself an idiot, thinking how their son is missing and Ulrich has nothing better to do than screw the slut. She slams her hands on Charlotte's desk again, shouting that Charlotte is wrong and it's not better that way at all. At the Nielsen home, Magnus and Franziska are kissing while lying on his bed. They stare at each other as Franziska caresses his cheek. Magnus leans his head to kiss her again, but she stops him and says that she has to go. Franziska gets up and puts on her hoodie. Magnus gives her the necklace she lost. Franziska asks him where he got it, and he tells her he found it under the bridge. As she puts her pants on, she tells Magnus that just because they're f***ing doesn't mean he has to know everything about her. Franziska gets up, but Magnus pulls her back to sit, telling her that he doesn't want to hurt her and that he wants to know who she really is. She tells him not today and leaves. Meanwhile, Martha is in the living room, calling Jonas and telling him to call her back, while Jonas is in his room, twisting the red cord deep in thought. She sees Franziska about to leave, and Franziska acknowledges her by her name before going. Magnus sits beside Martha, and she asks him why everyone keeps secrets from one another. Magnus tells her that there are just some things that people want to keep to themselves. Hannah is staring at the box containing Alexander's gun and passport, when someone suddenly bangs on her front door. She opens it, and Katerina barges in, asking her where he is. Hannah asks her who she means, and Katerina tells her not to act so stupid, shouting Ulrich's name. She asks Hannah if he is there, and Hannah tells her no, asking why Ulrich would be there. Katerina calls her a lying piece of shit. She hits Hannah on the shoulder, and again with both her hands, asking how long it has been going on for. A month, half a year, or longer. Hannah stutters and can only say the word I. Katerina angrily mocks her, saying I repeatedly before telling her that she doesn't know where her son is and she doesn't know where her husband is. She shoves her face inches from Hannah's, telling her Ulrich is her man, asking her if she understands. Hannah breathes rapidly as Katerina touches the counter, asking her if they f*** in there. Katerina lifts and slams the table, asking Hannah if they f*** on it or in her house and on her bed. Hannah tells Katerina that Ulrich isn't there. Katerina asks her if it is fun for her or if destroying the lives of others, Katerina's and her children's lives, turns her on. When Hannah remains quiet, she grabs Hannah's ass and asks her if Hannah ever thought about it when she stuck her scrawny ass out for Ulrich. Hannah steps away from Katerina and tells her that it's over and that she ended it. She adds that she never wanted any of it, but that Ulrich didn't let up, telling Katerina she knows how Ulrich can be. Katerina listens as Hannah continues to lie, saying that Ulrich wanted to leave her and how she told him that was crazy, and that Ulrich said that he didn't love her anymore because he loves Hannah now. Katerina tries not to cry as Hannah tells her that she wants her to know it's over now. Hannah then stands and holds Katerina's hair as Katerina loses it and cries. Bartosz is playing his video game when he notices the old woman with long white hair walking toward their house. When he asks her if he can help her, she tells him he must be Bartosz and that she is Claudia, his grandmother. She asks him if his mother is home, and Bartosz tells her that his mother told him that she died before he was born. Old Claudia tells him that she is sure his mom thinks she is dead because she wasn't a particularly good mother. Claudia looks at Bartosz and comments that he looks a lot like the two of them, and that his eyes and his chin make him look a lot like his parents. Bartosz then asks her where she's been all those years if she wasn't dead. Claudia tells him it's a long story and that maybe she'll tell him one day. Bartosz tells her that Regina won't be home until later, and asks her if she wants to wait, but Claudia tells him no because she has to take care of something. She hands him a picture, telling him to give it to his mother, saying that the photo was taken before that summer and everything else that follows it. Bartosz looks at the picture of a younger Claudia and a teenage Regina, while old Claudia tells him that she made lots of mistakes back then and that he should believe her that if she could turn back time, she'd do a lot of things differently. In the Winden Forest Hotel, adult Regina is at the front desk. She is deep in thought as she wipes her finger on the desk, seeing the dust stick to it. Alexander is lying face down on the massage table in his office while Hannah works on his back. He tells her it feels good, and Hannah stops for a second to get something in her bag. She puts the plastic bag on the floor and asks him if he recognizes it. When Alexander doesn't answer, she tells him that all these years she's wondered why she kept it, but that there's a time for everything. She assures him he shouldn't worry because the contents are safely protected. Alexander asks her what she wants, and she asks him why some people have everything and some nothing, and why do he and Regina have a beautiful home. She can't even pay her electrical bill. She asks him why fate predestines a good life for some and not for others. Alexander asks her if she wants money, and Hannah tells him no, saying that she just wants him to do her a favor, destroying Ulrich. She emphasizes that she wants him to lose everything before she stops the massage. Alexander gets up and asks her how he's supposed to do that and what she has in mind. Hannah tells him she doesn't give a damn how he does it or who he pays, just as long as he destroys Ulrich. She pauses by the door before leaving and tells him that Boris Niewold is an interesting name and that she thinks it suits him much better. Jonas is pushing his bike in the rain when he sees Martha in front of their house. Martha tells him hello and he says it back. They stare at each other for a few seconds before Jonas says he has to go. Martha blocks his way, asking him where, and before he could answer, she asks him to tell her what is going on because she's been trying to reach him for days, and he doesn't even write back. She asks him why he made out with her after the rehearsal and whether he thought that she was unstable, so he'll take what he can get. When Jonas remains quiet, Martha pushes him on the chest, ordering him to say something. Jonas tells her it was wrong, and when Martha asks what was, Jonas answers that the thing with them isn't right. Martha asks him if it is because of Bartosz, and Jonas tells her it's not because of Bartosz, but because of them. Jonas tells her that they are just not a good match. Martha repeats his statement as a question, and Jonas tells her yes. They are not a good match because the whole thing is fucked, and they are all wrong. Just as Jonas moves to leave, Martha stops and kisses him, asking if that kiss was wrong. Jonas tells her he is sorry before leaving her upset and breathing heavily. While on the phone with Wola, Alexander stares at the plastic bag Hannah left him. He tells Wola that he needs him to do him a favor and give him information on Ulrich Nielsen, anything useful. Wola tells him okay and asks what they will do with the truck. Alexander tells him that they'll bring the barrels back in a few days when everything has calmed down. He then hangs up and tosses his phone on his desk as worry crosses his face. A huge truck sits in the rain on the side of the road beside the forest. Regina is vacuuming the hallway of her hotel when she decides to enter the stranger's room. Her eyes widen as she looks around and sees that the stranger decorated the walls with his research. Regina focuses her eyes on a picture of Theseus and the Minotaur, a news clipping of Mikel, wherein the stranger changed the text to read "When is Mikel?" and the picture of the knotted symbol with the dates 2019, 1953, and 1986 written on each of its arcs. The device's 3 cylinders are all up but have stopped turning. The biggest cylinder behind it starts turning slowly before spinning really fast along with the other small knobs. Meanwhile, Bartosz is waiting for Noah in their usual meeting place. He gets in his car and tells Noah that he was right and that everything he predicted has happened. Noah asks him if he thought about his offer, and Bartosz tells him yes. In 1986, Claudia tells young Alexander she has work for him, but on the condition that he can't speak of it with anyone. Alexander tells her when he can start, and Claudia makes him weld the metal door of the cave that contains the barrel shut. It's raining hard when the trans woman gets off a truck and takes a sip of her flask and spits. She reaches her trailer and sees a hooded figure standing among the trucks a few feet from her and shouts that a blowjob is €50 and that he can feel her up between the legs too. The hooded man remains still, and the trans woman shouts that he can forget it and that he has no idea what he's missing. The trans woman goes inside her trailer while the hooded figure goes inside the truck parked right beside the forest road. The flashlight shows his face, and he turns out to be the stranger. He is shocked to see all the yellow barrels inside the truck. The stranger places a small metal cylinder on the wooden platform before he opens one of the radioactive barrels. In 1953, a younger H.G. Tannhaus is busy creating a new battery pack for Ulrich's phone when an old Claudia comes into his shop. He tells her that the shop is closed, but Claudia tells him that she thinks she has something that can interest him. She lays a blueprint on his front desk, telling him she wants him to build it for her. When Tannhaus asks what it is, Claudia tells him it's something that will set the course of time straight. So, episode 9 of Dark, we get Alexander's introduction and see just how crazy Hannah is. Also, her blackmail of Alexander tells me that the showrunners hadn't planned out season 2 and 3 yet, since this blackmail goes nowhere but to showcase Hannah's borderline personality disorder. More evidence for the showrunners not planning out season 2 is that Noah's training of Bartosz also goes nowhere in season 2. Next, Helgi challenging Noah is so tragic because we get to see how much Noah has warped Helgi's mind because of his trauma and uses it against him. Martha and Jonas kissing is as tragic as it is gross. Also, Ulrich and Katharina are not good people in this episode again. We've got people doing bad things because of time travel, and then we get people like Ulrich, Hannah, and Katharina doing bad things because they seem to just be bad people. Now, onto episode 10, What You Sow, You Will Reap. It's raining hard on the day of Mikkel's disappearance. Peter sits in the parking lot of the truck stop, watching the trans woman trying to pick up a customer who stops in front of her trailer. Resisting his urge, Peter backs up his car while the trans woman notices his car drive off. He arrives at the Doppler cabin and goes down to the bunker. He sits on the bench, closes his eyes, and recites the Serenity Prayer. A bright light suddenly fills his face, and when he opens his eyes, he sees a horizontal rift in time and space materializing. Floating at the center of the bunker, Peter's mouth drops open, and he jumps backward when a body suddenly falls out of the rift. The rift disappears immediately. Peter crawls and shakes the body of a boy with burnt eyes, feeling his neck for a pulse. Peter administers CPR and stops when he realizes the boy is dead. He cries as he reads the ID around the boy's neck. Mads Nielsen, born on December 4th, 1973. Outside the bunker, Peter calls Tronte, telling him to come to the bunker right away because he needs to see something that has to do with his son, Mads. Tronte arrives at the bunker and stares at Mads' dead body, telling Peter it is impossible. Peter tells him that the body was just there all of a sudden. Tronte falls to his knees beside his son's body, repeatedly calling his name while crying. Peter hears footsteps descending and tells Tronte someone is coming. Old Claudia greets them both and tells them there is a lot she has to explain, but that first they need to take Mads to the place where he is to be found, adding that they don't have much time. It is the 12th of November, 2019. Jonas lies in bed when a hand suddenly touches his shoulder, and when he turns over to see who is there, he sees Mikkel staring and smiling at him. He wakes up with a bolt, breathing rapidly. He grabs his medication, twisting to open it, but changes his mind and throws the bottle in the bin. Jonas then looks at the globe light and Geiger counter on his nightstand. Martha cries, telling Bartosz she is sorry that she really f***ed up, explaining that since Mikkel disappeared, she doesn't recognize herself anymore. Bartosz tells her it doesn't matter and hugs her, telling her that everything is okay. Charlotte arrives at the nursing home. The nurse tells Charlotte they're all aware of Helge's pattern, which is that he usually comes back after a few hours, informing her that he's never been gone this long. Charlotte asks the nurse if Ulrich Nielsen came by again, and she tells her no, and only on Saturday when he lashed out at Helgi as if he had something to do with the case. Old Helgi wakes up in a deer stand and looks outside its window at the view of the field beside the forest. Jonas asks his grandmother Inez if she knew, and when she asks what he means, he tells her that she knew about the boy from the future. Inez gets the suicide note out of the box and places it on the table, telling Jonas it's for him. Jonas tells her it's impossible because he burned the letter, He then asks Inez how long she's known, and she tells him she's always really known because when his father came to her, Mikel was a disturbed little boy. She thought he had an overactive imagination and that something bad must have happened to him that he couldn't bear. She adds that Mikkel told her he came from the future, and she didn't believe him. Jonas asks her why she didn't stop it if she knew. Inez tells him she didn't know that he would take his own life, but Jonas shouts at her saying she could have saved Mikel. He angrily tells her that now he has another grandma who's the principal of his school, and her husband, who is Jonas's mom, is looking for his son, who is Jonas's father. Jonas leans closer and tells Inez that a few days ago he kissed his aunt, and that the crazy thing is there is nothing wrong with any of them because he is the one that is wrong. Inez calmly tells him that she thinks no matter how abnormal or strange things seem to them, they happen for a reason. She asks him who they are to play God, and what's past is past, reminding Jonas that he lives in the here and now and that no one knows what the future will bring. Jonas then tells her that he just wants everything to go back to normal. It's 1986. Mikel shows Inez the cup trick as he tells her that, as a kid, Houdini always dreamed of becoming a magician. She asks him if he has the same dream, and he answers he does, but that the magic he wants to do is impossible. Inez asks him what it is, and Mikel answers that he just wants to finally wake up. Inez asks him if he has heard of Master Zhuang's paradox. Mikel shakes his head, so she proceeds to recite it, saying that a person dreams he is a butterfly and then wakes up. Now he's not sure if he's a person who dreamt he was a butterfly or a butterfly who is dreaming he is a person. Inez then asks him what he is, a person or a butterfly, and Mikel answers that maybe he is both. He then reveals to Inez that both cups have a sugar cube. Ulrich blinks as the light from the camera flashes for his mugshot. He smirks as the police officer who caught him introduces himself as Egon Tiedemann. Egon asks for his name, but Ulrich asks him if he said Tiedemann, and when Egon answers yes, Ulrich mumbles the lyrics, "My only aim is to take many lives, the more the better I feel." Egon asks him if he is a Satanist, and Ulrich tells him no, and that he is a cop. He tells Egon that it's a song from the 80s and that he can tell him now that Egon won't like it. Egon tells him to look into the camera again and asks him why he killed the children. Ulrich answers that he didn't kill the children and that he tried to save them. Egon asks what he did to Helga, and Ulrich says Helga is still alive, or that he must be because the two boys are still dead. When Egon asks him where Helga is now, Ulrich just tells him that he can change it all, everything that's going to happen, if Egon lets him go. Ignoring him, Egon tells Ulrich to look into the camera. Ulrich begs as they take another picture, but Egon just threatens him with what they do to child murderers. Ulrich calls him a asshole who is as small-minded as everyone else in the town. The other officers drag him out while he shouts for them to let him go. He shouts at Egon, asking him if Egon already started drinking, or if he'll start once his wife leaves him after realizing how pathetic and pitiful Egon is. Ulrich keeps shouting for them to let him go because he needs to find his son. It is raining hard when Jonas, wearing his yellow raincoat, arrives at Winden High School. Bartosz confronts him, saying he waited for him last Thursday, and Jonas just curses as an apology. Bartosz reminds him that he didn't tell anyone that Jonas was in the nut house and that he lied for him, saying he was in France eating baguettes, adding that it turns out Jonas lies pretty well himself and that he doesn't need Bartosz. He then tells Jonas calmly that Martha told him Jonas kissed her. Jonas starts to apologize, saying it just happened and that he didn't mean to do it. Bartosz cuts him off and pushes him, angrily asking Jonas what he didn't mean to do, to blow him off, to lie to him, or to screw around with his girl. He tells Jonas that he is a sick piece of as he pushes him to the ground, insulting him, saying that Jonas is just like his dad. Jonas gets up and attacks Bartosz. The two of them wrestle on the wet pavement. Martha comes out of the building and shouts for them to stop fighting, asking Jonas if he's lost it. They break up their fight, and Bartosz shouts at Jonas to get the hell out of there and never come back. Jonas takes one more look at them before walking away. Tannhaus is working on one of the devices when the stranger walks into the shop. The stranger sees both devices sitting on the counter and comments that Tannhaus has repaired it. Tannhaus points at the broken device, telling him that it's the stranger's and the one he is working on is his own. He tells the stranger that he built it many years ago, and that it's the same device, but in a different condition. Tannhaus explains that it is as if one could look at the beginning and end of something at the same time. Tannhaus shows the stranger Ulrich's phone. He explains that the thing sends a kind of signal, an electromagnetic impulse, as if it were trying to communicate with something. He then points at the device's biggest cylinder, moving the phone on its side, telling the stranger that the part has never moved and that it was included in the blueprint, but he never knew what it was for. He moves the phone around the device and says that the thing communicates with it. He tells him that it's not just the past that influences the future also influences the past, because if the stranger hadn't shown him what the device looks like in the future, he wouldn't have been able to build it, making it a paradox. Tannhaus points at another part of the device, telling the stranger that those openings didn't exist either and that he has no idea what their purpose is. A small cylindrical port pops up, and the stranger puts an even smaller cylinder with black liquid into it. The stranger tells him that it's Cs-137, a radioactive isotope of cesium. Tannhaus then explains that the device generates a Higgs field and that, in turn, increases the mass of the cesium, which creates a huge electromagnetic force that could implode into a black hole. He presumes that the same thing must have happened during the nuclear power plant incident. After the stranger closes the device, he asks Tannhaus why he decided to help him after all. Tannhaus answers that why is a big word and mumbles why people decide for one thing and against another, and asks if it matters whether the decision is based upon the consequence of a series of causal links, or whether it stems from an undefined feeling inside him that perhaps everything in his life boils down to this one moment of him making this decision, so he is part of the puzzle, one that he can neither understand nor influence. As the stranger starts to leave, he asks him if he would tell him what the future is like, and the stranger answers that he is hoping by tomorrow it'll already be different from today. Charlotte calls Peter and asks him exactly what year his father was kidnapped as a kid. Peter tells her he needs to talk to her, but she asks him again, so he tells her it was in the fall of 53. Charlotte then says it is exactly 66 years ago, or 2 times 33, and that it's all connected. Peter tells her he needs to talk to her, and she tells him later because she needs to go. It's 1986. Adult Helgi arrives in his cabin and sees an old man sitting outside. He asks if he can help him and if he's looking for him, but old Helgi tells him he needs to stop. Adult Helgi asks him what he needs to stop, and old Helgi tells him he is using him and that all his promises are lies. Adult Helgi tells him he thinks the old man is mistaking him for someone else. Old Helgi takes his beanie off, showing his damaged left ear, and tells him he's said that before. Adult Helgi notices the ear. He shakes his head as old Helgi says everything Noah says is a lie and that Noah is not the chosen one, nor is Helgi. He tries to convince him that Noah doesn't want to save the world from evil, but he is evil. Old Helgi hugs adult Helgi, telling him that today is the day, the beginning and the end. He tells him repeatedly that Helgi should not make the same mistakes he made and that he has to stop. Adult Helgi runs and drives away while old Helgi mumbles that he has to stop. Jonas goes inside his father's attic art studio and looks up at the wood his dad used to hang himself. Hannah is sitting in their dining room and asks Jonas what happened to him. Jonas tells her he got into a fight and that it doesn't matter with whom. He hugs his mum and tells her that everything will be fine. Letting go, he tells her that he left something at school and that she shouldn't worry because everything will be fine. Peter tells Tronte that Charlotte asked him about what happened with Helgi at the cabin in 1953. Tronte tells him that in a few more hours it'll be over and Mads will live. Peter asks him if he believes her, and Tronte answers that everything she said would happen has happened in the last 8 days, just as it's written here. Peter then asks why half of the pages have been torn out and what happens after today. Tronte tells him that after today, everything will be new. Middle-aged Helgi and Noah are in the graveyard without graves. Helgi asks Noah that if there is no God, then why do people believe in a lie? Noah looks at him and says that it is because people prefer any lie to the pain. He shares that years ago, when he was still a little boy, a stranger who didn't talk much and who looked as if he'd been in the war came to them. Noah continues that the stranger took a room in their house, right next to his, and that he noticed how he had the kind of sadness in his eyes that you see in people who want to die, but life won't let them. As Noah and Helgi talk, Jonah steps over the blue and white police tape and goes inside the cave. Noah continues to say that he sometimes heard him talk confused words in his sleep, but one night he was suddenly very clear and that he stood in the hallway, his eyes wide open, saying that nothing is in vain, not a single breath, not a single step, not a single word, not any pain, an eternal miracle of the One. Simultaneously, in another part and time in Winden, Katharina comes home and sits beside Martha, resting her head on Martha's shoulder while Hannah is sitting alone in her house. Helgi listens as Noah continues to tell him that he didn't understand any of his words. In 1986, Aegon takes a look at Ulrich through the prison door panel, while Tannhaus is deep in thought in his shop. Noah continues that only years later, when he felt the pain, did he understand what the stranger meant. That none of the horrible things that befall us should be in vain, and that they make us what we are, giving us our strength. Noah holds Helga's head, telling him that Helga's pain made him who he is, but that it no longer has power over him. Helgi asks Noah who is next. Noah opens his notebook and tells him it's Jonas Kahnwald. At the same time, Jonas comes out of the cave, which has no police tape at the entrance. At the hospital, the CPS worker comes to pick Mikkel up for the children's home, but he doesn't respond and just sits with his back to them. Inez tells the CPS worker that she's made a decision to adopt Mikkel and take temporary custody of him during the process. The worker tells her that it's a complicated process, and Inez convinces her that she has references, a job, and a house. She emphasizes to the worker that she is the only one Mikkel trusts and talks to, and that she likes Mikkel too. Young Charlotte is sitting on a log in the forest sketching the dead birds when Jonas asks her what day it is. When Charlotte answers that it is the 12th, Jonas asks her what year, and Charlotte says 1986. Jonas starts to go, but stops when Charlotte asks him if he is from Winden. He shakes his head, and she asks what he is doing there. Jonas tells her that he is bringing someone back from the dead. Charlotte asks how it works, and Jonas tells her it's very hard to explain. She asks him if he can bring the dead birds back, and he tells her that she has to find them when they're younger, confusing Charlotte, who says that then they are not dead yet. Jonas tells her it doesn't change the fact that they will die. Charlotte tells him he is crazy, and Jonas just says maybe before leaving her. Back in 2019, Charlotte is going through old newspaper articles and finds an article about Helga's kidnapping on November 10, 1953, saying that it is being linked to an unknown person. Charlotte goes to page 5 of the paper, and her eyes widen when she sees Ulrich's picture with the heading, "Is this man a child murderer?" In 1953, Chief Kahnwald goes inside Ulrich's cell. Ulrich begs them to let him go, and Kahnwald asks him where Helgi is, hitting the bed railing when he doesn't answer. When Ulrich remains silent, they start beating him up with their 2 bats. Egon just watches from the door. Jonas arrives at the hospital and opens Mikkel's room. He is shocked to see a priest sitting beside the bed where Mikkel is asleep. Jonas asks who the man is, and Noah gestures for him to be quiet. Helga suddenly covers Jonas's mouth and nose with a handkerchief, knocking him unconscious. Jonas wakes up with a shock in the nursery-like room, immediately noticing the chair. The stranger opens the little window on the door and tells Jonas there's no need to be afraid. Jonas asks him what the room is supposed to be and why he locked him in there. The stranger tells him it wasn't him and that it was Noah. Jonas asks him who Noah is and what the chair is for. The stranger tells him that it is a kind of prototype of a time machine and that Jonas is the guinea pig. He explains that the passage in the cave lies directly under the bunker and, if opened, the energy flows through the room, but that it needs to be increased. The stranger adds that the first time machine is a bunker with 4 walls and is no DeLorean, with no hissing or steam, and that it still doesn't quite work. Jonas tells him to let him out, but the stranger tells him he can't because it's the only way for things to be normal again. When Jonas asks him who he is, the stranger reminds Jonas of the letter he burned, yet it still exists. He tells Jonas that he will be carrying that letter for 33 years before he will pass on that letter to himself. Jonas gasps as the stranger tells him that he is him, that his name is Jonas Carnwald. He tells Jonas that he sent him that letter and that he's already experienced everything that's happening to Jonas now, but from the other side. He explains that they think that they have free will, but they don't, and that they follow the same old path again and again. Jonas shouts that he is crazy and doesn't make any sense, begging him that he can decide to let Jonas go now. Older Jonas tells him that for a long time he thought he was crazy, but now he understands that he can't let Jonas out because then he won't become what he is today, and that if he changes his past, he will change who he is now, and then he won't be able to destroy the whole once and for all. He asks Jonas why Jonas kissed Martha and proceeds to explain it is because they are not free in what they do, because they're not free in what they want, and can't overcome what's deep within them. Jonas begs him to stop talking and tells him that he has to bring Mikkel back because he wants everything to go back to normal. Jonas shouts that he wants all this sick shit to stop. Older Jonas then says that Jonas still wants that 33 years later, but that Mikkel, their father, is just a small part of a sprawling sickness. He adds that he has seen things that no one should ever see before telling young Jonas he is sorry and closes the window. Young Jonas bangs on the door, shouting for him to stop. Middle-aged Helgi sits in his car, waiting for the traffic light to turn green. When it does, he steps on the gas and out of nowhere, another car suddenly smashes into him from the side. Helgi, with a bloody face, gets out and is shocked to see the other driver. It's the old man from the cabin, his older self. Back in 2019, Charlotte pins an article on her crime board that says, Thursday, November 13th, 1986, severe accident at intersection. She looks at her phone and reads a text message from Peter telling her to go to the cabin because they need to talk. Charlotte looks at Noah's picture with the question she wrote, "What does Noah want?" Bartosz is inside Noah's car. Noah tells him that everything is about to begin and that the older Jonas will destroy the whole, not realizing that he will be the one to trigger its existence. A paradox. In 1986, Jonas goes inside the cave, carrying his suitcase with the device inside it. Noah continues to explain that the cesium in his useless machine won't destroy the whole forever. Instead, it is what creates it in the first place. He informs Bartosz that Jonas thinks he's the savior, but doesn't know that Claudia lied to him. In an unknown timeline, old Claudia looks at her bunker wall with pictures of the 4 families in Winden. Noah continues to say that most people are nothing but pawns on a chessboard led by an unknown hand, where their lives exist only to be sacrificed for a higher goal, like Jonas, Mikkel, and the children who are nothing but unfortunate, yet necessary. Chess moves in an eternal war between good and evil. Worry crosses Bartosz's face as Noah tells him that there are 2 groups out there fighting to control time travel. The light and the shadow. He tells Bartosz to never forget that they belong to the light, even though some of what they do is of a dark nature because no victory is ever won without sacrifice. Simultaneously, in 1986, the police zip up old Helga's body while the rescuers help middle-aged Helga. Egon looks around at the site of the accident. Noah tells Bartosz to remember that as long as they're in this time loop, they who know have to make sure that every step will be repeated exactly as it was before, no matter how inhumane it seems to them, and no matter what sacrifices it demands of them. He convinces Bartosz to believe him that the others are the ones who are truly inhumane because they have lost all humanity and belong to the shadow, like Bartosz's grandmother, Claudia. Bartosz nods after Noah warns him never to trust her, no matter what she says. In 1986, Claudia is sitting in her car at night reading the book A Journey Through Time that Helga gave her, while older Jonas is inside the tunnel. Noah tells Bartosz that Jonas trusted Claudia before and will trust her again because Jonas thinks he will change everything, not knowing he is just her puppet. Giving Bartosz his brown notebook, he tells him that Jonas doesn't deserve any better and that time is an infinite field with millions and millions of interlocking wheels. He reminds him that they have to be patient to be victorious, but that their time will come where they will free humanity from its immaturity and from its pain. He then asks Bartosz if he can be strong enough to do so, and Bartosz tells him he is. Noah then looks away and tells him that it is time. Older Jonas opens the metal door and is hit by the gust of wind. He sits in the sick Mundus tunnel as he waits for the device he put at the intersection of the 3 points to create a wormhole. All 3 cylinders are running because of the cell phone's electromagnetic impulse, and a black dome starts to form above the device. Older Jonas looks down the tunnel and sees Michael Kahnwald with his face still dripping with black liquid. The lights start flickering all over Winden, and the ground shakes. In 1986, Inez takes Mikkel home for the first time, and he starts to get sad, knowing it is Jonas's house. Inez lifts him up, and he buries his head in her shoulder. In 2019, Charlotte meets Peter at the bunker while Katerina tries to call Ulrich, who, in 1953, is all bloody and weak as he sits in his jail cell. Katerina stares at Mikkel's solar system chandelier, which flickers. In 1953, Tannhaus is in his shop when he notices the earthquake, while in 1986, Claudia is in her car when she finishes reading the book. The Dopplers are in their home, worried, while Doris and Agnes are toasting in their own home. In 2019, Charlotte and Peter are hugging in the bunker, while Hannah is sitting alone with the gun on the table. Tronte and Jana are hugging in their apartment, waiting for the phenomenon to stop while Magnus and Franziska are watching TV. Regina and Alexander get out of their car and are shocked to see a huge black dome in the sky in the distance, while Hannah picks the gun up and pretends to target someone. Doris and Agnes hold hands as they wait for the flickering lights to stop. Old Claudia is in the forest as ash or snow falls from the sky. The dome floating above the device in the tunnel gets bigger. Still trapped in the bunker in 1953, young Helge covers his eyes and starts counting to calm himself from the earthquake, just as Jonas felt the shake in the same bunker, but in 1986. A light suddenly fills the bunker, and when he opens his eyes, he sees a portal forming in the middle of the bunker. Jonas sees a young boy, and he sees him too. The 2 of them reach out and touch each other's fingers. The moment they make contact, they are pulled somewhere else. Helge wakes up in the nursery-like room in 1986 and looks around. Jonas startles awake and pants. He is in the bunker, but it's the one with the pictures on the wall. Jonas sees gas masks and rifles and looks at the pictures of him and his older version. A helicopter sound passes and Jonas goes out of the bunker. He walks through the forest and sees ashes in the air. When he reaches the main road, he sees abandoned and burnt cars, radiation warning signs, and a general view of a war zone. As he continues walking, a truck with people whose faces are covered with masks stops in front of him. They tell him to put his hands up and get on the ground. A man kicks Jonas from the back, making him kneel. Jonas asks them who they are and what year it is, but they remain quiet. A woman walks up to him and he asks her where he is. Jonas looks at the hovercraft that passes by and the woman says, "Welcome to the future," before she knocks him out with her rifle. So, episode 10 of Dark and the entire season in general was excellent with a great build-up and climax. The stranger being Jonas is a great reveal and so tragic when you know what happens in season 2. Ulrich Nielsen was not a good guy, but what happens to him getting stuck is kind of brutal. Alexander and Regina are my favorite couple in the show. It's a shame the Noah and Bartosz stuff doesn't go anywhere next season, but it was cool to watch. Helge's life is honestly just a tragic comedy, and season 1 was excellently conceptualized and executed. Anyway, thanks for watching. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired choose your own adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.